Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast, the podcast known for always being on time and never having any issues ever. And continuing that tradition, my co-host RHYS is here.
Hi, I'm here. On time
and we're
this time.
definitely not waiting for internet-laden FDDNM to show up. Actually, let me go ahead and turn off. So this has been an interesting week. Let me go ahead and turn off my... what do you call that? The night shift. Because I am no longer... Well, I'm working a night shift. God, that's weird that they're both called that. I'm working the night shift on Wednesday. I'm going to turn off the night shift flux thing on my computer so it's not orange. All right. So I'm working a night shift tomorrow night. So I've been trying to sleep in. And it's just been a very interesting week on how that seems to be impossible and all that. I did start the stream mid-sentence. Okay, so here's the thing with StreamYard. For some reason, the stream that goes to Facebook starts when it says it's live, and the stream that goes to YouTube for some reason doesn't. It cuts off a lot, like an awful lot. Often, not a lot of what we say, but often it gets cut off. So that's good to know. I guess I got to wait like an extra second or two before I start, which is one of the reasons why. Like, for instance, Ricada, his intro music has like just a black screen for 5 or 10 seconds before it starts, right? Mm-hmm. Is so that when you hit live and then you hit the button to make your intro start, that there's that like buffer. You know what I mean? Right. But it would just be nice if it worked and we didn't have to deal with this disaster. So here's the thing. We're starting really late tonight because I literally just finished Cat Planet Cuties. There's a lot going into that, but I would say that one of the primary reasons for things sort of getting really delayed that was, other than unavoidable things, family things that made it very difficult this week, I chose this weekend to go to bed within 8 hours of when I would need to be at work. Hey, FDM's here. You want to? You're here. Do you want to say hi? And we're probably delayed and can hear us. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to this. Okay, so I decided to go to bed on time. Like so that I would try to get full 8 hours.
I'm very delayed.
Yes, you are. Just let me get through this real quick. And so. Rather than, I'm literally going to sleep before my daughter was, and FDM just jumped out of the stream again because of bad internet. So this is another great thing with this not failing and drowning, going down the toilet podcast. So I tried to get about 8 hours of sleep, and I didn't get 8 hours sleep. I probably got like 7.5 at most, but that was still more than I used to get. And I was literally falling asleep before my daughter was falling asleep, meaning that she's in the crib and we've got some like kids YouTube thing playing. In our bedroom. So that means that I'm not watching the Watch Club, but work went significantly better. Like the days, which I work really long hours. So I'm at work for 12 and a half hours a day on the weekend. That went by real quick and that was much better, but it makes it very difficult to manage this. So I just want to preemptively say, we are going to continue with the schedule. We are going to get through JoJo. But I would like to revisit how we do the Watch Club potentially, because I think I'm being groomed at work to enter a supervisor position or something with more responsibility in the future. And I'm going to shoot myself in the foot and ruin the podcast in an entirely different way if I don't put my best foot forward at work. And the way I do that is by getting that extra sleep. Now, this week especially, I couldn't play other things. I couldn't watch the Watch Club because it's like a sort of real fan servicey thing. So it wasn't worse than Panty and Stocking for sure, but it just like I think that with JoJo it might be a little easier. Also, I actually like JoJo, so we can sit down and watch that. But what I'm getting at is that after JoJo, I think we might, or after No Game No Life or whatever, we might rein it back to doing some movies for a while, just to try to loosen things up until I sort of settle back into normal. Now, it's also partially because my family's been sick and my wife especially has been so sick that she's just exhausted. And she's sort of going through the same thing I was going through, where you cough so much that it causes you to throw up. You know what I mean? And it's just exhausting. And so she's not getting my daughter up in the morning because my wife is sleeping in after I would like take my son to school and everything. And then that, of course, results in my daughter going to bed later and later and later. So hopefully things will fix themselves up. But I just need to let you guys know that I'm going to be trying to get better sleep on the weekend for work, so that just goes a little bit better, because that makes the rest of the week better too. But it's just making the watch club a little bit harder to manage. And I haven't gotten any. No, it's not coronavirus. Thank you, thank you, Random 11. But yeah, it's been difficult. So I just wanted to keep you guys up to date with what's going on and ask for some patience continuing. Now that I've stalled for like 5.5 or 6 minutes, let us. Oh, and also my fucking mouse, which I was gonna say has been a tremendous blessing, has just been fucking awful as soon as I moved in here to do the podcast. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to resolve this. I legitimately don't know where the other mouse I was using last week went, or the one that, oh, actually, is it this one on the ground? It sure is. Right on. Okay, let's turn this shit off. Which is, it's really unfortunate because that mouse is so much better. It legitimately has been really good. Okay, this is much better. All right, here we go. All right, that's good. That's good that happened. Okay. So let's go into things. So once again, I didn't actually have this stuff ready because oh yeah, I gotta be used to the fact that this one has the button instead of the middle mouse click. That's the one difference that I like more about this one. So let me just open these up. Let's loosen things up. Wow, my son is playing a harmonica on the next room. That's extremely loud. Everything is going well. All right, so if you guys want to help support the podcast, you guys can do so through the OCA Podcast Patreon. If you want to support the Anime Collector channel, you guys can do so through the Anime Collector Patreon. I appreciate that. Now, regarding Stealth Weeb, I have lots of plans. And this is the thing, is that I've got 4 days off from work a week, assuming I don't pick up an extra shift, which, by the way, I did work Thursday last week, which is also another tremendous reason why the watch club was so hard for me to get through, because I worked that extra day. But I did make a shirt here for Watsunuki's Heaven and Earth shirt using the Tenjo Tenge kanji that I've always sort of harped on all the time. I have plans for a lot more shirts from the series that are actually pretty easy to make. I just have to confirm translations on them. There's one shirt in particular that looks to be a reference to Street Fighter. It says something to the effect of "Back from Alaska, Chun-Li," or something like that. But the thing is that they don't use the proper katakana for Chun-Li. It seems to be like a parody thing where they're adding a couple extra characters to change the pronunciation so it doesn't say Chun-Li, and I have no idea what it's supposed to say. So I'm just looking for some feedback from some native Japanese speakers on that before I can move forward on stuff like that. All right. And then there's actually, there's more designs from Kengan Ashura that I've been meaning to make. There's more designs from Inu X Boku. There's designs from Hentai Prince and the Stony Cat, which actually be pretty simple, and I should probably just jump on those to get them out of the way. And there's more designs from My Hero Academia. It's actually one of the other reasons why I'm behind on I was behind on the Watch Club, is because I caught up with up to episode 17, I think, of season 4 of My Hero Academia, because I'm going to see the movie next week, and I wanted to be up to date as far as I could be and sort of reintroduced to the hype. And by the way, I'll just say that show is amazing, and the writing is so good. And I'm constantly being reminded how bad the watch clubs are compared to like tremendously well-written shows. As a discussion that FDDNM and I sort of had in our chat about bad writing, like last night or whatever, we'll sort of explain that the writing in My Hero Academia is remarkably good in terms of characters being very well written. You never have that moment where they're like, why didn't they use this power? You know, like Horikoshi's very good at planning things out.
Yeah.
And even to the point where I would say that characters' powers are being used in ways I didn't even think of because he's thought them out that well. You know what I mean? Anyway.
I'm going to say one thing, regarding the quote-unquote spoiler that I think is going to happen in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that's been around since day one.
Okay. Well, I actually read an article that was posted on Funimation's website saying, what do you need to know before going into the movie? And they basically said nothing.
Yeah.
You don't even have to be caught up with the show. As long as you know the concept of the show and you've seen at least an episode, that you should be able to go into it. Now, they didn't seem to have seen the movie, the person who wrote it.
Well, no. I mean, it makes sense if what I'm thinking is what's going to be spoiled, which I was kind of spoiled on myself, which I know what what I'm thinking about is what it could be. That fits in line with what I'm thinking about. It's not going to really ruin much for you.
Well, I'll just say that the article that they wrote seemed like it was from the perspective of, here's my reasoning why Japan wouldn't be dumb enough to make a movie that spoils a show that's still ongoing. But they didn't have any actual proof.
Even though they kind of did that already.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the counterpoint to it. But I'm gonna see the movie regardless because I had a great time with dude. Random 11 is saying episode 13 was one of the best episodes. That whole arc, I saw so many people tweeting when the series was coming out because I like to marathon, and that is a great show to marathon, by the way. But while I was leading up, while the episodes were coming out and people were watching week to week, people, I think even Justin Safakos was saying disappointed in how they handled the overhaul arc. I'm like, if you're disappointed, I'm glad I'm not reading the manga because that arc was amazing in the anime. They did a remarkable job handling the concept that they put forth and everything. I loved it. Episode 13, I don't recall exactly which episode that is, but I think episode 9 is the one where they sort of cover the backstory of Kirishima, and that's a character. That's a character that Duo and I talked about in the last first impressions we did for the My Hero Academia 2 Heroes movie, where he said. He doesn't have a good power. And I said, no, it's not that he doesn't have a good power. It's just not thematically impressive at all to watch, right? Compared to the other powers. They addressed that exact thing in the show with him sort of being, I guess, insecure about his power. And then he has thematically amazing changes to his power that are so cool to look at, right?
Yeah, that was awesome in the manga.
Amazing. Just
that was so detailed in the manga. I love that.
So awesome. So that was, I think, episode 9. And I thoroughly enjoyed that one. Episode 10 was great too. And then, oh my God, just the actual battle with Overhaul. Such an incredibly good power. I will say this though. The thing with Eri, that they were using her to manufacture stuff was the most obvious twist ever, except that her actual quirk being really different than what you would think it would be saves it. It completely saves the obviousness of them using her. It was such a great story. So well put together. Anyway, back to actual podcast topics here. So, not last podcast, but I think the podcast before that, I decided to just completely skip covering this. And I feel like it might be worth actually going into this. I'm not going to cover this one. I keep hitting that wrong middle mouse button because I'm switched mouses. This is the one that says Kitchener Comic-Con details years of harassment from SJWs. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and skip this too and not talk about it again as we didn't before. I do want to show you this because I think that this really hits the nail on the head about what's sort of happening. So this person's Squally, who is at Squallykins or Squally_kins on Twitter if you want to check them out, said, their Twitter bio says, adventures of their name, clearly of age, media designer, decent actress, terrible tap dancer, send memes, hashtag I stand with Vic. I think the clearly of age thing is a reference to them being one of the people that they accused Vic of being underage, all that bullshit, right? Anyway, but they said, when is someone going to come out and say what this really is all about? It isn't about Vic, but about a clique of con runners asserting themselves as oligarchy of anime authority, where the runners are in the studio's pocket, and you either think the way they do or die. Wherein, and then they posted this thing here. Well, it looks like things might get interesting. Just heard that 2 separate Anime North staffers were talking with the directors of Kitchener Comic-Con today. Revealed that they were told in no uncertain terms that if they attended or supported Kitchener Comic-Con, they'd be banned and blacklisted from any and all Anime North events. Apparently, one of them also... Oh, damn it, FDDNM just dipped out again. Apparently, one of them also said that Anime North was going to, quote, make an example out of Kitchener Comic-Con, saying that they want to send a message to any conventions in their area of influence that are considering inviting Vic Mignogna. Weird that this comes to light after a Toronto cosplayer made a video rambling about multiple issues, but musing about how there should be a, quote, governing body for conventions. Seems like Anime North thinks they already are that. So I do think that this plays a big role in what's going on. I don't actually know all the details, but again, I am playing catch up with the podcast so hardcore right here. But the thing here is that, as they said here, you either think the way they do or die. That is the gatekeeping that media, news, entertainment, academia, that's how this works. That's why it becomes the thought bubble of non-conservative or Vic Mignogna Christian conservative type thinking, right? And that's how they gatekeep people out and create bubbles where only they are allowed to thrive, right? So this is very true. I think that there's definitely some truth to that. I don't know specifically about this thing that they linked here, but she goes on to say, wherein they make the excuse of the purity of the anime community to enact their militaristic rules on staffers, artists, vendors, and attendees. They can claim inclusion in one breath, then blackball people with the next because they dare to threaten, question, or challenge their authority. They claim Vic is the monster, yet ignore countless other guests behaving worse because Vic is the figurehead of professionalism and has never let them push him around and never allowed himself to be controlled by their one worldly views. Anyway, so I think that she's really right on the mark here, and I want to come back to this idea in a moment with something else we're going to talk about. But I do want to acknowledge Stan Dolan tweeted this out today. Not a good sign when your personal doctor drives you to the ER. Yeah, buddy, the long wait begins. Now, again, Stan Dolan is the founder of KawaiiCon. He is also the one that was mentioned in Monica Rial's story as the witness. The witness who said, yeah, that didn't happen. So I'm not sure. I believe did he have a sworn affidavit? Do you remember? I don't think he did. I can't recall though. But what I'm getting at is that in the event of appeals, which are in the works, I'm not so sure that I wonder how it'll go if the witness is in critical condition, can't testify, or has died. You know what I mean? So this is something that we're going to be paying attention to, and I'll hopefully be able to keep you guys posted on how he's doing. I don't even know what's wrong with him. I don't know, but we'll just have to go ahead and see. Obviously, I think his health takes precedent over the lawsuit for sure. But I'm just saying that it could throw things for a loop. It'll be interesting to see how this affects how the lawsuit plays out.
Am I connected?
You sure are, and you sound clear. Now you're
as soon as you guys responded, you guys broke up.
Oh.
God damn it. Here I am trying so hard to make this podcast happen on a Tuesday. And it doesn't even matter now. So let me address your Random 11's commentary. He says episode 13 was one of the best episodes regarding My Hero Academia. When the song kicked in, just great, right? Kicked in. 13 is the English song kicks in right before the main battle, or well as the battle. Okay, so 13 is the episode where the English song kicks in right before the main battle, or well as the battle starts. The Kitchener Comic-Con thing is so weird. It brought the whole Vic thing to my backyard. Yeah, where is Kitchener Comic-Con? I thought it was I thought it was in the U.S. and then for some reason I thought it was in Canada.
In Kitchener.
Where is Kitchener? I thought it was like a city in like Kentucky or something. So that bit is old news and was debunked. Well, now this is weird. I don't know. An Anime North staffer conversation
in Ontario.
Call. Anime North does not care if you staff Kitchener Comic-Con. So I'd like to, if you could link me to some stuff on that, it would be great to, if hopefully next week.
Kitchener's in Ontario. If I'm connected still.
You are. Sorry, I was going to address. Yeah, so it is. That's what I had heard. It was in Canada, and I just, for some reason, I just thought it wasn't. For some reason, yeah. Random One says Southern Ontario. Okay, awesome. All right, I'll check it out, and we'll come back to this in the next podcast if I have more time to stay on top of it. So, we got some deaths in the anime community to mourn real quick. I'm going to also open the coronavirus news. Which is getting very weird. I also didn't have much time to cover this, to research and all that, but we got some fucking weird stuff to discuss. So let's go back to. There I'm dragging. I think it's because I opened up like 30 tabs. Even my webcam is not displaying properly. I wonder how it looks for you guys. Okay. And again, thank you, Random11, for posting that link. I'll check it out. So, veteran Seiyu Hisashi Katsuda dies at age of 92. Hisashi Katsuda, who has voiced characters in such esteemed works as Astro Boy, Ginga Eiyu Densetsu, and Lupin III, has passed away 6 weeks before his 93rd birthday. Now, not to diminish his roles or anything, his work, his life's work, but he voiced 2 characters in Lupin in episode 72 of Lupin III Part 2. And most of his work appears to just be bit parts in one episode or something. Mm-hmm. So it's weird that they bring up Lupin III as if he was somebody important, right? Like, one of the main cast or something like that. But he literally just played 2 characters in episode.
Yeah, other than those main 5, everything else is just bit parts. Much.
So like he did play a main character in Astro Boy, right? And some other stuff. Like he actually has played main characters. And I don't know why I'm harping on this so much, but I'm just saying like it wasn't. I mean, obviously I salute him for his contribution to Lupin, but I'm just saying that he wasn't like Goemon or something. You know what I mean? Anyway, all right. But may he rest in peace. Also, 40-year-old voice actor of Inferno Cop, Junichi Goto, passed away in a motorcycle accident. So I didn't know that Inferno Cop actually takes place, or actually is a character in Space Patrol Luluco until I read this article.
Really?
Well, I haven't watched
It's hilarious.
I think I bought Space Patrol Luluco. Like I bought it because of a tweet by Lou Talks Anime. But like he talked it up, so I'm like, okay, I'll check it out, right? But I haven't watched it yet. Anyway, so it's kind of sad. He worked on Inferno Cop, Space Patrol Luluco as Inferno Cop, and bit parts in Ninja Slayer from animation. So he basically worked for Studio Trigger as a voice actor.
Pretty much.
So according to expressway officers who are investigating the crash, Goto came off his motor. Okay, so his motorcycle hit a side rail on a Tokyo expressway. Oh, for some reason I read that like 7 times previously and thought he hit a train rail. Like he was going over a train track and hit it in a weird way and it caused his like bike to flip or something. But no, Tokyo Expressway might mean like a rail, the railing around like a highway.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. Goto came off his motorcycle as the bike collided with a side wall when he was changing lanes on a straight piece of highway on February 24th at 9 a.m. A male driver who witnessed the accident said that Goto had just passed him on his right before the single vehicle crash. Goto was transported from the scene to the nearest hospital where he was pronounced dead. So that's sad again, but I don't have anything to say about it. I probably wouldn't have watched these shows in Japanese anyway. But still,
Inferno Cop is a hilarious show.
I want to see it. Legitimately, I think Inferno Cop looks hilarious. and I really would love to see it. The thing is that I'm not a Studio Trigger fan, and every time I give them a shot,
it's like Flash. It's like Flash animation. It is
but that's what's funny about it.
Yeah.
It hits something in the way of the shitty YouTube quality.
Yes.
Like if you guys haven't seen it, Duo Review has another channel called Duo Stuff that's basically becoming his main channel. He has mastered shitty YouTube quality to a level that I will never be able to hit. I talked to him about this in the car after
I saw your tweets earlier.
Yeah, you probably saw them, but I talked to him about, there's this thing I learned in school where my typography teacher said that the amateur is more free than the professional to create, because the professional knows all the rules. And that's exactly why I won't ever be successful at YouTube, because I know all the rules. I can make things look good, and yet making them look shitty, as he did in his Sonic Racing video he just put up, is why they're good, why they're embraced and funny and stuff. Anyway, but yeah, so this show seems to be capitalizing on that and doing it quite well. Anyway, but enough of this. Also, I don't know what it is about people dying, but I have such a hard time talking about this. I don't know. You guys can clearly tell that I can't show proper respects because I don't know. It's just awkward for me. So sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful to this.
There's too much laughter in the reading of an obituary.
It's just hard for me. I don't know what it is. Let's talk about the coronavirus. So the Pokemon collectible card game, or trading card game rather, championship was canceled in Kyoto, and Sanrio Pro Land closes due to coronavirus outbreak. Kojima Productions cancels GDC 2020 appearance over coronavirus.
Ooh.
Which is weird because GDC I think is in Anaheim or whatever. I don't know. That's where E3. No, E3 is in Los Angeles, right? They do that at the LA Convention Center. Yeah, I don't know where GDC is anymore. I don't think I've ever gone to GDC. Anyway, coronavirus crisis closes the Ghibli Museum until March 17th. Oh yeah, Versus is saying, I wonder if they'll cancel the Olympics this year because of the coronavirus.
Ooh.
Greenline 743 says Little Witch Academia was pretty good. So I watched the Kickstarter things from that, and I thought it was just okay. But let me put it this way. I didn't care for the first episode of Gridman upon my initial watching when I did the first impressions. There was a lot of things I did like about it that I did verbalize in that video. But the thing is that I just wasn't behind certain things on it. But in subsequent viewing of even just the first episode, I have liked it tremendously more. And I'm very excited to get to sit down and perhaps do that show for a watch club, because I'm very interested in where it's going. Anyway, and all the F's in the chat. That's nice of you guys. That's what I wish I could just verbally do that and be okay. Like have that end my weird awkwardness with people dying. Also, if Hall & Oates dies, I'll never get over it. Yes, I'm going to address that in a minute, old man. Or just ban the Chinese people for the Olympics. So it's unfortunately, it's gotten so much worse than just China. Which we'll talk about in a minute. Oh yeah, as you said there, that's racist and it's affecting more than just Chinese people, or is it? Okay, all right. So let me get through this. Okay, so coronavirus cancels Bang Dream events, Final Fantasy remake event, and more. So the point is that events are getting canceled, and I'm just covering them. Chinese people hand out free surgical masks in Japan as coronavirus outbreak continues. Now, there's another article I didn't cover, which I feel like I might be able to just see on the side here. It doesn't matter. A train in Japan was stopped because of a guy coughing without a mask on. They literally pulled the emergency cord and said somebody is coughing without a mask, right? And the thing is that in Japan, a mask, because they are so tightly packed, especially on trains and stuff, this is a protection measure that other countries don't typically employ. And the guy, says it's allergies and whatnot. But they literally stopped the train and they escorted him and the guy who called him out on it and pulled the thing over to talk to like train representative, like the security or whatever. And the guy explained that he doesn't have a mask because there's a shortage due to the coronavirus. And the train was delayed like 3 minutes. which doesn't seem like a long time, but in Japan where they're so punctual with the trains, that can cause people to be late for work when they have to transfer train to train to train, you know? So anyway, but that was big enough news to warrant an entire article on, right? So it looks like, first of all, I wouldn't trust any masks that you're handed off the street for reasons I will get into in a moment. So, an update here from a journalist who says, as something we've known from the beginning, Chinese Communist Party now admits to an internal report showing the coronavirus did not originate from the Huanan, I think he meant Hunan, or whatever, or no, Huanan, yeah, not Wuhan. Wuhan is the other thing. Food market, as they initially stated, right? And there's a he's quote tweeting this. Many leading Chinese scientists are starting to speak out and say that the coronavirus originated at a government bioweapons research facility in Wuhan, rather than the widely held belief that it emerged from the city's seafood markets. Called that shit weeks ago. Thank you for that. All right, so let me continue here. So, and this is fucking fantastic. So I got a new highlighting app. Which has already failed me, apparently. And it sucks. Like, I'm going to try to do it right now. It looks fucking horrible. It didn't even work. Fucking fantastic. So it lost the highlight anyway. All right, so let me just go through this. This podcast... Oh, God. We need your support more now than ever. This is so fucking... I'm so sorry for how terrible this is. I can't believe how bad this is. So a Japanese high school teacher is now confirmed to have the coronavirus. She worked a full week while having symptoms and a fever. Now, the thing about the coronavirus is that you can have it it has an incubation period of almost a month that you can be spreading it around without showing any symptoms. Okay? And apparently also you are contagious even after you heal from it, if you actually survive it, right? And I think that, for the record, I think a lot of people are going to survive it. And there's a lot of like fear mongering or false information. Like, that's just how this spreads. Every time there's the swine flu, the bird flu, you know, all that bullshit happens. Everybody freaks out about it. And then it turns out to be nothing. But I think that this is different personally. Now, I haven't had a chance to look into this that much, but when I was working for a group of chiropractors when the H1N1 shit happened, there was some real bad shenanigans with the vaccine manufacturers utilizing the mass hysteria about it to force through vaccines without following proper procedures and getting them approved like months ahead of time. I mean, they had a period with which they're supposed to go under scrutiny, and they were just throwing that out the window. So there's a lot of stuff that you should be skeptical about regarding these things. And of course, if you guys don't know this, I actually left California because of SB 277, Senate Bill 227, or 277. Yeah, 277, which is vaccine mandate. And the reason that I'm not okay with that is because it creates this incredible opportunity for corruption. Because as I saw when I was working for these chiropractors with the stuff we were looking at with the H1N1 stuff, if you better mouse fund, the mouse is fine now. it's everything else that's wrong. But the thing is that regarding the corruption, if you mandate vaccines, you have a guaranteed dollar amount in that state and potentially in a country if you do it there. You have this guaranteed dollar amount of customers. That means that, like, if these people are forced to get a certain level of vaccinations, with only a sliver of people being exempt, right, then you have a guaranteed dollar amount in your pocket that you can expect. And what that creates is this corruption opportunity where people are going to start putting through more and more and more vaccines that aren't even necessary for the sake of bottom line, you know? So that's actually why I left California. That's one of the major contributing factors, because I didn't feel comfortable with that. Now, I'm glad I left for a lot of other reasons now, because it has continued to go down the shitter, but that, like, legitimately is something that I was deeply concerned with. It has nothing to do with my own personal philosophy about vaccines. It's largely about the corruption opportunities that I didn't feel comfortable with the direction it was going, because with the people I worked with, they were at the courthouse and they were there bringing up points on why this was a bad idea and all these things. And like the legislators were listening to them, and they were being sold on the arguments that the people I worked with were making. And then they would have one of the like Merck and the different vaccine manufacturer lobbying people would be back there, and they would literally whisper in their ear, and then all of a sudden the course of everything would change, and they basically had a, so Random 11 asks me if I'm an anti-vaxxer. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I don't care. I'm not lobbying for a ban of vaccines or telling anybody that they shouldn't get vaccinated. I don't care. Now, I have my own reasons for not vaccinating my daughter, and it's because I did all my research on everything and found that for every vaccine that they have, there is an alternate treatment that is marginally the same effectiveness if you actually get any of the diseases that they're attempting to prevent you from getting through the vaccine, right? So I have my own reasons for it, but again, I don't care if you guys want to vaccinate your kids or whatever. I think that you should investigate it and educate yourself, but I'm not telling anybody, like we need to stop this, blah, 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 any of that stuff. It's just that's not something that I'm on board with. I think that the quote unquote anti-vax community is largely based around hysteria. I do think that there is science that suggests that it's not. See, the thing that I dislike about it, I don't want to get too off into the weeds about this, but the thing I dislike about it is that they use the same sort of language that climate change alarmists use. The science is settled; they're safe and effective, but it's a diffusing of actually answering questions. And the thing is that there's just more to it than that. There's just way more to it than that, and it's so complicated that you have to do your own research. That's the bottom line. Okay, so I don't care about people vaccinating their kids. I'm not going to tell anybody not to do it. I found reasons why I didn't want to do it, and I found reasons why I thought it would be better in the long run to not do it for my daughter. And I got to be honest, I'm tremendously happy I didn't, because that girl is like smarter than me. She's so fucking smart. She makes my son look like an idiot because she's years old and she's using language that I just can't even believe that a kid her age is capable of doing. So anyway, but I just, like I said, I have my own reasons for it. I don't care if anybody else is going to do it. I'm not calling for a ban on vaccines or anything like that. I think that would be disastrous personally, because the thing about vaccines, they work around something called herd immunity. And I can benefit from not vaccinating my daughter because of herd immunity, and it's not a big deal. But the thing is that the untested thing is if everybody stopped doing it, then we probably would suffer some consequences. Yeah. So I'm not anti-vax. I'm not part of that crowd. And I think, like I said, it's based around a lot of hysteria. And the worst thing about it is that when people try to research it, you get like the Rob Schneiders and the weird people that don't actually really know a whole lot of the science behind the changing of like why, because the thing about the science behind vaccines is that the science is sound. It's not about whether or not it's doable. It's about the preservatives and the things that they use in it that are, like, for instance, you got two vaccines. The vaccines that the political elite get, they're probably completely safe. But the vaccines that they put on ice for everybody else, those ones start to deteriorate in quality. And when we're talking about these ones, in the hypothetical sense of what everybody's getting, but everybody else is actually getting these ones, that's where things get a little bit tricky, because it's all about how language works and understanding the intricacies of like the actual pipeline through which it goes from getting created to into your body and how that works. It's just it's too complicated. I'm not going to get into it. But again, I don't consider myself anti-vax or part of that crowd.
Minor thing I want to add on.
Go ahead.
A lot of those quote unquote ones everyone gets aren't even for the current flu strain.
Oh no, that's the thing about. So you're talking about the flu shot, right?
Yeah, like a flu shot, like just a flu shot. It's not even like that's constantly changing.
No, they predict the strain, and the CDC admits that they've actually never once predicted accurately. So I will say this: don't get the flu shot. Don't get the flu shot. It's not worth it. Okay, I will say that. I will argue that one is not worth it. But anyway. So regarding the mouse thing, you said you have an issue with Logitech. You've had no issue with Logitech using one now. So the one I'm using is the one I was using previously. This is a Logitech. I wonder if this actually so the issue I have with this double clicking is it was double clicking a lot. And Old Man says, I have the G602 Performance MX and both double left click. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm using. Yeah, that's why. And Randall Blunt says flu shot is free up here. Yeah, I still wouldn't recommend you get it. That's all I'm saying. And the thing, here's the thing. You are actually more likely to get sick if you get it because it compromises your immune system. That's the thing that's so fucking dumb about it, is that when you get the flu shot, it literally introduces a live virus into you that you're supposed to be able to defeat and get better. But the thing is that it actually compromises your immune system. So the actual virus that is going around, you're more likely to get it. It's dumb. Don't get it. It's not, it actually doesn't make you, it's better. You're better safe than sorry if you don't get it. They've never once actually been accurate. Anyway, getting off this topic and back to coronavirus. And Old Man says they use the same switch internally regarding the two mice. So the thing about the mouse that I got, this was like $14 or whatever. It's extremely cheap compared to this one. I think was like 30 to 60. I can't remember. But this one has fucking batteries, and this one is a fucking plug-in and use. Like I have to charge it, and it's like the battery. That battery keeps getting worse and worse over the years, you know. Right. So anyway, this one I can just replace and have the what they claim is a year-long battery life, but we'll see. Versus Seat says I got a flu shot and ended up watching Ori Emo. I'm not weird. It was the flu shot, I swear. I mean, I'm not going to claim you're weird for watching Ori Emo. I haven't watched it, but I'd be eager to. I do own it. Anyway, so here's the thing here. So back to this. So this is the thing here.
Flu shots make you interested in
here. What's up?
Flu shots make you interested in incest. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Oh, dude. So like I said, I'm not anti-vax. I have been working with chiropractors, and a lot of them are anti-vax, and they are hardcore anti-vax to the point where they promote talking points that are absurd, that are just straight up absurd to me, like children who don't vaccinate or children who aren't vaccinated don't masturbate or something like that, like all sorts of weird stuff. Like, so I'm totally understanding where you guys are coming from about the anti-vax stuff. Like, trust me, I know. Okay, I'm just saying that I did enough of my own research to find out that there are some reasons why you may pause and reconsider. And in fact, I did, and I realized that worst case scenario for everything that I could vaccinate my kids for, there's an alternative treatment that it has been ranked as marginally just as effective. You know, so why even take the risk? You know. So anyway, back to this. So the thing about the Japanese high school teacher is that this teacher is in her 60s, right? At a public junior high school east of Tokyo and has been confirmed to be infected with the virus. She showed symptoms of nausea while teaching in Chiba Prefecture. So I talked in the last podcast about how, like, I legitimately feel like we aren't grasping how severe this can become. Because if it's true that it's 5 times more likely to affect Asian males than any other group, then we are going to watch. Japan is going to collapse. I mean this specifically about Japan. Korea probably will too. China's going to collapse for a lot of reasons, but I think that Japan in particular will collapse because of their aging population. This is such a big issue. Now, the thing is that if the death rate, especially among the elderly, is extremely high, Japan isn't going to have enough people left over in order to maintain their civilization. You know, like that's going to be an extremely rough transition. Extremely rough. Their economy is going to collapse. Everything is just going to absolutely collapse. We're probably going to see if this gets out of hand, right? And we're in like a 2-week window right now where some pretty hardcore measures need to be taken, including probably canceling the Olympics, right? That is something that probably legitimately, if we're being honest, should happen. Right. But if this doesn't, get taken care of, if countries don't go on absolute lockdown, then we might see a lot of anime series next year get postponed, delayed, canceled, directors dying, artists dying. That very well could happen. Now, as I said, I was pointing out here, this is a teacher in her 60s, but actually a 20-year-old female in Hokkaido is in serious conditions in the ICU and on ventilator unconscious. 8 new cases of the new type coronavirus. Gundam references abound. The new type coronavirus were confirmed at the evening of the 23rd. Of these, a woman in her 20s is unconscious and is in critical condition. Now, the thing about Japanese people is that they have astonishingly weak compositions when it comes to illnesses, right? You see this in anime all the time. They've got anemia. They've got all sorts of different things caused by diet and all sorts of things where they're just constantly sick. Look how many times different manga creators are on hiatus and everything because of one reason or another. They're always going to be younger people in there, but that are more susceptible to different diseases and whatnot. But the point is that this woman is unconscious. Like, she's in like a coma in the ICU and on a ventilator, right, from this virus. So I just cannot stress enough how big of a deal this is. And then, of course, the Japan Times said, Hokkaido reports 4 more coronavirus cases for a total of 30, surpassing Tokyo for most in Japan, right? Now, on top of this, here's where we get, well, actually, we're going to skip this. Iran says 12 dead from new virus, rejects higher death toll. So there's going to be a lot more of this. I'm not going to touch base on this just yet. There's a lot more to that, though. Okay, what's going on here? Okay. U.S. military in South Korea raises risk level to high due to coronavirus, says someone who visited Camp Walker's Post Exchange on February 12th and February 15th tested positive for coronavirus. So, why is this a big deal? Oh, and of course, my fucking highlights are gone. That's just fucking wonderful. So, church is on alert of dangerous cult. Shincheonji on takeover mission. Why am I sharing this article? So, here's how the church, this cult, the Shincheonji cult works. Churches in New Zealand are being warned of a South Korean-linked group accused of being a religious cult that infiltrates churches and uses, quote, real deceit to recruit members. Members of the group, also known as Shincheonji Church of Jesus, the Temple of the Tabernacle of the Testimony. That's a terrible name. The Temple of the Tabernacle of the Testimony, or SCJ for Shincheonji Church of Jesus, believe its founder, Lee Man-hee, is the appointed successor of Jesus Christ. They send their people into the church. Some try to get in positions of pastors with the final aim of taking over the church. So why is this important? South Korea is testing 200,000 members of a doomsday church linked to more than 60,000 of its coronavirus cases. So this church, this cult here, they are like purposefully infecting other cultures, including Iran. They're sending like death missionaries out, according to what I've seen so far. I haven't read this article yet. We're going to read it right now. But they're basically sending death missionaries out to all sorts of different countries and spreading the coronavirus within their like warped ideology. So let's read about this. South Korea will test 200,000 members of a secretive church for the novel coronavirus. That's a weird way to phrase it. After its leader agreed to hand a list of members to the health authorities. As of Tuesday, 10 people had died of coronavirus, and at least 977 have been infected with it in South Korea. Now, if you think about that, that's not that's more than 10%, right? No, that's more than 1%. That's more than 1%. It actually doesn't seem that bad anymore. But still, if like scale that up, that if the entire world had that, like hundreds of millions of people will die, right? If it got to that degree, and because this appears to be government bioweapon manufactured thing, right? That's why I feel a little bit more on edge about it than H1N1 and swine flu and all that shit, right? I do think it's completely ironic that it's 5 times more likely to affect the people that made it, but I don't know. We'll see how this goes. All right, so as of Tuesday, 10 people had died of the coronavirus, and at least 977 have been infected with it in South Korea, making it the worst hit nation other than China. About 60% of those infected are members of the Shincheonji Church of Jesus, based in Daegu. The Korea Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said, according to agents France Press and The Guardian. Okay, so another article I read said, Was it this one? Yeah, more than 60%. More than 60% of the coronavirus cases in South Korea are members of this church cult. Now, it's also possible, I want to play devil's advocate for a minute. It is also possible that, because one of the things that the other article said about this cult is that they have this thing where they get you away from your family, just like any cult, just like the Scientology, anything like that. The strategy is get you away from your family and milk all your money, convincing you don't need it, right? So they're talking about kids who gave their entire year's worth of tuition of their school to the cult because they were convinced that they no longer needed an earthly education because the church had brainwashed them in somehow, some way to believe they didn't need it, right? And then, so it's possible that something to do with how this cult controls people in terms of like the ideology and stuff is making them significantly less cautious, not wearing face masks and stuff, It's possible, if we're playing devil's advocate, it's possible that they are being infected at a greater scale because maybe the cult is like, yeah, don't wash your hands. God made germs, something like, to that effect. I don't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate. So, about 60% of those infected are members of the Shincheonji Church of Christ, or Church of Jesus, rather, based in Daegu, the Korea Center. I already read that. The church was set up in 1984 by Lee Man-hee, or however that's pronounced, and now has nearly 250,000 members, mostly in South Korea. Its teachings explicitly predict the end of the world, in which only a few will be saved. So the angle that they're taking here, and again, I'm just playing devil's advocate with the previous thing I said, but the angle they're taking here is that because it predicts the end of the world, that they are embracing that end. Because for what I'm guessing, they're expecting the return of Jesus to come as a result of the apocalypse. So they are actually on, as I said, death missionaries going out there to infect more people to bring about that apocalypse, because they believe, as I'm understanding based on this article, that by doing so they're going to bring about the second coming of Christ or whatever, right? So Lee says he is the second coming of Christ, so I guess that throws that out of the window, and can take 144,000 people to heaven with him on Judgment Day. The church said it would cooperate with officials as long as the identities of its members will be kept secret. We have been actively cooperating with the government to prevent the spread of the virus and overcome the outbreak, Lee said, according to a separate AFP report. All of these will be implemented on the premise that the government takes steps to protect their personal information. The top health official in charge of fighting the outbreak in Daegu acknowledged on Monday that he was a member of the church. Wonderful. A statement from the South Korean Prime Minister's office said it was essential to test all the church members in order to contain the spread of the virus and relieve public anxiety, according to The Guardian. A former member of the cult who acted as Lee's chief interpreter, identified by CNN by the name Kim, I mean, that could be anybody in Korea, told the network it was no wonder the virus spread within the church. They are packed together like sardines in one area, he said, describing the group worship. They are forced to sit line in line, and your knees will literally be touching the other person's knee. Is this like a photo of that? People lined up to buy? Oh, no, that's a completely different thing. He added that members were barred from wearing face masks on the ground. See, this is exactly what I was saying. He added that members are barred from wearing face masks on the grounds that doing so was disrespectful to God. He said members could not miss church for medical appointments or illnesses. So this is also another interesting question. What if the people wearing the hijab in like the Middle East actually survive the coronavirus and it wipes out the rest of the world because they covered their faces? Some gallows humor there.
Well then,
I don't know what it is about death. Well then, time to convert. Is that what you're gonna say? Time to become a hot Middle Eastern mama. You identify that way now. He said members could not miss church for medical appointments or illness. As Business Insiders, oh God, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, reported on Monday, the Korea Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says a 61-year-old woman was a, quote, super spreader in the church. More than 500,000 South Koreans have signed a petition calling for the cult to be disbanded, according to the Korea Herald. I fucking love how they do this. Like, this is the thing about this. Like, this is exactly what we talked about with pedophiles. It's like, just because you don't like them and you try to ban the thing that they like, it be it lolicon or like the child-shaped sex dolls or whatever, they don't disappear just because you got rid of that thing you associate with them. If you get rid of this church, it's not going to get rid of the members, right? And it's like they're still going to have this warped ideology and stuff. They're going to go to the underground. They're going to feel even more persecuted, like their ideology. Like that's one of the things about cults, is that the more persecuted the cult is, the stronger a stranglehold it has on its members, because they have this persecution complex. A lot of religions do, Christianity included, is that the more persecuted you are, the more you buy into your previous belief, right? Because every religion like predicts that persecution is going to happen, and it's going to get worse and worse, right? So in a scenario like this one, I think this will actually just make fucking things worse, right? Mm-hmm. On Friday, South Korean Prime Minister Chung Se-kyun, or however that's pronounced, said South Korea had failed to stop the virus from spreading across the country, and officials had begun to focus on containment. Daegu's 2.5 million residents have been asked to stay at home, as Business Insider's Sinead Baker previously reported. I got to say, I'm actually more annoyed with how Business Insider links to their other articles than the way that Sora News 24 does it, where they just have to continually tell you their article was written by this person, right, and everything. Anyway, preschools have been closed, and the military has stopped drafting people from the city. Wow, because they have conscription service in Korea, where you're forced to join the military after high school and before college or whatever. In Daegu, the number of new cases that are being, in fact, even the pop idols, the Korean pop stars, are in the military, which is kind of funny. In Daegu, the number of new cases that are being confirmed by tests is quite large, and if we fail to effectively stem community transmission in this area, there would be a large possibility that the illness spreads nationwide, South Korean Vice Health Minister Kim Gang-lip said Monday. Worldwide, the coronavirus is approaching the definition of pandemic, according to the World Health Organization. I think in the next 2 weeks, it's going to be definitively dictated as being a pandemic. I think that's just my thoughts. Anyway, do you guys have anything you think about this?
Not really, no.
All right, so let me just address some of these chats here. You use a wired mouse? No, the reason I can't use a wired mouse is because I've only got 4 ports, and I use one for the mic, one for the other monitor where I have the StreamYard stuff up, one to keep my thing charging, and one for the Ethernet. So I can't do it. That's why I'm not going to use a wired mouse.
You need a USB hub.
And it's funny though, because I basically just used when I.
No, he knocked himself out of the stream.
Whoops. Remember how I talked about those buttons on the side going well? Now that I've plugged the other mouse in, or I've Bluetooth it, connected it, now the ones that go back and forth on your page views is working on the old mouse. So I just went back to the other part of StreamYard and got kicked out of stream. So so use a wired mouse. I still say the reaction to the virus is going to be worse than the virus. I agree. I do agree, but I think that no matter what, the virus itself is. I think that that's going to happen no matter what you're suggesting there, and that the virus itself is dangerous enough that it should be understood and taken into consideration that this is kind of a big deal, regardless. So anyway, new virus, same great taste regarding the new type joke. New game consoles will be delayed if the manufacturing is all in China. We've already talked on the podcast about certain, like Switch, the new Animal Crossing Switch isn't going to be available on time because of that very reason. It's already becoming every country for themselves. Read about China didn't send medical supplies to the States because they need it. It's so funny to me. It's so funny to me. I said this. I talked about this. I told you guys the next world war is going to happen in your lifetime. I said, didn't I say like 10 to 20 years? I gave myself a big window. I said, this is going to happen. This is the bullshit that causes countries to do this. And it's like, we have such a blessing that we have Orange Man in president seat who was run on America first, because this is fucking exactly what's necessary in this exact situation, right? It's so funny. Everybody's talking about his travel bans and stuff. It's like, well, look, you know what? I mean, it's kind of good that of all the people that ran, the literal person that's in the presidency right now is the person who's already willing to travel ban everything, right? Now we'll just have to see, because this is also an election year. This is just, I love being able to sit back with such cynicism and just enjoy the show. You know what I mean? I'm kind of ready to die.
Could you
for
imagine
like the
if we had
40 years of my life?
Can you imagine if we had open borders right now?
Oh yeah, it's just like so fucking funny. The irony of it is, it's like I can't even with how funny it is to me. An article about a hospital in New York, I think, talked about how they're not getting supplies. Yeah, because again, we moved all manufacturing to China. That's what America did. That was our great plan under Bill Clinton, to open up trade with China, and then all of our manufacturing went over there. Great fucking job, right? So we don't even manufacture the medical supplies that we need in our country, and therefore we're now suffering because of globalism. Great fucking job, guys. Fan-fucking-tastic. Your platitudes got us nowhere but closer to death. So these cult members sound like the cult in video game Dead Space. The Church of Unitology worshipped the Maker. The Maker created insanity and the undead. Get a USB hub. I mean, I actually did buy one when I first got this laptop, and literally none of the ports worked, and I sent it back and got my money back. So World Health Organization came out and said they no longer use the category of pandemic, so they will not declare it as a pandemic. Okay, I believe the reasoning for that is because of the hysteria that causes. I think that by the old definition of pandemic, I'm saying it probably will actually definitively reach that realm. That's just my personal belief on it. Yeah, Corona got him when I accidentally hit back page on my thing. The whole world is becoming this is a fine dog in a fire. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is fine. The dog in a fire. By the way, can I just toot my own horn for how fucking amazing my thumbnail for the Gunsmith Cats Kickstarter controversy video is, using that meme with Raleigh and Minnie Mae in the kitchen or whatever. Anyway, and then fucking Amanda Winley on the table with the Wojak meme. 80K, 75K. All right, anyway. I had a lot of fun making that. I love making the podcast thumbnails. It's one of my favorite things to do for the channel. All right, so Twitter moderators might become arbiters of truth. There's no reason for these for it to have been turned off, but just to be sure, because none of these are blurred out, even though they don't need to be. Anyway, so Twitter moderators might become arbiters of truth. Twitter has been testing one possible iteration for a new system meant to prevent, quote, misinformation, which consists of moderation teams being able to decide which tweets are true or false and bound to be horribly misused. Moderators in the future might soon be able to might soon be able to label tweets they take issue with as being, quote, harmfully misleading, limiting their visibility and undermining public trust in them. Moderators will also earn points according to how closely their decisions match those of the, quote, broader community, ensuring that groupthink becomes prevalent and pesky dissenting voices are silenced. Oh, yeah, my wife is texting me and I'm supposed to answer her. Sorry, hold on. Sure. Hold on. I don't think we have enough mayonnaise for that. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right, I have to get back to it. All right, so she wants to know if we should make all. So you guys remember that my fridge wasn't working a couple podcasts ago?
I
So
remember.
the repair guy comes out, and he was like panicked. The way that I sometimes get kind of like almost like hyperventilating on the podcast, where I'm talking super fast because I'm like I have too much anxiety about something, namely that too much caffeine, whatever. He was like panicked over the fact that he had no idea what was going on with our freezer. And he was trying to sell me on some real bullshit excuses he was making up that was like trying to make it how the fridge works going over my head to the point where I would just trust him. And I was like trying to give off the impression that I trusted him so that I could just get him to fucking leave my house at that point. But literally he straight up said, I don't know why your fridge isn't working. Because he's like, what I had done is I went and got ice and dry ice to keep the stuff from spoiling. Because that's obviously my main concern is I don't want to lose all this food I paid for, because my landlord isn't going to cover that if he has to get the repairs covered or whatever. So he like has a gun that's scanning the temperatures, and he's like, see, I don't know what's going on because everything right here is the proper temperature. And I'm like, yes, but everything up here is melting, like, and then we had like my wife open up the taquitos yesterday that were on the top shelf where everything is like not working properly. And they're like soggy. When she pulls them out instead of still frozen, like everything is thawing in my freezer, and that's happening right now. So my wife is going to make all the chicken that's in there in order to have it made, and we're just going to turn it into like a chicken salad or whatever. But that's why I'm like, we don't have mayonnaise. Anyway, back to this. All right, so yeah, my fridge is not fixed. He left having no idea what was wrong, and I guess I'm just supposed to deal with it. And then the fridge was fine. For the record, it was fine after that, and then it was not fine again. So, all right. I'm giving you a great talking fast example of that thing I was talking about right now. Okay, here we go. So a leaked demo shows the warnings in action with a carefully selected screenshot designed to show moderators questioning figures on both sides of the political spectrum. Cynics may note that the left-wing figure whose tweet is labeled as, quote, harmfully misleading happens to be Bernie Sanders, whose focus on attacking big corporations was say what?
Nothing. I was just laughing.
Yeah, we'll talk about this in a second. Labeled as harmfully misleading happens to be Bernie Sanders, whose focus on attacking big corporations as opposed to demonizing the working class and exploiting racial and gender divisions has made him an acceptable target for sections of the media that usually favor his party. So here's the like the examples they had. I can't even read these; they're like so low resolution. There's Bernie Sanders, Anand Raghunathan, or whoever that's pronounced, and Kevin McCarthy. So I don't know who this is, but this is the at GOP leader. So I guess that's important. So this is basically like what they did with YouTube to battle conspiracy theories, where if your video is about, let's say, 9/11, then they put that stupid thing that's like, what do you call it? Like it has like the Wikipedia entry for 9/11 underneath it to let you know the truth, the established truth about things, right? That's basically what this is, except it's for Twitter, right? Now, I do want to address the fact that, again, it is Bernie Sanders, and exactly what they said here, that he is an acceptable target for sections of the media that usually favor his party. So the potential for abuse of power will be clear to many, especially in light of undercover operations in Silicon Valley that claim to have exposed extensive political bias against Twitter amongst Twitter staff, including unwritten rules that conservative users should be under greater scrutiny than liberal ones. American broadcaster NBC, to my extreme surprise, has noted that the new policy has conveniently come to light in time for the 2020 American presidential election, meaning that Twitter's most controversial user, Donald Trump, may find his post buried under a deluge of orange labels, which I thought was also a great way to end this sentence. Right. Anyway, so here's the thing. Whoops. So I will say this. Obviously, this is a fucking horrible idea. YouTube or Google specifically, in these Silicon Valley thing, they have undercover leaked footage or whatever, or not even undercover, just footage that was leaked of a meeting at Google where they talk after the 2016 election about how they have to be better to prevent that from happening again. Meaning someone like Trump getting in the White House, right? So I just kind of want to point out here. Now, first of all, I'm not going to vote for Bernie Sanders, namely on the grounds that he tanked on at the Fed. I would not support him. Also, mainly because socialism is a collectivist ideology. I oppose collectivism at my core because I'm an individualist. But the thing about this that I want to point out for anybody who does support Bernie Sanders is I want you to pay attention to the fact that everything that they tried against Donald Trump, they're also trying to Bernie Sanders, including claiming preemptively that Russia is hacking the election to help Bernie right now. So I just want to point that out, because if Bernie wins, they're going to try to impeach Bernie too, in the same way that they did with Donald Trump. It's going to be the exact same show. I'm just letting you know that right now. And I will say that I think that as I sort of acknowledge the irony and the humor in just like sitting back on the lawn chair, enjoying the show, the shit show, I will say that I think that Donald Trump, the difference between Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, and I think this is important for people to hear, is that Donald Trump fought and Bernie Sanders didn't. And what I mean by that is that, and I think that this is something that if you haven't noticed this yet, and you're a Bernie Sanders supporter, you should really look into this. Go back and look at him after he lost the primary, or rather the primary was flat out stolen from him for Hillary Clinton. And when he gave his endorsement to Hillary Clinton, look at his face. Look closely, because you might notice a gash on his face. Because it seems as though they had to rough him up a bit for him to cave and do that. And obviously, I don't think any of us would put that past Hillary Clinton to rough up an old man. But I think it's important to acknowledge that in the White House, ever since he's been in there, Trump has fought what they are calling the deep state. And I just want to point out that on multiple occasions, Bernie has had his mic taken from him by Black Lives Matter and different groups. He doesn't fight them. He isn't a fighter. And none of his supporters seem eager to do his fighting for him when that kind of stuff happens. And I just want to point out that if Bernie does win, he isn't going to do any of the things that he's claiming. Not because he doesn't want to, but because he's not a fighter. And because the same people who are willing to do this bullshit on Twitter are the kind of people that are going to prevent any of the stuff that he wants to do. I mean, they might give you a bone or two of the things that they kind of already wanted, gun confiscation, whatever kind of shit like that. Like they'll do that. But any of the stuff you actually wanted isn't going to happen, right? And I just think that it's important to acknowledge that the establishment's not going to give up without a fight. And you got to have somebody who's going to fight, or you've got to do the fighting. All right? So, pep talk. Over. All right. Oh, yeah. Old man. You're not going to vote for Bernie? I'm shocked. Shocked! Well, not that shocked. What if I told you Bernie was a huge Lupin fan? What if you told me Hillary Clinton was a huge Lupin fan? It's not going to change. Sankaku was smart to make their site half news, half hentai. Step up your game, mainstream. Oh my god! Oh god! Thank you, babe. Oh god, that's good.
Now, who would do that first? Let me see. It's not going to be CNN. Not going to be NBC.
Well, so Fox kind of did that with all of their female news anchors, right? Where they like do the pencil skirts and like the tables where you're looking at their legs and stuff, right?
Yeah.
They kind of did that. Oh, that's good.
Maybe
right.
the Blaze would do it.
Oh, actually, in Russia, didn't they have a news program where they had the anchor strip on the news? Wasn't that a thing?
I don't know.
That was the thing. I swear. No, I don't remember if it was Russia.
I know that's a thing in Japanese porn where they do it.
No, but, like legitimately, they started a failing news channel started having their anchor strip on television, and it became like the top rated like news organization in over like the month, right? Like just in a week, like the ratings went from like in the toilet to just off the charts because they did that. I remember that. That was years ago, like maybe 10 years ago now, where that was a thing. Oh, that was funny though. All right. So anyway, let's do pickups. Reese, you want to share your pickups real quick?
Hang on a second. News.
Okay. All right, I'll go first.
I just looked up Russian shipping news on Google.
Okay, so old man, I got my copy of Saber Marionette J from you. I lost the bid of the other one, but I'm kind of okay with that. So that's all right. But I just want to thank you for this and your amazing care in shipping it with like even putting one of these on it. I appreciate that. So that's my first pickup here. Now stuff from Hunter. He sent me Kenichi, Earth's Mightiest Disciple. Yeah, that's what, no, yep. The Mightiest Disciple. All right. So this is seasons 1 and 2. Is this? I mean, this is like a cancerous way that it was released. I think we sort of talked about this. I offhandedly mentioned that I wanted that series, and he included it with all the stuff that I wasn't totally completely like paying attention with, because it was not years. It was like months after we had gone through all the stuff and talked about it. But anyway, so there's that. So and then I what's up?
So you like part 1, part 2, season 1, and all of season 2?
And then just all of season 2, yeah. But I think that we had discussed that there's not really an ideal way to get it, right? But anyway, Darling and Franks, part 2. I bought this on eBay, and I'm a little bit concerned that it's a bootleg. Or I was when I bought on eBay because of the price, but I don't know. And I'd have to open it to check and everything. I'll scrutinize the Funimation sticker against another one. The color looks pretty darn good. I have to do that on my own. I'll have to look at it. So there's that. And then I picked up Galaxy High School finally. This is an American show that I believe was animated by TMS. And it was released by Anime Works. So anyway, so that's the thing that I finally picked up. I was reading about it in the good old book here that I've been reading, right? Which I've had. How long have I had this? Like 3 weeks now. I only read it during my breaks at work, but I'm only on page 60 out of like 250. So anyway, I got a couple of convention things here. A Comic-Con documentary from who was it? Who directed this? It was this featuring Stanley and Joss Whedon. Spurlock. Best film yet, as it says. But then I got these 2 other documentaries that just looked interesting. This one called Beep, a documentary history of game sound, which sounds probably really boring to other people, but I'm actually really intrigued at how this works. It says from sound chips to symphony, and I'm really interested how that's gonna. Oh, 2 DVD set features 3 DVD extras. There are 2 DVDs in here. Anyway, and then apparently there was a receipt or a packing slip of something in here. Anyway, all right. So then the last thing I got was another documentary called 8-Bit Generation: The Commodore Wars. Mm-hmm. And then I actually bought Pat Contri of the Nintendo Punk or whatever his channel is. He was on his website. I don't know how involved he was in the production. I imagine pretty involved, but he is selling another documentary that I just picked up, which hasn't gotten here yet, obviously. Anyway, you got your pickups?
I do have pickups. There it is. Kind of a spur of the moment thing yesterday. I went to Best Buy and I saw that time I got reincarnated as a slime part 2 for like $39, which is pretty cheap. I mean, it came out like 3 weeks ago, and I always seeing part 1 at Walmart for like $45. It's like, whatever. So I watched all. Huh?
That does seem kind of high.
45?
Yeah. Is that? I mean, I always buy the limited edition, so I don't really pay attention to those. But
no, they're just like same price on stuff. So, and I watched both of them. I finished this part 2 today. I mean, I've watched the show as it aired, like back in 2018, 2019. Mm-hmm. So I also got One Punch Man Volume 19. So, yeah.
Right on. Okay, so
That's-
I want to. What's up?
Nothing.
Okay, I want to address old man saying he really appreciates it. Me buying the Saber Marionette J. Right on, man. I'm glad to have it. Thank you. Oh, Danny sent me something crazy. You know the thing about Saber Marionette J is that there is a definitive art box version of it that has Saber Marionette J again, and Saber Marionette J to X in an art box that there's only like 500 or 5,000 or something of, and they're signed by the creator, right? You know what I'm talking about? You know about that?
No.
So I never got around to buying that because I hate things that are individually numbered, right? So I like, and also it doesn't come with Saber Marionette R, which is why I didn't buy it in the first place, because it's like really annoying to have the art box and then the extra disc on the side kind of thing. But Danny bought that, and it literally says on the box, signed by yada yada yada, right? There's no fucking signature on his box, and it's still in the shrink wrap and everything. I thought that was really funny. I was telling him, like, that's probably the rarest one out there, no matter what the number is, dude. Like, anyway, all right. So let's get into some news here. We've got Kickstarter news. I'm gonna pull up some extra tabs here. Now, I'll just tell you guys, like I said, I just finished the Watch Club just prior to starting the podcast, so I am quite behind on, like, articles were difficult. I was listening to the show. You'll notice that the images I originally posted on Twitter were taken with my phone of the TV, and the images towards the end were screenshots from the disc, because I downloaded the Blu-ray rip so I could watch it on my laptop while doing articles, while my daughter was watching her TV. Her TV show stuff. So anyway, we're continuing here with the Island of Giant Insects English dubbed final edition. So once again, the cost is pretty darn high, $181, but it doesn't seem like they're going to get there. Now, what tends to happen though is that in that final stretch, oh, my mouse is acting up again. Oh no, I'm just looking at it in the delay on the wrong screen. In the final stretch, like towards the end of the days here, it fluctuates a lot, because oftentimes there's like that last minute push where other industry people start sharing your thing and everything, whatever, so that it starts getting over the hill. So it might get there. Certainly if people actually got over the fact that it costs so much money, it would get over there. If, like, let me put it this way, what I'm saying is, if I convinced you it's not going to get there, so you might as well back it, and then you backed it at $181, and enough people did that, obviously they're going to get there, is the thing, right? Mm-hmm. Now, it probably will be better if they don't get there, because there's actually a thing in here about so was it in the frequently asked questions? No, it was in updates. I think it was in this one. Okay, no, definitely not that one, because there's no others in there. Okay, here it is. This one: Blu-ray design reveal and a Blu-ray only tier. So this is what they had to say. This is what they'll look like, right? We need a more affordable Blu-ray only tier, right? Because this is the problem, is that it's so expensive. This request is a bit harder to answer. We do understand from past experience that Blu-rays are relatively more affordable in Western countries, mainly due to the market simply being bigger. Equals more sales, hence ability to lower prices. However, it does not apply to all anime movie projects, especially to smaller production / budget ones like ours. At this point, it is very difficult for us to expect huge sales. Therefore, we have no choice but to offer it for this price. Surround sound Blu-ray estimated cost around 8,000 yen, approximately $75. Everything up to rank 4. I don't know what that means. Oh, rank 4 is probably the tier prior. Like, these are the things that it comes with. Plus t-shirt and other exclusive items not available anywhere else, and including worldwide shipping, totaling $180. To us, the team, this is currently the best value we can offer, and believe it's well worth it, especially after seeing the package is super awesome too. Meanwhile, the team will constantly be discussing about this topic, and we are always happy to hear what everyone has to say, whether to be positive or negative. Okay, so let me ask you this real quick. RHYS, are you at all familiar with this? Do you know anything about it?
I'm not familiar with it at all.
Okay. Well, I believe it's a movie, right? It's not really anything special. But let me just ask you, and if FDM is watching,
not like just over an hour or something.
Yeah, it's not that long, right? Let me ask you this though. So I'm backing the $180 tier, even though I honestly shouldn't be, and I really don't think they're gonna hit their goal. Let me ask you this though. So they're talking about like the Blu-ray costs this much, everything up to rank 4, plus a T-shirt and other things. It's we can't sell it for less than $180. If it was just a Blu-ray tier, and it was $75 within worldwide shipping, would it be worth it?
Maybe,
right? Like you legitimately might actually pay for it because I don't care about the fucking shirt. I don't care about any of that shit. I'm not gonna wear it.
Go back to the campaign page real quick.
Sure.
Scroll down.
Do you want to see what's in rank 4?
No. I'm talking about the middle. Scroll down. Keep introduction. Okay, why? Go to number 2. Just read that headline.
Okay. More sex and gore in surround sound.
More sex and gore. They had to capitalize that.
So this is an answer of why we need an English dubbed final edition. Okay, so I guess it's the final edition that's going to have more sex and gore.
Also, read that first paragraph under that number 2 one.
Okay. Let me just read the. Let's just read some of this and see what it says. So the current version of the anime movie is already released in theaters in Japan and internationally on Crunchyroll with English subtitles. Why do we need an English dubbed final edition? Number 1, because it's a whole new experience. Obviously, trying to follow the subtitles is a huge distraction that can limit the movie's full expressive and exciting potential. First of all, shut down that dub versus sub debate right there, which obviously they have to, right? Because they're trying to get you to pay for a dub, so they have to take that stance, right? I just think that's funny, especially when the movie is all about fast-paced, visually oriented scenes filled with blood, sex, and gore. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. This does seem to be like a fast-paced horror type thing, so I wouldn't want to be reading subtitles while all that's going on, kind of thing. But I will give them that, right? Not to mention the main character Matsumi's bombardment of insect maniac info. The movie centers its theme on plot on. So as in, that's like when you're watching Monogatari series and there's an entire like screen of just from the top to bottom text in the subtitle, right? Mm-hmm. Kind of thing is what they're getting at, I guess. We're almost certain the movie is so much more. Has so much more to see and feel only if we could allow you the freedom from being glued to the small text at the bottom of the screen, and we want to take you there. Number 2, more sex and gore in surround sound. With the current version, some of the extremely sexy / gory scenes were partially censored from Japanese movie industry ratings, but for this English dubbed final edition, we will get rid of all that for all you sick minds. For all your sick minds viewing pleasure. So, Otaka says it's only 22 minutes. Showing this in theaters. Granted, they did show the Azumanga Daioh 5-minute movie in theaters in Japan.
Oh Jesus! Wait, it's only 5 minutes.
It's literally only 5 minutes. The Azumanga Daioh mini movie.
They just literally just could stand in the aisle while it plays and then just walk back out.
I have to wonder if it was shown in theaters as a part of another movie. Like imagine if the Angela Anaconda intro to Digimon was considered the Angela Anaconda movie or something. I wonder if it's something like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Because they say on like the Wikipedia entry that was shown in theaters in Japan, but I have to imagine there's like an asterisk next to that says before Godzilla movie 38 or something like that.
They had maybe they had like the only reason I would think that like maybe they showed like a best of like maybe 3 popular episodes and then showed the movie.
Yeah, it's funny is like I talked about this in one of my kit videos. The thing about Azumanga Daioh is that you have to own the individual DVDs to even have that special feature with the mini movie because they took it off on the ADV did this weird thing. Just to quickly go through this, I'm sure I've got at least one ADV here, right here. This is a bad example, but ADV, when they would go from having a box set that looked like this to a box set that looked like this, they would, for some reason, compress the last 2 discs into one disc, which actually kind of makes sense now that I think about it, because if my theory on rare DVDs is true about why the second to last and last volume are the rarest, maybe they didn't have enough discs left over to take because they probably had a bunch of discs lying around for the first couple volumes, but they had to remake that last disc to balance it out. That actually makes a lot of sense. I should have covered that. I should have known that years ago when I made that video. Anyway, so all right, so let me get back to this. On top of this, imagine the giant insects buzzing, girls screaming and moaning, and blood and guts splattering all around you. I just want to acknowledge this movie sounds like fucking atrocious, and I kind of don't really want to see it. It sounds horrifying, but I'm still backing it because I want the Kickstarter exclusive stuff. With the successful funding of this campaign, it will allow us to release the movie's first ever Blu-ray disc with 5.1 surround sound. Important note, sorry backers to Japan, we can only offer the Blu-ray to backers outside of Japan due to production team's initial contract terms. Okay, so that's really funny to me because their whole thing is that they, granted they're right, you're not going to get a big order on this, but it's funny that they're saying like, we have to, you have more people in the US, so that's why they cost less. But you can't ship them to anybody in Japan, so like, I don't know, this is fine for me. All right. Okay, so I got another project here to share with you. Linda Project, official English localization. So this is a porno manga doujinshi thing. This one looks like it's actually going to get there. I have not backed this yet. I legitimately do not want to back this one. I did back Vanilla Essence, the work of Yamato, I guess his name is, because it was Kickstarter exclusive stuff from Project H that had like, what do you call it? It was a special printing that was only going to be available through that. But like legitimately, I would love to back this. I just don't want to spend the money. But let me show you. It's actually not horrendously bad in terms of pricing. But here's the reason I really don't want to back it. Now, granted, I haven't actually read any of the Yamato stuff. In fact, they're all still in the shrink wrap. But which was kind of what I had planned from the beginning, to just have them as a collector's item, so that I could say that I had them in terms of like the Kickstarter manga stuff. But the thing is, let me read to you this a message from. So Linda is the mangaka's name. That's what the guy goes by. Hello, everyone. I am the mangaka, Linda. I am thrilled and honored to have been able to collaborate with Push and Mikandi Japan on this project. I have, for about 20 years, mainly drawn adult manga in Japan for publications such as Kairakuten, Penguin Club, Young Animal Arashi, and Weekly Manga Goraku. I have simultaneously been active in many doujin circles as well. Every year, I have released several doujinshi at Comiket. My works are based on my personal interests, Netorare or NTR type works. So that ends I rest my case right there as to why I don't really want to buy this. Because for those of you who weren't following, these doujinshi are all cuck fetish.
You don't throw your spine glass to that.
Yeah. So anyway, but I will tell you that. So if you want to back it, you can get a high resolution desktop wallpaper that you're not going to use. Special thanks from Push, Okani, and Japan and Linda. One digital doujin of your choice for $10. One paperback doujin of your choice for $15. Now, they refer to all of the physical ones as paperback constantly. You're like, okay, well, fuck. Is there going to be a hardcover? Because I'll buy it if there's a hardcover just to have it, you know? But the thing is that I think that they're just letting you know that what to expect. There is no hardcover so far as I saw in at least reading these. Maybe they mentioned hardcover in the I kind of don't want to. I don't want to search hard. I'm on the thing over here for the wrong.
Would you buy a leather-bound hardcover library edition?
Yep. Let's see. It's literally the only time the word hard is used is to say Yamada party's too hard early in the day. Okay, so all right. So let me just zip through this again. Footnum's back. Hey Footnum, do you want this cuck doujin?
Do I want what? You're already breaking up?
we're covering a Kickstarter for a bunch of hentai doujins that are going to be bound as a paperback manga for the first time in English or whatever, and it's all about cuck fetish.
Out of all that,
oh, well, I didn't. All I got was out of all that with yours. So let's no. He doesn't. He does. Wait, who are we talking about? I was wrong. As in
the 22-minute. He was thinking.
Hold on. Otakusa said I found some old ColecoVision games. Old man said my aunt was addicted to Centipede on the ColecoVision. She played that game for weeks trying to beat her score. Otakusa said it's actually 22 minutes, referring to the length of the
Azumanga movie.
No.
That's exactly what he's talking about. That's what that showed up when you were talking about that. Then that's when
he's talking about the length of the previous Kickstarter we were looking at.
No. The plan that thing's 60 minutes or something.
Okay.
He was talking about the Azumanga Daioh thing.
Okay. All right. Since we're gonna have this argument,
he says he was wrong. He admits he was wrong. But then
he goes on to say the OVA is 22 minutes.
That's what he was talking about.
I was wrong.
The Azumanga Daioh movie.
Okay, well, just to confirm it for everyone.
Oh no, I guess he is talking about the insect one.
Yeah, AZ is gonna be over here. Yeah. Oh man, I opened it right at the exact spot. Awesome. All right.
Oh, Island.
Azumanga Daioh. First of all, I just want to acknowledge how fucking enormous that tennis ball is behind them.
He was not. He admits he was not talking. It's 76 minutes for the insect movie.
It says the Azumanga Daioh. It doesn't say 5 minutes on here. I know it is 5 minutes. I'm just saying, but I thought it actually said on the on the thing. Oh, and I have a little pin in here for the.
Oh yeah.
I never even noticed that. All right. Anyway, so yeah. Sorry to waste your time, everyone. Let me find a spot for this down here. All right. Cool. All right. So anyway,
there's an OVA for the Planet Island. Yeah.
So, yeah, I do believe that there is another part of it. Now, I also wanted to acknowledge, and I totally got off topic on this and forgot. When they talk about this, some of the extremely sexy / gory scenes were partially censored for Japanese movie industry ratings. But for this English dubbed final version, we will get rid of all that for you, right? So literally, it's like, oh, wow, we want to get this definitive. All you're doing is removing the layer in After Effects or whatever that had the light beam or whatever. Yeah. Like, great. Anyway.
Cool.
All right, so let me go through it. So this tier has... so for $60, you get a digital copy of all of the previous original doujins that Linda has made, right, in a digital format. For $85, you get more digital and a fucking digital postcard. Who the fuck wants that? Who's gonna spend fucking $25 more for that? Digital postcard. $90, you get the paperback tier. That, you know, honestly, I bet you anything that because it goes from you spend. Actually, no, that makes sense because it would be. All right, I was gonna say $10 to 150% of that would be 60 to 90. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so anyway, if you back the $90 tier, you get the original doujins that they made. But if you back 130, you get all the original in paperback and the new one that they're doing the stupid thing for, right? So anyway, here's an example of the artwork. If you happen to be into the RHYS stuff, I mean, I'm not judging you or anything. I'm just not into that. But
just know we won't judge you.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, the artwork for me is not alluring at all. It's just not at all something that is even appealing. So, and there's also a Dakimakura one if you really want that, and also a fucking giant ass mouse pad one that's like $1,000 for that tier.
Oh, the titty mouse pad.
Yeah, like an enormous extra large one. So yeah, it seems like a waste of money. Personally, I'm not going to back it. At least not at this time. I did set a remind me, didn't I? Okay, cool. I did. I'll see it again in the future, and we might cover it as the next couple of podcasts go and everything. All right, back to live action news. So remember we talked about the Batman Ninja live stage play.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have not watched Batman Ninja. I watched this trailer for it. And I would really love to see it. It's CGI, though. I didn't even know that until I watched this trailer for it. It just looks really good. You guys are into some weird porn mags. I see your backing history. The only one I backed was the Yamaragawa one, and I literally have them all right here in shrink wrap still. I'm trying to figure out if there's one of them I can show you, if I can cover the covers with my fingers appropriately. This one has like, I could do this one if I cover that. This one, as you can see, still shrink wrap. This is literally all I've backed was this and the rest of that thing. I think you're just making jokes. And I'm pretty sure I showed you guys my backing history in a previous podcast. Not necessarily intentionally, but while I was looking for another one, you guys saw. Oh, if you think of my other weird quote unquote porn mag is the what was it called? The Queer Japan Project. The documentary about that shit in Japan that I backed. Anyway, so Versus Seed says, Batman Ninja was pretty fun, not gonna lie. Gets wacky, but you just gotta embrace it. Yeah, it looks fucking funny. Like I just want to see it because first of all, it's fucking cool because they embrace the aesthetic and utilize it's like it meshes really well with the aesthetic of the Joker and Batman and all that, and also the aesthetic of Japanese historical Mugen masks and all that, or whatever they're called. So I think it's really cool. The only thing that it doesn't do is he's got like wooden teeth that are like regular human teeth, whereas these masks used to have like the demon horns coming out all over the place and all that. Post the pics on Discord. I could. I'll do that later for the Yamanagawa stuff. Actually, you know what? I just realized I do. I'm just now noticing one of my manga is missing. So there was a. I'll have to ask my wife about this later. But anyway, yeah. So one of them actually is open because they had like a thing when you were backing it where they had a what do you call it? If they got damaged, like while they were being made, they wanted people to. They gave people the opportunity to buy them for a lower price, like for like a way lower price, just so that they weren't tossing them. You know what I mean? So I did do that, and I'm noticing it's not on the shelf, so I'll have to look for that. Ask my wife where that is. Anyway, so right back to this. I was also surprised to see that Catwoman and Harley Quinn actually made it into this because I again didn't know that. But so the reason I'm sharing this, even though this probably should go into different news, if you go to the one in Japan, they actually have a kunai, like the bat kunai, and also like Joker's fan. So it says tickets are currently on sale online here for premiere week performances priced at $72, which includes your choice of a 15 centimeter, 5.9 inch die-cast Batman kunai ninja throwing knife or Joker folding fan. So nobody, unless they're bringing two people to see this, is actually going to get that fan compared to the fucking kunai. But anyway, we're really on track today. We definitely aren't almost 2 hours into this and barely covered anything. Azuken manga author makes guest appearance in live action adaptation. By the way, I forgot to check if we were demonetized based on the title, so we could switch it to Cockadoodle-Doo House or whatever it was. Anyway, so the Azuken manga creator, who is a well-known Minecraft Let's Player. So this guy tweeted this out. So he's in like the school uniform, even though, what is he, like 26? Okay, he's 26, and he's playing a high school person in this movie. So the thing is, though, and again, my highlights wonderfully didn't get preserved at all. there is a feature film and a TV drama that are both live action that are coming out, and it wasn't clear which one he's going to be in. Maybe he'll be in both. Who knows? Anyway, live action, The Promised Neverland film cast Keiko Kitagawa and Naomi Watanabe. I'm going to let you take this away, Reese.
Yeah. So, man, I took off my screen share. I gotta put my screen share back on. There you are. The heavyset woman behind the one. It's supposed to be this character. So, yeah.
I have to wonder.
Are they white?
Yeah, did they yellow wash? I mean, what do you call
it? Right.
So I think it's funny because, when I discussed, I'm trying to realize. I talked in the last podcast how when I did that recording session with the Real Sharks podcast, Rob over there actually cut up the discussion that we had, and he's making like 4 or 5 segment episodes with it. And I talked about the last one was a discussion about what do you call it? Live action anime adaptations. Mm-hmm. And I don't remember. He might have cut this out, actually, come to think of it. He masterfully cut a lot of stuff out of the Dragon Ball discussion that was, I think, worth it for him to cut out. I don't remember if he cut this out, though. When we talked about the live action Ghosts in the Shell, and we talked about the stupid whitewashing nonsense, and I talked about the Attack on Titan one. He brought up Attack on Titan at some point, and I talked about how the entire cast is Asian, and literally Mikasa is the last of her Asian kind in that series. Hey, Augie's here.
Hey, Augie's here. That's all I get.
With internet better than FDDNM, it seems.
It's always better than FDDNM. Oh.
So anyway, I was just noting that now this is obviously, you expect this from in fact, Freddie in the live action Cromartie High School movie is an Asian guy, right? They didn't go get a Freddie Mercury impersonator to play him or anything. But the thing is that they always cast full Asian cast. Mm-hmm. So Reese literally seconds before we went live shared this with me. So anyway, we just think it's funny because this versus this and all that. Anyway, so moving on here. Nice to have you here, Augie. Are you going to be able to hang with us for a while?
We missed you.
For a little bit. Oh, I miss y'all too.
So Katsuyuki Motohiro helms live-action Gundam build movie for Gunpil's 40th anniversary. So that'll be interesting. I think the only other live-action Gundam thing that they've done, I think, was G-Savior.
Yeah, and they tried their best to hide that from being named Gundam as possible.
Well, not only that, but they basically try to hide that there's a Gundam in it at all. There's like one shot that I remember where it's like they might as well have put like a statue just outside of a building. In fact, they might have even, I don't think they did because it's been a while since I've seen it, but it would have been funny. They just like filmed it outside of Bandai and pretended that Bandai was the like secret government organization, and they just had like the statue of the Gundam there that they pretended was like the actual Gundam in it. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. Anyway,
that sounds sci-fi movie bad.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson might appear in Sonic movie sequel. Have any of you seen Sonic besides me?
I have.
Okay. So let me ask you this.
Yes.
If The Rock was in the sequel, who do you think he might play?
Knuckles.
I would obviously say Knuckles.
Okay. Well,
are people saying Big the Cat?
Hold on. Knuckles was the first thing that came to mind too, until I read this article and realized, as they pointed out, God bless them, Sonic says, and this is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's Twitter, right? This line from the thing, what year is it? Is The Rock president? Was a line in the movie. So will he play the president?
Johnson?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be freaking hilarious? Because they literally can't bring him into the movie because they referenced him, right? Although, to be fair, in other things they've done that, but like, I don't know, it was much more long running. Like in The Office, my mouse is so tiny on that screen. That's weird. Anyway, in The Office, they like reference, I think Jim Carrey or something, and like he actually plays a character later in it or whatever. Anyway, but like for a 1 episode thing, he like a 1 minute bit. But
if they decide to add Shadow into it, I can see him being the president and he's talking to Shadow. But
God, that would be so. No, I don't think they're going to do that. So it's funny because when we went to see the movie, Duo and I said, "So what do you think they're going to do in this movie?" And he's like, "I don't even know." And I'm like, "Do you think Supersonic is going to be in it?" And he's like, "Shit, I didn't even think about that." Right? And I said, "I bet you that in the boardroom or whatever where they're planning out the movie, somebody brought that up and they said, let's save that for the sequel." Right? And then Duo, with his infinite wisdom, said, "No, I think that's what they're going to do with Tails and the other characters." And if I've never been wrong in my life, fucking Duo is right about everything. So
I know this much. I was definitely right about the movie. It was going to be safe and fun.
Well, obviously. Well, did you think they were going to throw in a sex scene?
It was PG.
No. Even though one of the directors did work on Deadpool, they probably knew that they weren't going to do that.
Just because you've worked on something like that doesn't mean
just because you worked in porn doesn't mean porn isn't your life.
Was it Chad Stahelski or the other guy?
Oh, was it the Deadpool porn parody that he worked on? Because I don't understand how that logic just happened.
That was only on Pornhub.
So Otakuso says, like, how much cheaper? I think it was like $5 or less for that one that I was talking about that doesn't have the shrink wrap on it. It has a sticker on it, like a nice little sticker, like with like a, "Oh, I've been injured," like in a smiley face. "Thank you for adopting me," or whatever, something like that. Anyway, Brandon Malone says, "I've seen Sonic. Oh my god, LOL from Versus Seed. I really hope they don't add Shadow or Silver to the movies. I think it'd be really funny if they do add The Rock as the president. I think that would be way too funny." Infinite Dendrogram resumes broadcast after being delayed due to coronavirus. So I'm just following up last podcast. Certain Scientific Railgun T will resume airing. A3 is also resuming airing. WTK tweeted this out. Remember we talked about how Netflix had put Pop Team Epic up, but they had cut off the second half of the episodes?
Mm-hmm.
FDM's back.
He's back.
Yes.
He's back. He's back.
Technically.
So they recently updated the Pop Team Epic episodes as 23 minutes each. Previously they were 12, right? For that very reason. So it looks like they're getting the full thing up now. So just a follow up there. Transformers War for Cybertron trilogy is coming soon to Netflix. That's all I know is what that headline said. I didn't read this article, but there you go. Netflix teams up with Clamp and other manga creators to make new anime. So I kind of actually want to read this one. I hadn't read this yet. I right before I compiled all these articles, and then in the time it took me to compile the articles, new articles got written. So I just kind of last second looked for them. So look for more soon from creators of Young Kindaichi, Gundam Thunderbolt, Psycho Pass 2, and Thermae Rome. So Netflix has its own fair share of exclusive anime titles, localizations, and new animation. Now they're building a team of manga creators to make a powerhouse new run of globally distributed anime. So that you say that, but really the only name here that I recognize is Clamp, and that's a team of artists. Right?
Nothing wrong with that, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like they say that they're like, oh, they're getting all these people for this powerhouse, and it's like, okay.
No, it's just a quick hype.
Let's be real though, they actually have. Because they did a live action Bleach. That was a Netflix original, right?
I don't know.
So Tite Kubo, the guy from One Piece, they're doing the live action. Fuck, I didn't even consider that. Because they did like the Full Metal Alchemist live action and stuff, but those are all Asian casted live action. Do you think the One Piece one is not going to be? Because they were talking about like a Hollywood adaptation. Yeah, and it's got like a Hollywood writer and everything, right?
Oda has mentioned what each character's ethnicity on Earth would be. So they I
wonder if they'll even actually.
What kind of gets me is when they listed all those series up there. A lot of them in common had Gwen Iwabuchi being a main creator, director. I'm not sure what role he did within those, but he's not listed. It's just a little odd, but.
So I think FDNM's internet is affecting you somehow, leeching next to you. Can you say that last bit again? Because you cut out like pretty severely.
Okay, so
I
Gwen
thought that was mine.
Urobuchi.
Gen Urobuchi.
Gen
Right, I know who you're
Urobuchi.
talking about.
He was in a lot of the productions as listed
Psychopaths.
from the beginning of the
yeah.
article. Correct.
Psychopath season 1.
Psychopaths, the live action show, and two others. But
Thunderbolt
he wasn't
Fantasy.
one of the players listed or photoed in that group, which is kind of strange because you would think with the Netflix money, or bubble,
The Netflix debt. Yeah.
yeah, they would be able to try to push their chips in on that. But it just seems kind of odd to me. What do you think? As we
So let's
try to
continue.
finish the
It says Netflix is home to homegrown anime series like Devilman Crybaby and Carol and Tuesday, as well as anime-inspired works like Castlevania and Voltron Legendary Defender. There's no word yet on what titles we'll be seeing as part of this deal, but we do know things are already in the works. We can expect to see new projects distributed in 199. Yeah. So, as I've been reading this book, where's my mouse? So as I've been reading this book, I read something. I think it was about Voltron. Voltron is kind of like Voltron. It's based on Go Lion, right? Yeah.
Go
So-
Lion and
Yeah, you bought those recently, so you got
Yeah.
the one hand.
Diarugger 15. Ooh.
Yeah. So
Which is
I
big.
read something interesting in here I didn't previously know because I haven't watched either of their shows. I don't know why I never actually watched Voltron. What channel was that even on? Was that, I guess that was on Saturday
that
morning
did-
because that's what the book is about.
Well,
So it must have been on
in the it also
non-cable
aired on-
channels.
It also
Sorry,
airs
we're
on
not
Cartoon Network.
Was it? I don't know. I never watched it. But they talk about in the book how when it came to Voltron, they changed the story so much for the localization of Voltron from Go Lion and all that other stuff that they actually had the team in Japan animate a specific new first episode to make the adapted changes make sense in their storyline. Did you guys know that?
I knew that. I also know that the recent Voltron movie I think I want to say Universe, but it was like a few years ago that they released it. They got the same team back that did Go Lion and Diarugger 15 to make that movie.
Right.
So
Right. And hold
That was
on, let's continue here. We're going to talk about some other stuff. Update the official Twitter account for Netflix Sci-Fi. Okay, so it's not that interesting. Okay, all right. So there's that. Continuing here, Studio Ghibli Records soundtracks / image albums now available on subscription services. So all of these ones from different movies and stuff are on Amazon Music, Apple Music, AWA. That's weird. D Hits, Google Play Music, KK Box, Line Music, Rakuten Music, Rec Music, Spotify, Udapass, and YouTube Music. Funny how what was that shit that I said was going to go out of business and then did? Like a year after I said it was. Anyway, isn't on there because they went out of business, obviously. High Guardian Spice receives 2020 release window on Crunchyroll. So this is somebody, I think this is Old Man brought this up.
Mm-hmm.
So Crunchyroll has like a thing on their YouTube channel here, Crunchyroll Originals, official trailer, because these are all things that Crunchyroll helped produce, right? And interestingly, High Guardian Spice was kind of tucked away. So like this is the press release or whatever, the news that they put out.
Like
And
it's listed last.
yeah, so they definitely know that people don't like it. So Inspector, which is like part of Fate Stay Night, isn't it? It's like a spinoff.
No.
No, it's something. It's related to something. I remember in the Anime Expo thing, there was like I remember reading something that it's part of some other series. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I know what
So
series
Tower of
it's not
God,
part of.
Tower of God, which is a Korean thing that they're turning into an anime. Onyx Equinox, which is this is like created by Sophia Alexander. So this is going to be like their what's that? Little Busters? What was that thing called? Cannon Busters, right? LaShawn Thomas anime stuff. The God of High School. This is another non-Japanese, but still Asian at least thing. Noblesse, another, Korean or whatever one.
IG's
Japan.
working, producing
What's
it.
up?
Noblesse.
For Noblesse,
IG's
yeah, production IG. And then, so anyway, at the bottom here, we got High Guardian Spice. And the thing is that they still don't actually have a release date for it. And then what is this thing that looks like it's trying to be Digimon? Like, am I wrong, or is that fucking Tai?
It looks like Tai, yeah.
It looks exactly like Tai. He's even got like the sunglasses instead of goggles. But I couldn't help but notice that Digimon wasn't listed in any of these. Anyway.
At least High Guardian Spice has somewhat of a plot description this time. Like the other coverage.
4 fierce girls train to become great heroes at High Guardian Academy, where they form allegiances, uncover betrayals, and discover their true identities. Oh, God. The funny thing about this is I guarantee you all of the anti-SJW type YouTubers are going to make more content about this show than the fans of the show. So while preparing to protect the world from an ominous unknown threat coming soon to Crunchyroll. Anyway, yeah, but the thing is, so as the other article was saying, the one that I clicked on this from, they still don't have an actual release date. It's just quote unquote 2020. So we'll see if they push it further. But yeah, supposedly it's been done for ages, right? Months at least. Anyway, because we've covered that previously on the podcast. All righty. Got some weird and / interesting stuff here. So, Azure Lane publisher Yostar establishes animation studio. Management and project planning company Arch, A-R-C-A, I don't know, has announced it will be assisting famed Azure Lane publisher Yostar in establishing its own animation company named Yostar Pictures. Well, okay. I mean, okay. Arch previously played a role in production planning for Monster Strike, the movie, Sora no Kanata, and Promare, among many other projects. The full English press release from Arch announcing the foundation of the animation studio, Yostar Inc., herein after Yostar founded the new animation company Yostar Pictures, blah, 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 blah. I don't think there's anything important in here. So Azure Lane has got an animation studio now. We'll talk about that another time.
Quickly for Versus Seed. Speaking of giant robot, did you ever watch Megas XLR? And yes, I have. And I got it all torrented because they never released a hard copy of the series. So
Megas XLR was the show. Was that the show that had like the
truck,
giant robot car,
the trucker in like the green?
Yep.
What's
Blue.
that type of car called?
Blue.
Yeah. So anyway, the answer is yes. It was in that. Okay. Yeah, I saw it, but I wasn't a fan. Personally, I just didn't.
Same.
I didn't
Oh,
really like it. Anyway,
no.
Yoshikazu Yoshiko confirms he is working on a new anime project related to First Gundam. So I believe they mean like, I don't know. I'm assuming they mean the first Gundam, but isn't there a Gundam called First Gundam, or maybe because it's related to Gundam the Origin? I don't know. So it seems like it's going to follow Amuro is basically the point here.
Okay.
Continuing. One of my highlights is here. Look how fucking horrible it is.
So
Anime
small.
adaptation of Roy's light novel, The Man Picked Up by the Gods, is in the works. So as I highlighted here, the series was first posted on the user-generated novel publishing website. What's wrong? What about mommy? Come here. Did you hurt your finger? What's wrong? Look at this genius I'm raising.
Mommy.
Is that you?
No, mommy.
You need mommy? Okay. Stall for me, guys. I'll be right back.
Augie, you there? Augie. Augie. Augie is gone. I'm sad. So I've been really enjoyed rewatching that time I got reincarnated as slime. That was a fun show.
Sorry for that.
I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I think we should do a watch club of that when I can get my hands on it. All right. So anyway, the series was first posted on the user-generated novel publishing website Shosetsuku ni Naru, which we've talked about in the past. Remember that? Actually, I want to look up where we referenced that previously. It had nothing to do with. Oh no, it was. Fuck, was it? What's his name? Born Again, Another World, whatever that was called. Anyway, then it was revised edition was serialized since September 2015, collecting 240 million views so far. So I just think it's interesting that you get an anime adaptation of something that was just literally somebody. Same thing with the stuff we just talked about with the Crunchyroll original things. These are fucking webtoons that are getting an entire anime series. How great is the world becoming for artists? I mean, it's incredible. I'm so happy for the fact that people, because what's going to end up happening is the world is just shaping itself in this way where the gatekeeping is starting to break apart and fall away, right? Where YouTubers, deviant artists, like these people who are just becoming popular on these platforms are having such tremendous opportunities come to them. Right, to do different things. Anyway,
I looked up the Thai knockoff. That's from a manhwa or manhwa, MANHW or whatever.
Korean manga.
Yeah, the God of High School is the name of the series for that one.
Yeah. Huh. Well, it looks like Digimon. Shiny Pokemon collector debuts in the Pokemon anime, and Japanese fans think he's nuts. So, he has like a shiny Pokedex, which looks like an iPhone playing Pokemon Go to me. But he's got a shiny Psyduck, a shiny Onyx.
I got a shiny
I
Onyx.
always thought that the Crystal Onyx was the shiny Onyx, personally. From the
it's an ugly green.
What's up?
Shiny Steel looks as gold.
Okay, but remember the Crystal Onyx from the original OG Pokemon anime?
Mm-mm.
You don't remember that?
I never played it.
No, I'm talking about the anime.
I don't know that either.
There was a. Good.
There's also a Dragonite that was like 5 stories tall.
5 stories tall, yeah. Enormous fucking Dragonite. That's true. But yeah, so anyway, continuing here. The guy also has Slakoth. What is this one called?
Bagdon.
And they're missing they're missing one of the screenshots here, but he also had a Swinub. But anyway, here's how the Japanese reacted. This guy is playing an impossible game, LOL. Is he a cheater? Why doesn't Ash have any shiny Pokemon? Is he a YouTuber? If he doesn't complete the Pokedex in 3 years, a new game would be out by then. Haha. So somebody in the comments actually had an interesting. Well, actually, I thought it was funny here. Editor's note: following our review with the author, we have opted to remove 2 of the comments in this article, owing to the derogatory nature of select communities. Right. So I scroll down and there's all these. Yeah. I was like, okay. So you sneakily changed shiny Fig, right, to shiny Freak, right? So they're like actually going in and changing people's comments or whatever. Anyway, or maybe they're talking about the person who made the comment. I don't know. But so I noticed this. I guess some forgot that Ash did have a shiny Noctowl. Which I had to look up, and that's actually true. Ash does have a shiny. And in fact, there's the shiny Butterfree that his Butterfree like mated with or whatever. That was a thing too, right?
Yeah.
I think I read somewhere that the Jigglypuff that draws on their faces was also a shiny, but I don't think that was true. Because the eye color was wrong or whatever. Anyway, I'm just sharing that. TV Anime Arte, I can't pronounce it in Italian, receives official support from Italian Embassy in Japan. So anyway, I'll just shorten this so we can get through it quickly. The anime is about it takes place in like Florence or like Italy, some part of Italy near Florence or in Florence, in Firenze. During the Renaissance, it's a wonderful story that makes you think, oh no, that's just his thing. It is about a young painter named Arte Spallatini. So anyway, yeah, the Italian embassy has commented on it in Japan. Mashinhiro Wataru welcomes back original cast for 9 episodes. The classic series will be returning for a short run. So adorable mecha series Mashinhiro Wataru is preparing to ride again after more than 3 decades, and the original cast is along for the ride. First aired in 1988, the fantasy mecha series from Sunrise sent normal boy Wataru to the platformer-esque world of Sokaizen. Together with his new friends and his trusty robot Ryujinmaru, Wataru fights his way to the top of the world to free it from evil. The new series, subtitled Ryujinmaru of the Seven Souls, will see Wataru returning to reassemble the divided spirit of his Mashin and uncover the secret of a mirror world that has appeared below Sokaizen. The official Twitter account for the revival series has announced that 5 of the original cast members will be reprising their roles. Mayumi Tanaka returned. Okay, so anyway, I'm not going to read. You get it. They're returning. However, fans looking forward to a long trip with the returning heroes may be a little surprised. It's also been announced that the new project will, at least for now, total up to 9 episodes. The first 4 will premiere every other week starting April 10th, with the 5 remaining in September. Fortunately, the 9 episodes will apparently not be the beginning and end of Wataru's new story. Tamashii Nation will be working with Yatate Bunko, Hobby Japan, blah 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 to pro. Okay, that's kind of a weird thing to say right here at the end. Fortunately, the 9 episodes will not be the beginning and end. Oh, okay. I think they mean that it might be the beginning, but it's not going to be a story that only is going to last 9 episodes. Like maybe there'll be more after that. I don't know. Anyway, Comic Festa announces adult TV anime Ore Yubi to broadcast from April 5th on TV and online. Okay, I just got a update on Stan Dolan. So he just tweeted out, false alarm on possible stroke, doing better, waiting on some antibiotics, hopefully going home soon. Thank you all for the well wishes. So regarding his condition, on whether or not that's going to affect appeals, sounds like he's doing okay. Sorry, my wife is grabbing some essential oil. All right. Anyway, so let's talk about this adult anime that's going to show on TV, which I think is really funny. Right after we've covered all this stuff with interspecies reviewers. Yeah, so a regular TV version will air on Tokyo MX, uncensored version online. Tokyo MX, the place that dropped interspecies reviewers. So let's find out about this rapist.
Watch Funimation pick this show up.
Yeah, I know, right? Just waiting for it. Fucking media blasters. There's like spotlights in the sky doing like land here, hello.
It's like it's like the bat signal, but it's got an open pair of legs.
The kitty media girl or whatever. Yeah. That would be so fucking funny if the Anime Works girl, like if they did like their own custom anime and the Anime Works girl has like a magical girl transition into the kitty media girl and like they did a whole show about that. That'd be fucking hilarious. Get on that, media blasters. You want to be relevant again, right? You want to hire more than 3 people to work at your company, right? So just when you thought steamy anime wouldn't be appearing on Tokyo MX again after they canceled interspecies reviewers, Comic Festa announced on February 23rd that an adaptation of Neko Ore, what an unfortunate thing, of Neko's Ore no Yubi. I read that as Neto Rare, but like with a different spelling. So, an adaptation of Neko's Ore no Yubi de Midarero, which also sounds like Netarare, because I'm apparently drunk, completely sober right now. I'm not even going to try to read this. I'm not even going to try to read how fucking long that title is.
Oh, it's probably part of the joke.
Right. So February 23rd, that an adaptation of the adult manga. Fucking hell. Again with this dishevel with my fingers to remain after the salon closes. Dear God.
Ooh,
we'll be getting a censored TV anime with an uncensored web anime release from April 5th.
Oh my.
Sounds like there's some naughty bits happening at the salon.
It is an adult TV anime, apparently. The above key visual was released showing the 2 main... I love... The thing I think is funny about this is that, like, this guy who's, like, sodomizing her mouth with his finger pretty much. It's just looking straight at the camera.
I'm not sure if
Like-
that's
Like
panic
he's
or if
probably
enjoying
he's
that
probably
too.
like knee deep in her asshole right now. And he's like, "Yes, can we help you? The store's actually closed." You know?
Talk,
What are you
talking,
talking
to
about with that jacket all the way down there? You couldn't penetrate through.
talking to the camera. We know why you're here.
Sorry, say that again.
Talk. He's talking to the camera. I know why you're here.
Yeah.
Old man's got a good point. Funimation will pick it up just so they can cancel it.
Yeah. I should tweet at them. Careful, Funimation. Make sure that it agrees with your fucking standards before you pick up this series.
Ugh.
Okay, so anyway, the above key visual was released showing the two main characters, Sosuke Nanase and Fumi Hoshia, in a very compromising position. I mean, he's fucking posing. She's the one having a hard time. His fucking face, man. I just can't get over it.
That's a wonderful choice of words.
His fucking face, yeah.
Hard time.
Yeah. The TV version of the adult series will only be a short anime, with the web uncensored version will be the full anime with some extreme scenes. What if it's just like them
Extreme
skydiving or something? It's like they're doing pro BMX stuff.
I don't get is his hand looks like he's gripping something, but there's nothing to be gripped there. As if he's trying to grab at the countertop, but that's my forced perspective there.
No, I think you're onto something there. I also don't know what this part right here is. Why is it just like it just disappears into watercolor blue or whatever? Like
Maybe it's
or
who
purple
knows.
or violet or whatever that is.
Might be a chair or something. Not
I don't
explained.
know. It's a little
I'm
weird.
not believing that's that jacket though.
Yeah, it's just a little weird that it's like they just kind of forgot to finish. But see, here's the thing: is that apparently this girl's just always blushing anyway. So maybe this is a little less salacious than we think. I mean, it is a little weird that he's got his finger literally on her tongue. You know.
Now,
They
here's
have-
something. Is there more of the plot premise?
I think there is, yes. So the cast was announced in the series with their full character art. They're okay. Well, maybe we can see about their jackets. Oh, it's her dress, maybe. No, that doesn't make it. That's fucking ridiculous. That shade. They
That's not
didn't
that
finish
terrible
drawing.
color.
They got lazy.
I like how they have different voice actors for the uncensored version.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah. You're right. The TV version has different voice actor. That's hilarious. That's really funny. I just don't understand why this girl's gonna get double teamed by the cast of Banana Fish.
I kind of hope this gets picked up by Discotech because at least I'll have all tracks.
Yeah.
Well, they wouldn't work that way. They'd have to have two separate releases unless it's
Versus Seed says, "Is this the Young Weinstein anime?" No, that was Tokyo Pig, a production of the Weinstein Company.
Which was a very awesome TV show. Kind of wish that they get a full release. But
Yeah, I'm really bummed about that. There's only the like 4 or 5 episodes on that one disc, and then the one that Discotech just put out without the dub.
well, they never dubbed the movie, which
Right,
has
without a dub. I should
Devilman
say.
in it.
All right, so Mitsutaka Noshitani, unit episode director on The World God Only Knows Goddesses, is directing the adult anime at animation studio Magic Bus, Cobra the Animation 2010. Production assistant on Haikyuu, Shirobako, The Tale of Princess Kaguya. Oh, I guess they're saying Magic Bus was. Yeah, because Cobra. Yeah, okay, got it. Ore no Yubi de Midorero. So the thing is that because the show is so fucking impossible to pronounce, even the English title, Dishevel with My Fingers. 2 remain after the salon closes. ... It's like this is going to be weird for all the people who are going to make videos about it when Funimation cancels it for not falling in line with their standards.
they would just call it
So-
Laura Yube, like what Old Man calls it.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
But it still doesn't give enough plot premise. Is it her being fondled by the boys, or is it her dealing with the boys' hair, then imagining stuff?
Well, she's
That's what her
obviously
fancy
pushing
actor
his hand
does.
away.
Well, you're
so
gonna have to watch the censored version on Tokyo MX and the uncensored version online to find out.
All right. Do we have a release date?
April 5th.
right.
Yes. So
April.
Starts
6th.
broadcasting from April 5th on Tokyo MX, Nico Nico, and YouTube. Oh, God. Sorry. The uncensored version? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, because I said online, right? And I'm thinking, what? YouTube's online. No. So it starts broadcasting April 5th, Tokyo MX, Nico Nico, and YouTube in a short form with the full uncensored version on Comic Festa's website at 24 o'clock, I guess, even though 25 o'clock is, April 6th. Why the fuck okay, you know why they do this? Okay, this is really annoying, but the reason why they do this is because it's part of the, it's kind of like Toonami Midnight Run. Yeah, I watched Toonami Midnight Run Monday night, but I'm technically actually watching it Tuesday morning. So that's kind of why they do that. But I just fucking hate that they use the fucking military time and they go past actual military time. In Soviet Russia. Anyway, adult anime director Tatsumi helms Peter Grill in the Philosopher's Time TV ecchi anime. So
We talked about
correct
this.
me if I'm wrong. Didn't I talk about how we're gonna see like this influx of like pushing the boundary anime because Interspecies Reviewer is gonna sell so much fucking Blu-rays for the controversy? I kind of feel like this is what we're seeing happen. Like they jumped on that train
Nothing new.
pretty fucking quick when fucking Interspecies Reviewer became the top rated anime on my anime list, right? They're like, wait a minute, I could sell so much Blu-rays doing this. Let's just go completely above and beyond. So the cast and staff were announced for the steamy July 2020 anime. Now, by the way, Reese, do you have this article up?
No, but I can. Why?
Can you pull that up? Because I need a second opinion on whether or not I can show some of these images.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. I got
I
it.
really hate it for
I
the
can
girl with
just send you a
ram
link.
horns. You would think the ram horns look nice, but if you think about brushing and washing, that just gets in the way.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
I just sent you the link in that private chat. I just want you to scroll down and tell me if the picture of this girl that is not obscured by this other girl's hair is something that I should risk YouTube seeing or not.
The pink skinned one.
No. Those are fine. Keep going. You'll see it. So just when you thought things couldn't get more heated in the anime space, the cast and staff for the adaptation of Daisuke Hiyama's ecchi harem comedy fantasy manga Peter Grill and the Philosopher's Time were conjured up on February 25th, and well, let's just say the TV anime will be getting a little steamy.
Oh my!
Gotta cook us some action.
There's the character designs. The last
Yes.
one for the dark skinned girl. You can see the shape through her blouse.
Yes. So I'm asking if you think YouTube is going to give. Should I'll just.
You might want to
play it
stop
safe.
right. You might
I'll
wanna
play it
stop right before there.
Okay. Okay. So Tatsumi, who is mostly known for directing hentai, will be looking after the direction of the series at Wolfsbane, a fairly new studio who did outsourcing work for the short ecchi short ecchi anime Crossing Time and Demon Lord Retry. The screenplay is written by Nora Mori, Kitaro's Yokai Picture Diary, with the characters and designs by hentai director Rui Ishiki. Okay, so the fact that they're being designed by the hentai director, that is sort of that's kind of a bad
They look
sign,
pretty
right?
good. I'll be honest. I mean,
Well, they do look pretty decent
Just
considering.
because it's drawn by someone, that doesn't mean that's the direction that they'll go with it.
No, but you're using a director who's also the artist, right? Boy, FDDNM just keeps popping in and out. I'm so sorry for him. I can't believe he's still trying after 2.5
He's prairie
hours.
dogging it.
All right, so alongside the staff, the cast is announced. I don't care about the cast because I don't know any of these people off the top of my head.
the purple haired girl with the dark skin. Stop right when you get to her shoulders.
Yeah, I'm going to. Okay, so I'm going to because I got this one.
that
All
one.
right. I'm going to just click over here real quick and scroll
Well, those-
down here.
Are those
Ta-da.
ram ears or really big ears?
Peter Grill and the Philosopher's Time will premiere on Tokyo MX and other, again with Tokyo MX, and other TV stations in Japan from July 2020. Seven Seas Entertainment has licensed the manga series in North America and describes the series as Upon winning a fighting tournament and being crowned the world's strongest warrior, Peter Girl discovers a downside to his newfound fame. Women of all species, from ogres to elves, are scrambling over each other for his seed to ensure that they have the strongest babies possible. Poor Peter just wants to settle down with his lovey-dovey fiancée, but he'll have to outmatch, outwit, and outrun a harem of very determined monster girls to do so. We are seeing a renaissance of perverted anime in Japan right now, and I don't think people realize it quite yet, because we've been talking about this particular series coming for a while, but I think it's really funny that this is happening, and like literally the Streisand effect just seems to get like exponentially more powerful every time it's incurred, right? Where fucking Funimation has made, like, it's just gonna, like, they're literally, because of them dropping interspecies reviewers, the next line of anime that they have at their disposal to license is going to be like, well, we can't get that one. We can't get that one either. No, we can't get that one.
Added,
you know?
Pan, you guys did Air Manga Sensei, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
They just added a bunch of Aniplex titles to their website for streaming. Would that one fall under that? Oh, this is... No, not.
Have you
It would
seen
be
Air Manga
misleading
Sensei?
by
'Cause
I
it's
have
really
not.
that bad.
I've not seen that. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. Yeah, that we covered that when we watched it, that like it's extremely tame for what the title is and what you kind of hope it would be, because it just seemed like it'd be really funny for it to be what the title suggests, but it's kind of not. Boy, FDDNM is such a trooper. I keep wanting to click that tab closed from the wrong window. Okay, the most popular anime in 2020, according to Wikipedia. Now, I'll be honest, I wasn't planning to share this originally. I just thought, I want to check out what it is, but it's kind of funny what it is.
Yeah.
So,
I just
according
read through it,
to according to Wikipedia, the top clicked on pages are number 10, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse,
which isn't an anime,
Dragon Ball Z Kakarot,
which is a game.
hentai.
That's like saying the whole genre of this is being clicked on.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure beats hentai.
There you go.
Studio Ghibli.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And interspecies reviewers.
Oh, hold
That
on.
low?
Hold on. I think it's hilarious. They put the fairy and they showed the whole fairy's body in the box, and they just showed the heads
Right.
of the others. Like
But
they kept it to scale.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah. And then Weathering with You.
Yeah.
Demon Slayer, only number 3. My Hero Academia, and Alita Battle Angel, which I was shocked about, right? That this was
That's crazy.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Hold up. Most popular anime in 2020. Do you mean 2019? Because they're only like 2 months into 2020 here.
Right.
Yeah.
It should be
that's
like.
the article short.
Yeah.
I don't care to read it.
Seeing interspecies reviewers is just like another kick to the dick from Funimation.
Yeah.
Like, look at all this web traffic going just on Wikipedia.
Exactly. Like, are you dumb? You know what?
Okay.
It probably has a lot of those page views, though, because people are trying to constantly edit the page to slander, or not even slander, but just like mention Funimation stuff, and it's constantly being updated by both sides.
They're also probably updating all the like episode summaries and stuff as week to week.
I'm
So
still
Eyes of the
wondering
Wolf, Eyes of the Wolf 101 says, bruh, that video title, it is a direct quote from Cat Planet Cuties. Open my virgin tape. Right.
I do
That
believe
was
this
such
is
an
a new
awkward
user.
in the show, and then the girl's like, I want you to open my virgin tape.
For interspecies reviewers, I still wonder if they produced all the episodes up to a point, or are waiting to see what the home video sale is to know if they need to continue further and make it an OVA series, which there would be no confliction if it was OVA.
I would imagine that they do, just based on how anime production would work. I mean, like, I understand, like, they deliver it, like, maybe a week before the episode airs.
Right.
But I'm like, most of the groundwork is down, like, long before the show even starts airing.
Okay.
So what Augie's saying, though, is if it doesn't show on TV and it goes straight to Blu-ray, is part of it going to be considered an OVA? That's what Augie's saying.
Oh.
would it have the funding potential to keep the series up as an OVA?
Oh, okay. So the Tokyo MX stuff, that
Yes.
station exists purely as advertisement, where the anime itself is just advertising for the Blu-ray. So the production committee is what's going to fund the production of the show itself. So I don't think it matters in that regard, because it's already been like banned off of all of the like free broadcasting things like Tokyo MX. So I don't think it's going to matter, because it's still going to be on ATX and all that stuff. So I don't think they're going to, there's no fucking way that they're not going to have enough money to, because the investors and the production committee are going to fund the rest of it, because they're just going to say like, it's like, well, you've been canceled on all these things. What about my money? And they're going to be like, going to pull up the Alexa ratings and like flip the laptop around. It's like, look at every time we get canceled and the spike, you know, like how much page views we're getting.
I got Family Guy on the mind while thinking this. So I'm at a point where I need to wrap up and leave. If there's some topics you would like to talk with me about, go for it. One I want to bring up is I got these as separate VHSs, but I was wondering, I think you've talked about this before. Is this a bootleg? So I got this double feature of Dracula and Frankenstein from the Marvel anime before Blade was popular. And I noticed this right up here.
Right.
It says OOP video, like out of print video. A better picture would be as such.
Yeah, that's probably, I mean, why would you make a bootleg on a VHS?
Well, there's no other way to get it, but I
mean, I've got that bootleg on a DVD.
And it comes with good old stickers and such on blue
stickers.
All right. So did you want me to skip ahead to the Alabama related stuff?
Yeah. Let's bring in politics to an anime podcast. That shouldn't have politics to begin with. So hit it up.
All right, guys. There is a mandatory vasectomy bill being proposed in Alabama, also known as Augie's home state, where he lives at this time. So let's find out what's in his future. So a representative for the state of Alabama has submitted a bill that will require men over the age of 50 or who have created 3 children to receive a vasectomy, whichever happens sooner, which she says is meant to neutralize the abortion ban bill. Alabama men will have to pay for the operations themselves. And Rolanda Hollis, the representative who filed the bill and claims she is both, quote, pro-life and pro-choice, admitted the bill is a response to the abortion bill that passed last year, which caused abortion to be banned almost entirely. This is what she had to say. The vasectomy bill is to help with the reproductive system. And yes, it is to neutralize the abortion ban bill. It always takes 2 to tango. We can't put all the responsibility on women. Men need to be responsible also. I do not believe that women should use abortion as a birth control, but I do believe that if a woman is raped or if it's incest or anything like that, then she has the choice to do what she wants to do. I think it's funny that she says if a woman is raped or if it's incest, as if like, you know, those aren't incest. Yeah, like I just rape consensual incest. Yeah, let her have an abortion. You know, like. Anyway, so here's a snippet from the legislation synopsis. Under the existing law, there are no restrictions on the reproductive rights of men. Press X to doubt on that. This bill would require a man to undergo a vasectomy within 1 month of his 50th birthday or the birth of his 3rd biological child, whichever comes first. So the reason I say press X to doubt on this is that while there might not be restrictions on the reproductive rights, like in terms of like in the same way as abortion, there is post-reproduction rights that are taken away, like the fact that a man has no say in the abortion or the child, what do you call it? What is that called when you have to pay the...
Child support?
Child support. Fuck, man. complete brain for
You're
that.
using
Yeah,
interjections in
that's
the wrong
legally
way.
enforced infringement on reproductive rights in that regard, I would say, right? So anyway, and then here's a rather flattering photo of Rolanda Hollis that they felt it was necessary to include.
Yeah.
Now, Augie shared some other articles that he said we should do instead.
Here's what she
This
looks
is the
like
same
now.
person, apparently.
Has this high position but can't afford dentistry.
How the turns tabled.
Yeah.
Are you quoting that joke, or did you mean how the tables have turned?
No, I just turned a joke.
Where do you know that joke from?
I don't know. So just like
I'm pretty sure that's a line from The Office, and I was really proud of you for a minute. How the turns tabled, right? Anyway, Dem State Rep Rolanda Hollis doubles down on mandatory vasectomy bill. Montgomery State Rep Rolanda Hollis, Democrat Birmingham, is doubling down after she made international waves Thursday in introducing a bill that would require every Alabama man to undergo a vasectomy within 1 month of his 50th birthday or the birth of his third biological child, whichever comes first. So, hold on. Hashtag pray for Augie is what that should say.
I feel sorry for Augie. Had to pay to have his nuts cut off, basically.
Don't worry, I won't.
You have to pay to have your nuts cut off. That's basically
Oh,
it.
you have to pay. No, in Alabama, if you don't do it, you just have to pay a fine every year.
Yeah. So old man says, wouldn't that be a tax on the poor since they have more children? So I think that so if you were actually going to propose this ridiculous legislation, it would make more sense if you said, first of all, 50th birthday is like ridiculous. Birth, like, if it was the birth of your third biological child to an unmarried mother, like if you actually have a stable household, you should have as many kids as you want. You know what I mean?
If you really want to get technical, in Alabama, we have plenty of land. It's not like we don't have less to give, unlike a certain China people. But
well, again, this is a vindictive legislation proposed as a result of the abortion ban. However, whatever anybody's thoughts are on that or not.
Screw all the late bloomers. I mean, my dad was 39 when I was born.
Right on. Oh, and I forgot to address this one. Eyes of the Wolf 101 said, this politician is dumb, LOL. If she wants to sterilize men, then the same needs to be done to women to cancel out the abortion ban. So that's the entire point here, is that it's like okay.
It's like blaming people for
what if you subsidize it? What about this? What about this? I'm not a statist. I don't agree with the state being involved in this at all. But let's play devil's advocate here. What if you subsidized the abortion ban by making the men pay for their own vasectomy, but you offered the women free tubals or hysterectomies, right? Like government-sponsored hysterectomies as your way of preventing the need for abortion, so that as we say, wouldn't that be a tax on the poor since they have more children? That the people who are being irresponsible with their reproductive functions can just not have kids on their, like, for free, like the surgery is paid for, right?
Well, at that point, if you put it that way, why not just go ahead and just have a license to be a parent instead? Just bam, you're a parent, deal with the responsibility.
No, you do not want to give
situation.
the government authority on who gets to be a parent. So
what I don't get is
Eyes of the Wolf 101. Was Eyes of the Wolf 101 the guy we had on the podcast, like in the chat, that one time that we had offered to let him guest at one point? If that was you and you're still interested, I'm still up for the offer if you want to join us in a future podcast. Or even if you're not that guy and you want to join us, anybody in the chat, just let me know. What if we take Augie's house and move it somewhere else? All right, so let me get through this. Sorry, go ahead, Augie.
So, a few things. One of the things mentioned is, okay, so you're halting men, but still the female can go out to the blueberry bush and get a blue face anyway. So it doesn't matter about the men if the female who actually gives birth to the child is still running rampant. So, I get, like it explained, I get why she's trying to do it, but this is like a huge negative publicity for her running in the future. So I don't know why she's doing this. It just kind of makes her look terrible. This will not get passed for solely because the people voting on it in that council is about 80% men, so it's not going to pass.
About 80% men who are older the age of 50?
Pretty much, yeah.
They will literally vote to save their own nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on,
And I
I'm
still think it's
addressing
like,
something on Twitter that Tucker just said.
what's that? Okay, so you know the word. It's not unethical. It's not unlegislative. It's something else. It would be unconstitutional to do that because that's forcing people to mutilate your body.
Right. So the reason why there's I guess you could say a loophole that abortion isn't considered, that banning abortion isn't unconstitutional, is because in that regard, you're attempting to save the rights of the unborn child. Right. But in this regard, I mean, and there are some people who believe that, like some religious extremists who believe that that fellatio is cannibalism and stuff like that. You know,
it's like that's not a fertilized egg. What the hell?
Right. But I'm just saying there are people. I'm just saying that there's a difference if you look at the specifics of it. But anyway, old man says millennials aren't having kids anyway. They're saying it's better for the environment. I mean, I am a millennial and I've got 2 kids. I think Lishonsky just had his second kid. Congrats, man. Anyway, so let me just said I'm replying to a tweet from Otakaso relating to the Wash Club.
Okay. Oh yeah, for those wondering what yellowhammer is, not the new site, but in general, the state bird is the yellowhammer, which is like a smaller form of a woodpecker. I guessed. Yeah, the Arizonas have the cardinal, and it's that I guessed that, but thank you for clarifying. Okay. Yellowhammer News first reported on HB. So what is HB's? SB is Senate bill. This is House Bill. House Bill 238, which laments in the bill synopsis, under existing law, there are no restrictions on the reproductive rights of men. I just love how thinly veiled this is as a well, we're all going down, like I'll take all of you with me, kind of thing. And I just think it's so funny because it would be so fucking easy for anybody who really needed an abortion, even if you didn't really have a lot of money, because Alabama's not that enormous. You could easily drive out of state to Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, Mississippi. You could get these procedures done anywhere. You could go fucking in the ocean and find Atlantis and do it, Hollis, in a tweet sharing Yellowhammer's original article on legislation, confirmed HB 238 is indeed reaction to pro-life legislation enacted last year, including the Human Life Protection Act. The vasectomy bill is to help with the reproductive system, she wrote. This is to neutralize the abortion ban bill, Human Life Protection Act. The responsibility is not always on the women. It takes 2 to tango. See, this is the thing that I find funny about this, is like, are you insinuating that most abortions, that the fetus being terminated was fathered by a man over the age of 50?
Who already has,
or who had three children previously?
Probably not.
Right? I just think this is so funny. It's such a thinly veiled fuck you that
it's just funny. It's literally like a population control tactic.
Even though we don't have a population problem.
That's what's funny about it, is that that's what it's going to do, but it's not even about population control.
Hello?
Oh, God.
Hi.
FDDNM is back.
I can recognize your voices.
Yes. Can you tell us your opinions on any of the things we've discussed, or do you have no idea where we're at?
I have no idea what you've discussed, but I
saw
the
live
comment
the
saying
future of Augie's nuts.
Yeah, I've gotten the gist of that. So why are they doing that?
It's a retaliation.
So Alabama last year banned abortions. Are you giving me M&Ms? What
No,
Yes,
else?
I'm not
I
getting
am.
M&M's.
Yeah, so Alabama banned abortions last year, like statewide, like the whole thing. And this is the response is, well, if you're going to take away my abortions, I'm going to snippy snip you.
which the council
That was a
is
terrible
bunch of men,
impersonation.
but the governor is a woman, a very, very old woman who gave me a work award and started doing stuff that it's like, okay, you finally tasted power. So yeah.
All right.
So the vasectomy bill. Sorry, I'm trying to chew these M&Ms quickly. All right. Eyes of the Wolf 101 says, sounds good. Hit me up on Twitter. You have a Twitter, Eyes of the Wolf? And that way we can communicate and we can work out when we'll have you on if you
We
want to.
also have a Discord.
We do. It's in the description of the of this video, or assuming the description
I will
isn't
go
blank again.
I will go check. I'm on the case.
But you're a normal person, though. Yeah, that's true. All right. So anyway,
Yep, it's still there as of this moment.
awesome. So this the thing is that it usually disappears as soon as the video publishes. I don't know why. Where was it? So the vasectomy bill is to help with the reproductive system. She wrote to neutralize the abortion bill, Human Life Protection Act. The responsibility is not always on the women. It takes two to tango. So the thing I find so funny about this is that this is to neutralize the abortion ban bill, right? So the language, this is how politics works. She calls it the abortion ban bill. The people who passed the bill called it Human Life Protection Act, right? Because that's how all government is. It's about calling it an assault weapon, even though that's a made-up term that isn't actually a classification of weapon and all that stuff. How they like to manipulate you with language. So it takes two. I just think it's funny because it's like you will probably be way cheaper making condoms easier to access and whatnot, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Like
Like,
that one country
Instead of
that
having
is
them
gay
behind a
condoms
lock,
everywhere.
instead of having them behind a locked case in Walmart, so I could go through literally
But
have
the other issue
two
with that is
employees
that-
give you condoms. Like
Oh,
the one who
Walmart
unlocks
puts
the
that
case
in a
and
locked
takes you out.
case.
Okay, it's like I'm trying to picture Reese late at night with his extremely young sounding voice going into Walmart, like,
Can I buy some condoms?
yeah.
Oh yeah, kind of like the Man Show.
So I got to tell you, Reese, I hope you don't take this as a like an offensive way, but as we were talking about at the beginning of the podcast, that I caught up on the most recent season of
My
My Hero Academia.
Hmm.
Every time Minetta talks,
Yeah,
you,
I can see that.
yeah.
So continuing with the article.
All right.
What are those two white boxes right behind your head?
This will help prevent pregnancy as well as abortion of unwanted children. I'm not going to say it won't. It definitely isn't going to prevent pregnancy. I mean, it definitely won't not prevent pregnancy.
Yeah.
Wait. So their idea is it will prevent people needing abortions?
Well, okay, so basically, because the thing is that if you ban abortions, then you can't have an abortion, according to the logic of the state, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But hold
Remember,
on,
the very
didn't it-
fertile age of 50 is when you need to attack the men, not any younger. Thank God.
Well, yeah. So you're at the age of 50, you're forced to get a vasectomy.
Yeah.
okay,
Yep.
so
That's
men
what the
can
bill-
have
But how
children in
many-
their 80s, just
but
so that
how-
we're clear about this, in case.
But how
anybody's
many?
not understanding.
No. How many 50-year-olds are going to impregnate like 26-year-olds out there?
Have you ever
Like, that
watched
seems to be
Lifetime?
the real issue.
That's what
I don't
I
think you've
said.
watched
I said
Lifetime.
aren't so okay. Now the only circular logic that makes sense here about that is the thing about the incest, right? If it's the father impregnating the daughter or whatever, right? He might be over 50, kind of thing. But that's like the one scenario where that would make sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just think this is so funny. I love the escalation on, well, fuck. Like the left is like, well, fuck, we lost big here. They just ruled with an iron fist and overtook everything to ban this. And then well, what are we gonna do? It's like,
Take their nuts.
I love how incapable people are of coming to terms with things they don't like, And I'm saying that about the Republicans banning it and the Democrats reacting in this way to the ban. It's like, yes, we're just going to ruin life for everybody because we can't get along.
It's either one extreme or the other. It's not really a solid ground and another solid ground, just a different type of middle school slapping. So
Okay.
in an interview with...
All right. So this bill is to help men become more accountable as well as women. In an interview with WSFA on Friday, so real quick, I just want to acknowledge the thing about the condoms is that the problem that condoms have is that they can be sabotaged, right? By one party or the other poking a hole in them, right? It's almost impossible for you to see, but it causes them to tear, basically, right?
I mean, you could blow it up before you put it on or something.
You could. That's a great strategy. You're definitely gonna not lose your partner's sex drive because you blew up a condom before putting it on. Right?
As long as she's
gonna
not afraid of
find that
clowns.
sexy as all hell. So anyway, in an interview with WSFA on Friday, Hollis reportedly pushed back on the notion that HB 238 is, quote, an outrageous overstep. She complained that, quote, year after year, the majority party continues to introduce new legislation that tries to dictate a woman's body and her reproductive rights, adding, men should not be legislating what women do with their bodies.
But the government will legislate what men do with their bodies.
Well, I mean,
She claims to be pro-life.
Yeah, it just. I love.
Is there anyone on the council that's pro-death?
Being able to watch the dog fight happen, you know. During the debate on the Human Life Protection Act in 2019, Hollis read from a poem. If my vagina was a gun, oh dear God.
Everyone would want to protect it. Octopussy. It's sad.
The thing is, when you load a gun with a bullet and fire it, it fires. When you load a vagina with sperm, you know, I mean.
Yeah, well, let that deed will squish out.
My wife is calling me. Hello.
Ooh, you called her vag gun.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I have to run out of here for a second. My wife left the stove on, and she.
Right.
Leave it. Put the cam on me.
Comparing the Second Amendment rights debate to the debut.
I'll do my pickup.
All right, so
Pick up.
put it back in the floor.
Okay.
All right. Pickups.
I got a lot.
Shows the mix-ups. Ooh, Sergeant Frog in the back.
Yes. Oh God, I do not have the coordination for all of this crap.
Oh yeah, did you finally get Fuka with Suzuka?
What?
Did you finally get Fuka with Suzuka? I think you did.
I pre-ordered it and I had it long before you did. In fact.
I know.
So let's see. Let's start off with. Oh my God, I hate this. I'll explain in a second. I went to grab season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, but it was actually season 3 because the spines are backwards.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I got season 1, season 2, which has some wavy patterns as if it has a bit of water damage, but I mean,
you got season 2.
It's in plenty. Yeah, season 2 is really hard to find.
Yeah, right.
Season 3. So I have all of the ones that are released over here. The thing is, all of these were actually sealed, but you know, Hunter's anime smells like smoke damage. Yeah. So you gotta like air it out. But I mean, it's still got a hint of it, but I haven't really been airing it out properly because I don't have dryer sheets on the convenient at the moment. But yeah, so here it is. My peeve about this set in general is it goes season 1, season 2, season 3. Actually, sorry, I'm an idiot. Season 3, season 2, season 1 on your shelf if you want to actually make sense, because if you're doing it the way that I was thinking of, it looks like this.
You do like that just to say fuck you.
I almost want to.
Actually,
and then you
didn't the other seasons do that too for the original one? Or no, they
might have, but the original has a complete set, so you can just ignore that.
Yeah.
But here's Elemental Hero Neo. I think that's
Neos.
Neos,
So, okay, I'll let you finish. I'm
which
glad
can
that
also
you're
look like this, but that's also backwards.
Mm.
Okay, onwards. Got a lot of pickups. And then we got Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D Season 1. Ooh. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D Season 2, which is all that's been released over here. Once again from Hunter. And that's how it should be. But
Yeah.
what you're actually going to do is this. And you can tell they're not planning to release Season 3 ever. It's a complete picture. Which sucks. And
But
then,
does it have all the episodes?
No, that's what I mean.
Okay.
And then we got Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V Season 1 Blu-ray, which I'm mildly excited for these releases because it's like the only time that it's been released A on Blu-ray and B like completely dubbed or whatever. Season 3 has been released on DVD, but I cannot find a listing for a Blu-ray, so I'm very worried that they're just not going to print a Blu-ray for the third season. Even though Arc V, the show itself, is probably not that great, but, you know, I'm just excited that it has a proper release that isn't like, oh, it's DVD only because it was made in SD. Oh, it's only seasons 1 through 3 because season 4 never got dubbed. Okay, then next, I got You're Under Arrest, the mini specials. You're Under Arrest, the movie that is 2.0, not 5.1, which I found out afterwards, but the price is right. And then I got Wagnaria Season 1, even though it has 2 exclamation points. I found out that I think that's just how it always was. And then Wagnaria Season 3, Part 1.
That's only really annoying that they did that.
What, the exclamation points or season
No,
3, Part 1?
the season 3, because let me show you what my seasons look like. That's called working, right? W-O.
And that's what it's supposed
it's
to be called.
Wagnaria, like even on the NIS.
Oh, here, they're right here.
Wagnaria.
Right here. Okay. So, is there a standard edition for that season 3?
No, this is Aniplex.
Yeah. So it's gonna go from standard edition season 1,
Standard edition season
and
2.
what year? Oh no, didn't they have a? No, I guess you're right. It is just okay. Anyway, standard edition season 2, and then that fucking ridiculous season 3, like
Part 1
art box looking thing.
Part 1. So you're gonna have 2 of them.
Yeah, because it went from NIS. Yeah,
NIS to Aniplex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so sad
Well,
that I
actually-
don't have season 2 because I think that's like quite out of print and not easy to get.
Sorry to make you
cheap.
jealous.
Do you have the steelbook of Bounds Beyond Time?
Yes.
I mean,
Okay.
Bonds Beyond Time, but yes.
okay.
I think that one came with a promo card, which I was happy about. Unless it was the other one.
Wedding Peach.
You got
Wedding-
Wedding Peach season
I
2.
literally showed that earlier today. That's crazy.
You got this exact one?
No, I showed it when I was discussing something to do with ADV.
I got this exclusively because I had the Fat Pack version of season 2, but I had this version of season 1, so I just wanted matching.
That's hilarious because I have the Fat Pack version of season 1. When you say Fat Pack, do you mean
like a
Art
regular
box or-
DVD case. It's just thicker
Oh, okay, yeah, because
So
I
hold,
have
like,
I have
6
this
or something.
I have this
I'm
version of season
surprised
1,
y'all
and I
haven't
don't know
played
that
that
there's a
already.
season 2 like this.
No, not the art box.
Yeah,
There
I
isn't
have-
an
I
art
just
box
bought
for
that.
season 2. I don't think.
So
All right.
I'm excited. If you watch that show, I want to know what you think of it.
I want to know what I think of it too. If that makes you feel any better,
Well, I'll just for the audience, I'll just say that when I watched it,
you're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe they made a whole show of 50 episodes of this."
seriously, it's Sailor Moon, but instead of like geometry,
Astrological.
astrology. Thank you. Instead of astrology themed with like the moon and like Uranus and all that shit, it's based on weddings. And when I first started watching it, I'm like, fuck, I can't believe they made a whole show based on fucking wedding themed every episode. And then by the last episode, which is like, what is it, like 50 something episodes?
52 or something.
I'm legitimately impressed they knocked this out for 52 episodes. Like I legitimately thought they were going to run out of content and they were going to change gears midway through, and they didn't. And it was funny as shit watching them actually come up with something every episode. So I really enjoyed it.
What else does FDNM have?
Kuma Miko,
Oh, that's a mean-spirited
the
show.
bear that cried wolf. And then Karate Master. I don't know
All
why
right.
I got
Right on.
this. Does it have a slipcase?
No,
No.
you're good.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I finished that during
I
year
say
one.
I don't know why I got it
Live action
because
movies of that.
I say I don't know why I got it because an SD Blu-ray was probably inevitable, if not a normal Blu-ray. Then I got the original Kantai collection with slipcase.
Sweet.
This one I got just as a blind buy and because it was available. Kanagi. Oh god, Crazy Maidens or whatever it's
Crazy
called.
Shrine Maidens.
Yeah.
I remember when that was first released, they didn't print enough, so out of nowhere, people started selling it high. Then they finally reprinted more, and people stopped paying.
My brother's I saw this and he's like,
Wait a
"Wait,
minute.
that got an anime?" And I'm like, "I mean, yeah, it did a while ago. It's Bandai."
Okay, so real quick, for anybody, because I think you already know this, but for anybody who of our 10 viewers watching right now who don't know this, Karate Master has a series of live action movies that came, I think, before it. It's because Karate Master is based on a real guy, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
now I
They
know
got it
that.
based off of him
So the
from
movies are
Dream from
based
Street
on
Fighter.
that same guy, and their star Sonny Chiba. There's this one, Champion of Death, but the ones to get are these ones because this is one of these movies. Is this movie? It's just branded differently, and this just looks better in your collection. So there's 3 movies: Karate for Life. I'll do them backwards in order. So Karate Bullfighter. Right, literally happens in the anime, right, where he fights the bull.
Yeah. By the way, spoilers.
Karate Bear Fighter
Yeah.
Nice.
and Karate for Life. So I just want to throw that out there.
By any chance, can you
Anybody-
take a picture of those and put them on the Discord or a la Facebook?
I mean, I could, or I could just link where I got them off Amazon.
That'll work.
All right, back to you, FDM.
Take those pictures along with your hentai manga for the Discord.
Yeah, I'll get. Yeah,
One day, I just want to compare FDN's face to Colin Mockery. Just have a side by side, just so we can see how similar.
Oh no, my connection is bad.
no.
Captain Hair.
Oh my God! It's Zuardo says if only they released it on Blu-ray, referring to I believe Yu-Gi-Oh, one of the Yu-Gi-Oh series. By the way, while your connection is terrible, on the off chance you can hear me, they talk about Yu-Gi-Oh a lot in this book, and I think you might enjoy it. I don't know. I'm really enjoying it. It's been a great read. Also, Augie, since you're here, okay, so let me just show some things. I'll show some more pickups real quick, just because we're doing it. I picked up Princess Knight from
Sweet.
Hunter.
Oh,
This was
rest in
Princess
peace,
Knight.
FDM.
Yeah, he just dipped out. Princess Knight Part 2. Hunter probably had Part 1, but he didn't send it to me. I picked up Part 1, and I realized I probably should have just talked to Hunter and see if he had the other one, because it probably would have been nicer to help him get rid of it, but I bought it. Also, Masked Rider. Kamen Rider came out over here by Tokyo Shock, which is Media Blasters, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they or did they not release this twice? Once with the exact same cover as this, that says Masked Rider, and once with the cover that looks exactly like this, except it says Kamen Rider.
I was hoping you was going to ask about the TV show, which was a Kamen Rider re-edited and called Masked Rider as well from Saban
Yes,
Entertainment.
because they tried. That's actually something else. The entire reason I bought this is because I'm reading that book, and I just thought, I should probably finally pick it up. And by the way, this wasn't actually cheap. It wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap. I thought it would be way cheaper these days. But because you're here, I got this for you from Hunter. Did you chart?
Cool. So you got all 8?
No, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. I don't know where 7 or 5 is.
At least you got 4 out of the way.
Yeah. So I'm just letting you know that I've got it. I'm going to put it here for now. I don't see the other ones. I'm pretty sure he didn't send them. So you might want to chat with him at some point and see if he's got them. So I'll look around at another time, but I'm just letting you know that I got them. He sent it to me to send to you. Anyway, back to you.
I need to do pickups. Well, Well, let's continue.
Should we jump through the rest of Yellowhammer, this
Please,
article, so that
please.
because you needed to go? Okay. So I think we're at the end here.
Start where
She complained that.
Oh.
Oh yeah, if my vagina was a gun, that's where we left off. Comparing the Second Amendment rights debate to the debate over a woman's right to an abortion, which is a ridiculous debate. Let's be real. Do you need a license to have a vagina? You know, all that shit. That's total bullshit. Anyway, in fact, debate on the bill last year in the upper chamber actually touched on vasectomy, just in a different way. State Senator Vivian Davis, Democrat. Do you have a city named Mobile?
Mobile, yeah, it's a big
Yeah.
city on the shore.
I'm sorry for you. She offered an amendment to criminalize any man who gets a vasectomy with a Class A felony. I'm sorry, wait. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
understand the reasoning for this.
there's a reason why I don't really like her passing stuff. They seem a little bit barbaric.
What's the average IQ in Alabama among politicians?
Oh, politicians, they're dumb. They are very dumb. Normal people's pretty standard.
Really?
Standard
'Cause in
intelligence.
order
It's
to
just
vote,
the government is just terrible
State
here.
Senator Linda Coleman Madison from Birmingham went further during the debate, suggesting that a castration bill should be introduced. Fuck me. I'm sorry. I just love how they talk about here. Yeah, so it's going to be it'll criminalize any man who gets a vasectomy with a Class A felony. So, no. They're saying that you're going to get
Get it if you
it's
have
going
a Class
to
A
be a
felony.
Class A felony to get a vasectomy.
Yeah, which that's not right.
But what about like a hysterectomy? Is that not like an attempted vasectomy? What the fuck?
No, notice it's the women saying the vasectomy, not any of the men.
Okay, sorry. If you get the vasectomy, that's a Class A felony. If you try to get a vasectomy, that's a Class C felony. I kind of, as I'm reading this article, like I wasn't on the side of the abortion ban. Personally, just to be clear, hold on, the mouse is on the wrong screen. I don't agree with abortion personally. For my own family, it's not something we would do. But I don't agree with creating legislation to control the lives of other people. That's just not
Let
something
people have their choice.
For my personal opinion, I don't agree with abortion. But hearing these people talk, I am more and more on the side of the pro-abortion ban people because it's just how funny it is to watch these people respond in kind with this stuff. Castration bill should be introduced. I love how they just say like without even saying castration bill for felons, castration bill like you should just be castrated if you're a man in Alabama at the age of like 30 to 50 or like.
For the record, I'm in northern Alabama, not southern Alabama. As you can tell, the dumber people are in southern Alabama.
I love this classism that exists in Alabama between the North and the South. This is too funny to me. Vasectomies under Hollis's bill would be at the man's expense. HB 238 has been referred to the House Judiciary Committee. The legislation is very much dead on arrival in the Alabama legislature. On the same day HB 238 was introduced, State Rep. Kenny Shaver, no, Republican from Leesburg, reintroduced an anti-infanticide bill she first filed last session. Hollis on Thursday also filed a bill that would require local Alabama boards of education to provide feminine hygiene products in female restrooms at public schools in their respective jurisdictions. Okay. All right. Anyway, there's that article. And then you also decided that this was important for us to cover. Rep. Rolanda Hollis arrested on, again, the pictures they could have used on Sankaku Complex's article, and that would have been funnier. They went with the most flattering image of this woman. So she's arrested on misdemeanor domestic battery charges. State Rep. Rolanda Hollis of Birmingham was arrested on a misdemeanor charge of domestic battery in Destin, Florida. What is FLA?
Florida.
Is that Florida?
That's another way to abbreviate Florida.
I've never seen it written that way. On Saturday night. So she She doesn't even live in Alabama. Is that what's going on?
She
here?
lives in.
How is it
She was on vacation.
How is it domestic? Okay, so I guess it's between her and her husband, but while on vacation. That's how it's domestic. Okay. An arrest report from the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office says Hollis pushed her husband, Aaron Jefferson. Oh God, she pushed him. How will he ever recover? The report says a
Probably
witness
with a
saw the
vasectomy.
incident alleged to have happened about 11 p.m. at the inn on Destin Harbor. The report says Hollis denied any involvement in the incident. Fuck, she pushed him?
Yeah, she pushed
How will he
him.
ever recover, guys? In an email to AL.com, Hollis said she has done nothing wrong. The arrest is a huge misunderstanding. She was in the process of working it out with her attorney and would have more to say. Hollis 52 was elected to represent Alabama House District 58 in the special election in 2017 after Rep. Oliver Robinson retired. Voters elected Hollis in a full term last year. Okay, to a full term. Okay, so I think this is really funny. So maybe I'm living in a bubble. Maybe she does live in this systemic patriarchy that exists exclusively in Alabama, where if a woman pushes a man, she goes to fucking prison and gets arrested and shit.
I have a question.
Yes.
Good.
How old is her husband?
Good
If
question.
she's 52.
Just turned 50, right?
Old enough for a vasectomy, according to her.
This is all retaliation against
Gotta
her
be so
husband.
fucking funny. All right. Whew. Okay. Okay.
In
So
short,
Evan-
the bill's not going to pass. It's just
Oh no, it's
Big.
fucking ridiculous. But I kind of hope it does because it's just going to be so much funnier if this keeps going.
I'll probably move to Denver.
Oh no,
Colorado.
you'd be so close to me.
Move to Iowa.
Iowa.
You know, I was actually thinking about moving to Iowa, Reese.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
because I'm working in a warehouse right now, and I figure I could strategically. I'm not ever going
Work
to
with
use
Clayton.
the employee discount
Dude,
at the warehouse. I work at.
look at right
But if
stuff.
I worked at right stuff, I would. All right.
Yeah, their CEO drives a forklift. He has a forklift license.
He's got a freaking DeLorean that looks
didn't know
like the
that.
time machine.
Do you see him on a daily basis just driving around town?
No, he took a picture of he did a skit on Facebook with the DeLorean at a place that used to be here in Nevada.
Yeah. Reese lives in a town called Nevada, Iowa. So old man says maybe she was trying to convince her husband to get a vasectomy. Yep. Okay,
All
so
right.
let's get back
Over
to
here.
the news here.
Look at me.
Oh, Augie's got something.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the 9 right here.
I'm
Oh,
gonna step
You
out.
already
Hey,
have
dude.
it,
yeah, I already have it.
and now you're trying to buy it just to prevent.
I'm
others
not
from
buying
getting
it. I don't know why you're saying I'm buying it. I just wanted to buy volume 4 because that was like tough for me to get.
Oh, okay.
That's what that whole big deal was,
So I get to keep the other ones, is what you're saying.
pretty much.
All right.
I guess I'll save my pickups for another time. Let me
Well, you
know
can show
when.
now if you want. I just thought
Okay.
you were trying to get out of here.
I am kind of a half-half situation, so I finally got Soul Eater Not. Woo. Hey. Then the second part of is that time
Is
I
it
got
wrong to pick
reincarnated
up a
with
slime in a dungeon?
Slime in the dungeon, huh? Oh. Let's see, what other goodies do I have? Let's put the Energize over here. Oh yeah, finally got all 4 volumes of Prince of Tennis.
You know, I really lamented that show ended before they released, or that they didn't dub the whole thing and they only released those 4 volumes. But the show was so fucking awful that I'm kind of glad I didn't have to sit through more of it.
I'm not going to say it was perfect for me, but for like a binge watch, I can like zone out
Oh,
and be
God,
fine
no.
watching.
The
But
most interesting thing that happened in the entirety of that series is somebody hits a ball with so much curve that it goes around the net, like around the pole, and still bounces in the right side. That was the only interesting thing that happened in the whole of what was released.
okay, I'm going to go through these quick because I think I've already shown these before. City Hunter,
You have not shown these on podcast.
The Great Passage,
Maybe that one. I don't know.
Bow to the Seventh, Bludgeoning Angel Upgrade, Mazinger, Eternal Fantasy 39. GE39.
So these are all discotheque?
All these are
Hooray for
discotheque.
discotheque.
Hooray for the disco. Party at the disco. I'm
All right,
wondering
so-
how many of my disco pre-orders are going to be backlogged to March for some reason. Let's see what
Well, I know I'm going to buy everything at Anime Expo.
All right, so except for Volume 2, which should be coming in soon, Hikaru no Go Library Editions for the most
Library
part.
edition, yeah, I was going to say.
One of the most safest shows to rent at the library. It's not anime, but at the same time, it was hell for me to remember the title and all the alternate titles going through Amazon, if you're curious. Phantasma. Yeah. Are these hybrid or are these solid live action, AC?
I think they're live action. They're on Right Stuff. I don't know why you had to go through Amazon to get them.
Volume 2.
Okay. So if anybody wants to know what the non-library editions, including Volume 2, looks like, there you go. You're welcome.
Thanks.
All right. What next is Infinity Force with Dew. I don't know why. When I got this, it was like it was super cold, so it had like the dew on it and like kind of
Yeah,
messed it
where'd
up.
you get it?
That's
What?
weird.
Oh,
Where'd
Infinity.
Where'd you get it?
Oh,
Did you buy it from like the local anime dealer off the street? Like,
no. I ordered it off of Amazon from somebody. They gave me a partial refund. So
do you live in a swamp where you get dew inside your Amazon package?
no. Well, hold on. This is sort of a normal thing that happens sometimes.
Not in the desert where I live.
Well, maybe in near the Tennessee River where I am, but sometimes that happens. It's kind of a rarity.
That's a Viz release, right?
Yes, that is a Viz release.
That's
Up
just
next-
not a slipcover.
Yeah, I'll get the slipcover at AWA as an upgrade. So, help me confirm if season 2 of this was released. I have Huntic from Anime Works / Media Blasters.
Media Blasters. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think season 2 ever got released, but don't quote me on that because I haven't actually cared about Hunted because it's not a show I was going to watch.
Fair enough. And I think that's a collab US work, but I'm not sure. Isekai Quartet season 1.
Yeah.
Well, you weren't here. You weren't here when I showed my pickup of Galaxy High School.
Darn it. That's another one I need to get.
Yeah, I'm shocked at how not cheap it is.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that expensive, but this should cost me $2 per DVD at this point.
I know. TMS. I now have to get that this weekend. So 18 if.
I think didn't somebody in the chat? I think maybe it was Hunter who talked about that show.
Because one
That's
maybe
definitely going
Hunter
to be the
FDDNM.
thumbnail, by the way.
Then Dompton, Laughter Under the Clouds. Kind of looking forward to this. Then we have Izuna 11 R's Kickoff, Volume 1.
Inazuma 11.
Inazuma 11. I'll show that.
Old man
Blue-ray
says I watched the
Tutu.
first season of Princess Tennis. It was boring. Thank you.
Oh, well.
Oh,
I had that
God.
same Princess Tutu.
Why don't you get the Blu-ray
Of Princess
I got
Tennis
it.
or Princess Tutu?
for
I get
Q2?
it. I wanted this for this cover. I think it looks neat.
You wanted it for the shitty stack pack? Come on.
You wanted it for the lolicon and lingerie?
No.
It is a good show.
Continue.
Though.
Pokemon.
So I completed Pokemon to my knowledge now with
Cool.
Diamond
The
Pearl
double penetration battle dimension.
Battle Dimension. So yeah. Let's see what else we got here. Finally got Toko Private Police.
Tokyo Private Police.
Let's see what else we got here. We got them Rainbow Days coming here. Finally got Bento in the box that I've been wanting, thanks to that out of nowhere awesome discount sale for these for these limited
Do
editions.
you know why?
Why exactly?
Because
Why?
because all of those shows got an Essentials release.
Okay. And
We
just
covered that in
because,
the last podcast.
and just because I showed it on Twitter, I'll show it here. We have Gridman.
Fuck.
This
Mine is being held hostage by Right Stuff because I ordered it with a pre-order.
Oh no!
It
Then I
happens.
got
And then when I
Oh,
ordered the
shit.
next thing to try to have them send it with it, I accidentally ordered another pre-order.
oh no! Oh wait, this is in plastic. Oh, I gotta get this plastic off. What could this possibly be? Oh, it's a VHS. A VHS of what? Some obscure show that some may know and a lot will not. I gotta
But
get through
next time
this.
Augie's on the podcast, like normally, his hair is just going to be down to his ankles.
That's my Super Saiyan form.
Do you cut your hair at that length, Augie?
What?
When is the last time you had a haircut? Was it before we started the podcast?
I've had a total of 4 haircuts while the podcast has been on.
Count?
Nose. They were
I
all
haven't had a haircut in years.
yeah, but
So
you're
we-
freshly shaved.
Yeah.
So we have Sanctuary dub and Sanctuary live action.
Okay.
Is that a Yowie?
On.
No, I'm not sure. I think that's just a mafia show. Let's see, what else do we have here? Oh yeah,
Hey Reese, is Sonic gay?
no, bootleg bow.
Oh, you got the
No,
bootleg
not
one.
not bootleg bow. No. See, not
Liner
bootleg.
liner
not
notes.
bootleg.
So I've got the
Not
bootleg bow right here. I won't tell
I
you if
got
that
the
has the
bootleg
liner
bow
notes
as
in
well.
it. Let me check. I already had the original bow. I mean, I just bought the bootleg because I'm holding on
Dollars.
to your hope that series ever gets made. Let me see if I can find it. Keep going.
Let's see. I already, just for the sake of it being within this clip, we have Die Rugger 13, starting with the original, with the third one that's hard to get, second one that's uncommon, and first one that's common as dirt. Now, I shall rise from my grave to receive.
I don't know where it is. It's in here somewhere.
Yeah. To get, if I can just pluck them out. Pluck them out. Yeah. This is getting dangerous. A show that everyone else has that I didn't, Darker Than Black. We have the box set for season 2. However, I got season 1 as well.
But it's the Essentials one.
Yeah. It's the classics one.
Whatever.
Up next is Norrigan. I think season 1. Noragami. Season 1.
Fucking hell.
Origami.
Old man
Season
says, isn't Hikaru no Go, the world of the pros, DVD 12 really rare? I remember trying to find it years ago. Prove to me it exists.
2. Prove to me that it exists too. I've asked people because I haven't had it. The whole reason I went after this is because I couldn't find any existence of 12.
12 doesn't even complete the series, though, right? It's still only halfway, right? Something like that.
It's only halfway anyway of a guy who keeps losing at Go.
It's not a bad show. I watched it with my kids. I didn't get all the way through it, but
Because you don't
it's
have
not a great
well.
show. It's just not a bad show.
So we have Zombieland Limited Edition. That's a great show, by the way. Then we have Selector Infected Wolves.
All right, let's do like 10 more because we're really dragging this out.
Season 2.
And we're draining viewers like crazy. So let me tell you about my new whiskey review.
And my last one for now. Mega Man NT Warrior, when I flexed my muscle and showed it on Twitter. And someone replied that he also had it as well.
Oh.
Who replied that?
Huh?
Who replied that?
No. You said it in the last podcast.
Yeah, I don't remember saying that on Twitter, but yeah,
But you
that's
said
the
that.
thumbnail for the last podcast. I think I finally changed it.
Cool.
All right, so let's jump back into news here. Demon Slayer makes manga history by holding all top 19 spots on the Oricon charts.
That's nuts.
Of all
That is
people,
pretty nuts, isn't it?
At a later date.
So the top 20th spot is a completely different thing, but we just ignore that for the title of the headline here.
Bye, guys.
Let's see, Augie. It's good having you back.
Oh, thank you.
Get you there.
Oh.
So, now on top of that, though, the top 10 most sold manga are all Demon Slayer for the third consecutive week.
That's nuts.
Now, a normal person who's good at YouTube would say that our watch club should have been Demon Slayer, like, fucking months ago when it was obvious this thing was so popular.
Yeah.
But yeah, actually, no, this is the same thing. It's also for the so it's phrasing it this way is different. Top 10 out of the 20 most sold for third consecutive. That's still impressive, but it is also for the Oricon listing because Mix Volume 16 is still there. All right. Manga artist makes a rare move of taking paternity break. Some wonder if he is actually a woman. Come for the heartwarming story of a famous artist actually getting time off to spend with family. Stay for the weird Japanese linguistics lesson. Being a manga artist gives you the opportunity to realize your storytelling ambitions on a grand scale and possibly make yourself quite wealthy while doing it. The trade-off, though, is that it's an incredibly busy job, even by Japanese standards. Japanese comics are published on a relentless schedule, with new chapters appearing in anthologies every week, and that pace makes the work cycle pretty much constant for creators. However, the official Twitter account for turn-of-the-century treasure hunting manga series Golden Kamuy says that the series will be taking a break for a very special reason. Quote, Golden Kamuy will be on hiatus in Volume 12 of the manga anthology, Weekly Young Jump, which goes on sale February 20th because the series artist/author Noda is taking time off for having a baby. The announcement was both a surprise and a head-scratcher to many, though, because Noda's first name is Satoru, a male name. But the Japanese language verb used in the announcement is shusan. While shusan does mean have a baby, the way the verb is written contains this the kanji character here, meaning out. And so shusan refers to the physical act of birthing the baby. So it's something only the mother can do, not the father. Of course, true Golden Kamuy fans know Satoru Noda is a pen name, and that the artist's real name is Satoshi Noda. Great job changing your name there with one fucking syllable. But Satoshi, once again, is a male name. This caused online reactions such as, Golden Kamuy is drawn by a woman? Has Noda actually been a woman all this time? Noda is a woman? Or is this like Schwarzenegger movie where the guy gets pregnant? Maybe giving birth to a manga and giving birth to a baby aren't so different. Okay. However, Noda is indeed a non-baby birthing dude, as a quick Google image search corroborates. How do you know how he identifies? That's sexist? What is it? I don't know. Transphobic? I don't know. The confusion seems to stem from specific phrasing used in the announcement, which was Noda sensei ga shusan no tame oyasumi desu. Like this one is written in Japanese. Sensei is the industry title of manga artists. And ga just marks Noda as the subject of the sentence. Oyasumi desu is, as it's used here, means taking time off. Oyasumi means good night, doesn't it? Oyasumi nisai? Isn't that what they say when they go to bed? So interesting.
No
the
idea.
linguistics of Japanese is pretty interesting. Anyway, the tricky part comes in the middle with no tame. No tame is a very common, but also potentially very confusing phrase. Quite often it means for the sake of or in order to. For example, gokaku o suru tame ni benkyou shimashita means in order to pass the test I studied. Benkyou being the verb for to study. However, no tame also has another meaning, which is because of. For example, ame no tame ni densha ga okuretemasu, means because of rain, the train is late. So when the Golden Kamuy Twitter account sent out the hiatus announcement, they were using no tame in the second sense, with shusan no tame meaning because of a birth. In the second sense, rather. Okay, so Okay, yeah, I got it. I.e., Noda's wife giving birth to the baby. However, some people took Notame to mean in order to, a technical grammatical possibility, which could have made Shusan Notame to mean in order to give birth to a baby, implying Noda himself had carried the kid to term. Okay. Two other factors might have been at play. First, while Notame can mean either in order to or because of in spoken Japanese, the first usage is slightly more common, and perhaps the casual nature of reading tweets caused some people to initially think the phrase meant in order to in this instance. Second, it's pretty uncommon for manga artists to take time off for any reason, and paternity leave is also still something very few Japanese men take, and so the doubly rare possibility might have been something that didn't register in some readers' minds. Still, mixed in with the confused comments about whether or not Noda had been a woman the entire time, were those from people who'd interpreted Noda's wife as the one giving birth from the start, as well as a number whose reactions accounted to, I'm not sure who's having the baby, but here's hoping the health and happiness for the whole family, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, all right, so I hadn't previously read that. That was a really weird article.
Long article for just grammar Nazis.
Yeah, well,
Perfect
I
for this
enjoyed it.
podcast. Perfect.
Yes. Kenji Haruta continues his attempts to revive Skies of Arcadia, gain support from another dev. So the another dev is like an indie game developer. It's not even anything interesting. Record of Lodos War game is basically Deedlit Symphony of the Night. So we briefly talked about this game previously in the sprite production of it. That was really interesting. Now, the Symphony of the Night is a reference to Castlevania, correct?
I have no idea.
All right, well, that's great to have you here, my host who knows nothing. Record of Lodos War Steam game is a visually striking Metroidvania. So it just looks like a really fun game if you're into those types of games, and you should check it out. Here's some screen caps if you want to check it out. You play as fucking Deedlit, though, which is weird because she's like the most useless character in the anime. Right? Didn't do anything in the anime. Anyway. Taiwanese horror game Devotion added to Harvard's library collection. I didn't read this, and I'm not going to.
That's interesting.
Resident Evil 3 remake screenshots leak shows off artwork and enemies. I'm going to show you guys these. Personally, so there's that whole like controversy about Jill Valentine not being sexy or whatever because of her outfit. I think she looks better. Like I am more attracted to this version of her than the previous one. Personally, that's subjective. All right, I just think she looks better personally.
Beauty is subjective.
It's in the eye of the beholder, as they say. Anyway, so as far as the game goes, though, this looks pretty fucking good. Like, yeah, he's got the twisted nose and everything. I think it kind of works in the actual, if this is what you see when you're playing the game, that weird twisted nose thing kind of works here. Whereas up close in the game art or whatever, it didn't quite work. Kind of works here. Kind of feels faithful to the old style of the game. These all just look really crazy and would honestly be just like a totally fun game to play. Thank you, old man. Oh yeah, we've lost 40% of our crew regarding the watchers. Yeah. Well, 40% of the crew, meaning fucking FDDNM and Augie. Yeah. Also, if you want viewers, you have to follow the trends of the drama. Oh, instead of watching Demon Slayer, you mean? And Resident Evil looks great. Yeah. So, continuing here. Also, there's another character in here that I don't know if you guys are into this, but there's kind of a blonde bombshell in the Daisy Dukes and I feel like it's a fair compromise.
Yeah.
She kind of looks like a sex doll personified, but that's all right. In fact, I have a character in Dino Cops. So for those of you who are just tuning in, I started a detective drama years and years ago called Dino Cops that I referenced in the
podcast?
Mad Bull 34 review, when I first started the channel. But there's a character in that based on my friend Dan, who is in a lot of the First Impression series, whose name is Richard Tater or Dick Tater, right? And his secretary is a personified version of a blow-up doll. And I can't think of a name for her. I was thinking about calling her Barbara after the... I actually thought of that name before they named the Dakimakura of that in Hentai Prinny Cat. But I'm wondering if you guys have a suggestion for what I should call that character. Anyway, so here's the artwork. I don't know. I think I just like pants better than a pencil skirt, personally.
Yeah.
And like the fucking Christina Aguilera look that she had going on back then with the sweater tied around the waist. Okay. I was gonna make a joke, but I'm not going to. Carlos looks pretty good too. Yeah, so this is the thing. People had problems with his nose, looking weird compared to how he looked in the game originally. Moon's Donuts feels a little weird. Like, is anybody really gonna have like a moon themed donut place? That's weird. There are real girls who look like her though. See, ironically, that's the reasoning for why I think. Oh, In-N-Out Donuts. What the fuck? I never noticed that before. That's bizarre. So yeah, there are real girls who look like her though. So that's my reasoning for why I think she's more attractive. That's also the reasoning for why other people don't like her. All right. Anyway, continuing here. Ed Boon on Mortal Kombat and Smash Bros. It'd be like a stamp of approval. So apparently Ed Boon wants Mortal Kombat characters to show up in Smash Bros. To which I say, please, dear God, no. But that's a thing. Metroid Fusion being recreated in Minecraft. I'm going to show you guys this. No, there's no audio to it so far as I remember. I'm going to just show you guys. It's a little stuttery because of the stream.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just pretty much watching Metroid Fusion, right? Or whatever this is.
Mm-hmm.
This goes on a little bit longer than I would have liked, but we're almost there. Da, 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 da.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Right? This guy's literally recreating the entire game in Minecraft. Because why not? So, he's using a custom shader that gives it that pixelated effect, and he's using a resource pack. I believe, like, Samus is like a block of sand moving across that has a special texture on it or whatever. But, I mean, that's kind of a lot of work, and he's doing a pretty damn good job. Anyway, continuing. Even the Horrid Tiger handhelds are now being remade. Why? I think I had this one. I love how they link the Angry Video Game Nerd episode about Tiger Electronic ones. All right. I got to open this one in Safari. Well, I mean, I don't have to. I guess I don't have to. I could just open the link. So, anime dating simulator girl gets turned into horrifying monster by image improvement AI. So, I'm just going to show you guys this because I thought it was funny. Oh, it's not this one. It's the next one. Oh, wait. Is it this one? Can I just... Hold on. No, it's this one. I think it's worth seeing. So it has a before and after with this image improvement AI.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look that different, right? That's not weird at all. All right, I'm going to skip the rest of talking about this article because that's pretty much the only interesting thing. Riot Games lawsuit withdraws 10 million request, now demanding 400 million. So this is a weird... Well, I'll just read it. The discrimination lawsuit filed toward League of Legends developer Riot Games is believed to have been done after they agreed to pay 10 million for their alleged misdeeds, though the The request for $10 million has now been withdrawn as California regulators are now demanding $400 million. Agreeing to the $10 million collective settlement to female workers who were said to be subjected to sexual discrimination while toiling away at Riot Games over the last 5 years, the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, the Division of Labor Standards Enforcement, intervened and caused California regulators to instead demand Riot Games empty their coffers of $400 million. Representatives of the class action lawsuit, Melanie McCracken, Jessica Negron, and Gabriella Downey, hired the aid of employment lawyers Joseph Lovertovic and Jeannie Harrison for new legal counsel. Harrison's statement on the case, which some may regard as suspicious as it contains some rather telling signs many are familiar with. These brave women spoke out against gender inequality and sexism, and I want to make sure they are fairly compensated. I'm sorry, but if you're a victim of sexism, even a piece of $400 million is not being fairly compensated. I'm sorry. If you deal with an asshole, you're just a normal human being. Our well-qualified statisticians are already analyzing pay data. We intend to recover the compensation. Hey, FDM's back. You're back.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Do you want me to feed through the rest of my pickups?
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay.
Those are other 5 viewers, but that's all right.
Okay. Kaleidostar Season 2 only, but it's the slipcase version, which was listed for $2,000 on Amazon.ca because anyone would actually buy that.
It's better than having the non-art boxed version of Season 2 and the individual DVDs like me.
And then we have Kaze no Stigma Parts 1 and 2, or as I like to call it, K's no Stigma. But I don't know if this comes with slipcases because it might have been when Funimation had one of the in the weird Funimation times when they didn't do slipcases. I hope it didn't, but the thing is, this would be great for an art box because I have 2 volumes. And then we have here Season 1,
Of Kakaishi.
2, 3, and 4 of Kakaishi.
I see you also went with the 4 DVDs instead of the 6 Blu-rays like Augie did.
What?
There's 6 Blu-rays.
No, this isn't Kurokami.
Oh, are we talking about a completely different thing right now?
Kakaishi.
I have both of those shows, so
This is Viz.
Yeah.
yeah,
Not
I have
Manga.
both of these shows.
Kakaishi is apparently out of print, from what
Yeah.
I
Yes, it is.
can gather. So I'm glad I got those.
And it's also Vic Mignogna lead character.
Oh, cool. Then we got Valve Rave, the Liberator. I'm showing the backs of the seasons, I think, because Aniplex is great. I think this one's tragic, so it's probably going to be terrible. That's a good way to look in life. Okay, I'm here. I thought this was a bigger kahuna than it was, but still great to have. I have Prince
Of tennis.
Prince of Tennis, the right side of the box. Prince of Tennis 2, Prince of Tennis 3, and Prince of Tennis 4, which is all that's been released over here, unfortunately, because Viz had this thing where they did only 4 seasons of crap, and then stopped printing it. What was the other one? I swear they had something else that they only did 4 parts of, and then they didn't do the rest. It's a long one. Unless I'm just thinking of Hunter x Hunter, but that was complete.
Mm-hmm.
So then we got Plastic Memories, which I'm showing the backs again because Aniplex does things Japanese style.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be stupid, but it could be okay. But this is the show that came out and people were like, oh my god, episode 1 and I'm crying. It's like, I don't know, man. That's a little too short for me.
A little too much estrogen, maybe?
Yes.
Plastic little.
I had to buy it for a particular reason.
Are you an ass man? Is that why? Every time I see a movie with Duo, he's like, I happen to notice the character had a nice butt. And I'm constantly trying to edit around that.
you gotta keep that in there just as a running joke.
Oh no, it's in there. Don't worry, it's in there.
Listen. Prison school has enlightened me. No.
Oh, you have Koi Kaze.
I had the art box for the longest time with Volume 1, but now I have all 3 volumes. So
Okay.
yeah,
enjoy your
for the
incest love
win.
story.
Yeah,
I did. It
incest
was
for
good.
the win. It was good. Okay, that's good. Then
It's a little weird. It's a little weird seeing the guy like sniff his sister's panties or whatever happens, or her sniffing the boxes or whatever it was. But I'll let you enjoy it.
Yeah, just let me enjoy that. Then I got the obligatory Isekai Quartet, which is coming up before Konosuba physical release, which is funny. You get dubbed Konosuba characters in that, but whatever. Anyway, then we got the final Hunter x Hunter. And I started watching the original Hunter x Hunter recently, and I don't know, part of it feels like it's a bit slow-paced.
Yeah.
Unless I'm just misremembering
No.
the manga.
How far did you get into the original?
So far, I'm 22 episodes in.
So are you through the part where he leaves his home area?
Define his home area.
Well, because
Right
when
now,
we were
he's
talking about this.
trying to get Hisoka's badge.
Oh, okay, yeah. Really, I didn't find it slow paced except for that beginning thing where he's like fishing and shit. Like I found that to be really boring.
The thing is, I
but
watched
then
the
show
pilot
picks up.
episode, so I essentially saw that twice in a row, and I'm like, why did I
Right.
do this to myself?
Yeah, but so we were discussing in the in our private chat for podcast hosts about how it would be fun to go back and watch the original series and then pick up right where it leaves off in the 2011 series to continue it, because the 2011 series pacing is terrible because it's like breakneck speed up to the point where they catch up and then they slow down, right?
Right, which is what essentially Full Metal Alchemist did as well. But
So I've only watched like the first like episode of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and it does not start at the beginning. they start
you
over?
get 3 episodes in, and it kind of resets to where it was.
The first episode is an anime only episode for Brotherhood, and that event is actually referenced in the original series.
Okay. All right. Well, just so you guys know, just so you guys, the double click does that. Just so you guys know, if Vic wins on appeals, when Vic wins on appeals, we're probably going to watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood as the watch club.
We should do both
Okay.
series.
Full Metal Alchemist, rather. And then when he wins the actual, when it goes back to trial and he wins that,
We watched
then we're going to watch Brotherhood.
I remember you mentioned that.
Yeah, just so you guys know. That's already kind of on the slate. We're going to do that.
Okay, I got 3 more pickups.
I'm
Go
excited.
for it.
Okay, and this is I'm showing it out of order, but actually, did I show Gridman last time?
Augie just shared all the stuff you're showing, so go ahead. Isekai Quartet, Prince of Tennis, Gridman.
Well,
Yeah.
anyway, I don't have it handy, but I got Gridman limited edition.
No.
If
Augie
I didn't
shared
show
his.
it last time. This is technically the last one that I needed. The last Funimation limited edition that's like explicitly called limited edition or
Is
collector's
that
edition.
Carnival?
And it's
Yeah.
probably going to be god awful.
Yeah.
Looks god
Like,
awful.
the thing is, I was on Amazon. They had one in stock. Ordered it. Like, this is a couple of years ago at this point. Ordered it. It came, and it was really badly damaged. So I sent it back. I'm like, okay, this is done. And then it's like waiting for, they're waiting for their back order or whatever.
Mhm.
So then before they ship the replacement, It's the same product. They
The
put
exact
it.
same case.
They put it. No. They put it in a bag this time, but it's the same one I got. The exact same one I got. I'm like, that's the exact same damage it had when I got it before. So, and then like a couple weeks, like I just got a straight refund. Then a couple weeks later, it came back in stock, and it's like one in stock, and I'm like, I know which one that is. I'm not getting it. So I was in this limbo of I can't buy this show because I won't get I won't get a good condition one. So I bought it off eBay because I'm like, hey, this person's got it for a not unreasonable price. Okay. And then, out of order, which I actually got before it, the Slime limited edition.
Nice. Well,
Which-
not nice because I got the standard ones, but yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that, but not in a box, right?
No, it doesn't have the booklet.
I've watched a bit over half of this, and I'm liking it a bit more than I thought I would.
Dude, I burned through all of. I started watching it yesterday because I got home at like 1 o'clock. I finished it.
The
Fourth
beginning
podcast.
is a bit something like it's okay, but it picks up, is what I'd say. And my brother really doesn't like how they gave what's her name? This girl, the one that he bases his appearance off.
Oh
of.
yeah.
They apparently gave her like significantly more time than she had in the manga. She was just kind of there the single episode and then it was over with. But in this, they dragged it out, and it's like, oh.
Well, pretty much the premise of the light novel, the first light novel, was that whole thing up to that point.
So you're saying that the anime adapted the light novel,
Right.
not the manga.
Whatever.
Whatever. Anyway, my final pickup is Anohana. Oh my god. This art is terrible because it's the reverse, but
That
that
is
means
terrible.
I get no logo on the spine, bitches.
That's awful.
Okay, as in no. You mean when you say logo? Do you mean like
Sorry, no age
like
rating.
ratings?
The
I mean, it
age
doesn't have the
circle-
logo either, if that's any better. But I paid like 45 Canadian dollars for this.
I paid $42 American for the NIS standard edition with the DVD Blu-ray combo pack.
Okay, well that's not Aniplex, so you're free of charge.
What
Free
is that?
charge.
Is that dubbed?
Yes. Oh, well that's the difference, Reese.
Ah, okay.
Mine is both Blu-ray height and dubbed. Ha 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 ha.
Well, fuck you.
Okay. Quick update though.
Go ahead.
So all of the times that I cut out before, I was just like frantically like, okay, try network. But the reason I didn't rejoin early this time is because there's this YouTuber that's bigger, like he's big by my standards, but like he's not necessarily super huge. He made a Patreon update video saying that like he included things like, I want to improve the channel, hire an editor. I shot him a message saying, hey, is there any applications open? And I saw that he said, hey, do you have a portfolio or something? I'm like, oh crap. So I was spending that like linking all of the videos. I'm like, okay, which one would show off the best my editing? So that's the current status of me, the status.
All right. I
Looking
was
forward to
reading
the
a
results.
message from Augie, but good luck with that.
Yeah.
So Augie just sent a message. He said to the audience, my youngest sister is having her 16th birthday. I am building her a small anime collection and wondered, would it be better to share over Twitter or to share live on podcast? Audience, what do you think? I'm going to answer that personally. I think it would be better to do it on Twitter. You're going to reach more people. You can get more feedback.
Hopefully you don't reach your sister on Twitter though and spoil the surprise.
He posted something like that like a couple of weeks ago.
See, I heard that as hopefully you don't reach your sister and get that vasectomy for your
God.
incest. All right. Anyway, yeah. So old versus C, not old man. Versus C said, I remember this lawsuit. The employees were also getting farted on their face. And then he went on to say, or maybe that was a different one. Never mind. So even if that was the case, it's not worth $400 million. I'm done with this. We're gonna move on. Okay. Why we think Sonic should and will be gay. Sonic the Hedgehog has a history of romance, though he's never been all that interested in women. Instead, Sonic should become an LGBTQ plus icon.
No.
So I'm going to try not to throw up while I read through this. First, let me just, before I am, okay, so first of all, I'm drinking Screwball. I went to, God, I've had a lot of this already. I went to the store and I talked to the guy in the liquor aisle who was like scanning stuff. And I said, where do I make requests as a joke? And he like took that way literally and said, there's a guy in a room somewhere who took a class and like you're not, basically he's saying you're not going to get. So I asked him about a drink that they used to sell at the store down like the hill from where I live that they no longer sell, and they never sold it at the branch that I was at. And he's like, yeah, they don't sell that anymore for some reason at our store or at the other store, the competitor store. I don't know why. So it's a great drink. Long story short, I asked him for his recommendation since he was there, and he told me to pick this up. It's peanut butter flavored whiskey. It sounds disgusting. He said if you drink this with Coca-Cola, it tastes like peanut brittle. And I'll tell you right now, it tastes like peanut brittle on its own. He said if you drink it with grape soda, it tastes like peanut butter and jelly. And I gotta say, it's not terrible. I probably won't buy another bottle of it. But before this overpowers me, because I've had a bit of it while Augie was on stream going through his entire collection. I want to say that regarding this, I am deeply concerned for how this type of community is so obsessed with sex that you can't just have cartoons be sexless. You know what I mean? Is that weird to anybody else? Am I the only one who's concerned about that?
I don't want to put it that way. I mean,
So
I guess the
I
foot
just want
fetish thing is bigger in the sauna.
Yeah, the foot fetish thing. I brought that up. Oh fuck! I don't know if I brought that up in the video, but I brought that up when I was seeing Sonic with Duo. I'm like, fuck, we see his feet. No. About Sonic, I don't know what it is about the Sonic community seeing his feet.
Well, it's because he runs so much. They must have the stinkiest, nastiest feet.
Is that
so
what
it's
it
the
is?
most
Is the foot
desirable.
fetish about like? Is the foot?
That's
fetish
my
about,
guess.
Fuck,
That's my
that's
guess.
So gross. Oh, God, people are so gross. All right. Also, SSS.Goodman is a great show. Highly recommend.
Watch
Right.
2 episodes, and honestly, it's better than it should be. Is what
It
I
really
should
is.
say.
It really is. Anyway, so I'm gonna read through this. I skimmed it, right?
As you do.
Click the button below to start this article in a quick view. There's a TLDR version. Oh God, how long is the fucking article? It's so short. It's so short. You
They
need
had to add a
for this?
TLDR version to extend the article.
We'll check out the TLDR at the end. We'll check it out at the end. Okay. Great point here by old man. Bugs Bunny used to cross-dress and trick Elmer Fudd. All right. My entire point's gone. All right. Bugs Bunny is gay. Right.
You haven't seen that one god ugly gif or gif on 9gag of like this giant, ass ugly bugs, like buck teeth, sounds like he's like been in prison for 15 years and finally getting out, and he like grabs Elmer.
No, thank God. I haven't seen that. As Sonic spins his way into cinemas, we found ourselves thinking about the things we still don't know about him. Yeah, okay, because that's normal.
I don't think anyone knows his sexuality. Well, I mean, we can assume it's probably straight, but I mean, no one knows because the writers don't like
we can
write
assume
that
it's
way.
probably straight because only something like 11% or even less of the entire population is part of the LGBTQ community. But as Sonic spins his way into cinemas, we found ourselves, especially, okay, real talk. Are there any gay animals? Are humans the only species that's gay?
I mean, I'm sure some animals just kind of like plug at whatever hole they see, but I don't think they're doing it because they have that preference.
Penguins are
I mean, I don't know, man. Well,
I can't tell if that's a dig at penguins or if that's an actual factual statement. These are the same people who ship SpongeBob and Patrick. Okay. I'm not
he says he's
okay,
not
right?
joking. Like
Okay,
100% of them are?
All right, so then let's read their reasoning here as to why Sonic is gay and should be gay. It's the what is it called? The gay singularity is coming, guys. Okay. What was that? Okay, so as Sonic spent his way in cinemas, we found ourselves thinking about the things we still don't know about him. Despite the fact that Sonic has been in our games and our hearts, in our bedrooms apparently, for almost 30 years, there's still a lot we haven't been told about the ring-collecting blue blur, such as his sexuality. Of all the things to be concerned about, this has made us consider the very real possibility that Sonic could, and we propose should, be gay. Here's why. Hey, he's never been that interested in Amy. I mean, throw the book out. That's it. He's never been that interested in Amy.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with how he's probably
Sonic as a
not
husband.
matured enough to be thinking about that type of thing.
I know, right? Isn't Sonic like underage?
By the way,
Actually, he's a
Versus
fucking
Seed says,
hedgehog.
I forgot which animals have orgies and they don't know who's male or female, but they can also change their sex during orgies, so I guess it's very gay.
Starfish?
Is it frogs because chemicals change them into
frogs,
gays?
Yep. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, are animals gay? The freaking frogs are gay, apparently.
Oh, true.
The thing is that they're not. Well, okay. Can be gay. I don't know what this is a reference.
That's because the penguins.
100% were gay. They would go extinct pretty quick. Yeah.
He's talking about the penguins because I said something like they're all gay.
Sonic had a kissing scene with a real woman
Yeah, in 06.
Sonic 06 doesn't exist.
We need to find a show that we can use penguins are gay for the title of it. Of that podcast. Something.
Kimono friends. All right, so it's funny because in the first impressions, Duo and I were talking about how there's like 3 or 4 different canon universes for Sonic, right? Depending on which one, if you're part of the SAT AM or the games for the original Genesis, or like the Sonic Adventure Battle games, or whatever the fuck they're doing now with the new games,
or the comics.
Or the comics, yeah, the Mobius ones, the Archie ones, I mean. He's never been that interested in Amy. Over the years, Amy Rose has made it her mission to bag Sonic as a husband. She considers herself his girlfriend, chasing him through the games and keeping him safe. However, we propose that she's always been far more into him than he is into her. I'm sorry.
That's kind called of like, unrequited love.
Yeah, that's Lum in Urusei Yatsura. Darling, right? And the main
I guess the main character of Urusei Yatsura must be gay.
He's gay, dude. Do you know that?
Confirmed.
While the cartoons depict more hints at romance, in the games especially, Amy comes across as having been well and truly friend-zoned. Yeah, he's just not that into you, or whatever the saying is. Sonic clearly cares about her, but he often flinches or moves away when she displays overt romantic affection for him. I'm sorry, don't we have this thing about guys and their commitment issues and all that shit? Like, isn't that what they're referencing here? Anyway, boy, these rigs look terrible. Ooh, fuck. Ooh, gross. All right. He also seems ambivalent at best towards the charms of another woman, Rouge, despite her having a more dangerous side that contrasts Amy Rose. Sonic still remains interested. What about Sally? Sonic and Tails could become more than just friends. Fuck me.
Why Tails?
They put the Rock in the next movie and then ruin it with this.
How is he any closer with Tails than Amy? Don't they virtually have equally zero sexual interaction with each other?
Augie wants to make sure you guys know that his sister doesn't have a Twitter. That's what you think, Augie. While Sonic's natural chemistry with Amy seems to be one-sided romantic dynamic, his relationship with Tails is something else entirely. Please tell me. Tails is the boy next door and a sweet, happy fox who brings joy to Sonic whenever he's around. Citation needed. Sonic's childhood friend perfectly complements him in both personality and action. The pair have a natural rapport and chemistry together, effortlessly seemingly to know what the other wants and needs. Oh, gross. While Amy is very much a follower, Tails is very much a partner. This begs the question: why not take this to the next level?
Why don't you guys
Because
just
they're
watch?
cartoon characters.
Just watch the Internet Historian's audio drama of Sonic High School. Like that's all you
No.
need.
Tails also has the advantage of being more universally adored partner to Sonic. What the fuck? Especially in the games than Amy. I didn't even know Amy was in the games.
Which
Until
games are she in?
And I guess she's in some of the old like Sprite games. I had no idea. I thought she was like introduced in one of the 3D games.
Google to the rescue.
Or maybe they oh dear God. I just got a Twitter notification from Brady Hartel that says, will anyone else attempt to fill his shoes?
I mean, she was probably
it's
in.
about Galvatron, thank God. It's not about Sonic. All right.
I'm sure that Amy was in like what is it? Sonic
Amy was
Heroes,
in Sonic CD, according to Random 11.
Sonic C, Sonic Drift, Sonic the Hedgehog's game.
Sonic's
World.
also a teenager coked up on Mountain Dew. He cares about girls as much as Kid Goku did. Oh well, thank you for giving them. Watch out. The next article is why Goku is and should be gay, or should and will be gay.
Even though he's married and has two
Yeah,
kids.
Harry Potter writer reveals that you, the reader, was gay from the start. Anyway, partner Sonic, especially in the games, then Amy, who many find annoying. While she's simpering and swooning, Tails is protecting and helping, making it a far more equal pairing. No, Tails is just invincible. That's why people played as him in the game.
Yeah.
Because you can literally play the entire game with player 2 playing Sonic, just trying not to die, while player 1 kills everything as Tails. Because Tails dies and then comes back like a minute later alive. He has a lot of chemistry with Knuckles. Well, we threw Tails out pretty quick, didn't we? We're talking about Sonic's relationship. See, because this is
He
the
needs that Ugandan Knuckles.
John the Nichols, yeah.
See, the thing is that they have to start this off with the semi-uke relationship, the top and bottom, right? So if Sonic's the top, it's with Tails, but if he's the bottom, it's with Knuckles, right? We're talking about Sonic's relationships. It would be remiss of us not to bring up Knuckles. Fuck, that name sounds so gross when you relate it.
Yeah.
Knuckles deep.
Knuckles fisting. We were remiss not to bring up Knuckles, whose banter with Sonic lends itself perfectly to sexually charged homoerotic adversarial relationships.
What?
I'm sorry. Apparently, they think Knuckles was in the Sonic movie. Gonna have to open that. We could see this tension causing some issues between Tails and Sonic as well, with some rivalry for Sonic's affections coming into play. No,
Dude.
I think that at the very least, we can just acknowledge the harem aspect of the anime we just watched and how nobody actually gets with the guy kind of thing.
You know what I want to see? I want to see the sequel to Sonic have Tails and Knuckles introduced, but they have the old designs of like Sonic into their designs. So the horrific with teeth and all the fur and all that stuff.
Without spoiling it. No, I can't say it. Never mind.
I mean, I think I know the spoilers, but
well, when a certain somebody makes an appearance in the post-credit scene, I went when we were talking about it. I'm like, all I was thinking the entire time that character showed up is, I wonder what his original design looked like.
Yeah, I want to see what they'd look like recreated that way.
Okay, that was dumb. All right, so they're referencing there's a bunch of echidnas in the beginning when there's the baby Sonic scene, and they're saying that one of those is Knuckles, but I don't know. I guess maybe. Brady Hartel said, I watched this so much as a kid, my mom hid the VHS tape. That's after I rented it so much that it was cheaper for her to buy the tape at rental prices. Referring to Transformers? Okay. All right. Anyway, done with that distraction. Okay. Oh, God. So then, okay. So these are our points. He wasn't that into Amy. Tails is just better. Knuckles is even better because he's Knuckles deep in Sonic all the time. That sexually charged homoerotic adversarial relationship, because that's how healthy relationships are.
Yeah, like
We
in
can see
program.
this- Fuck, man. We can see the tension causing some issues between Tails and Sonic as well, with some rivalry for Sonic's affections coming into play. Overall, the relationship Sonic has with both Tails and Knuckles play out perfectly with a romantic element, arguably much better than the "he's just not that into you" dynamic between Sonic and Amy Rose. Here's our next point. Gay is the way. Do you know the way?
Oh man.
These days, there is, quite rightly, a lot of discussion regarding representation in gaming. No, see, I don't know if I would say quite rightly. I think that the fact that you are trying to determine whether or not Sonic the fucking Hedgehog is gay is clearly proof that it's not right in this representation in gaming. Because there's no fucking point for Sonic the Hedgehog to actually have a romantic interest at all. That's fucking stupid. And we've got a bunch of furries that we can point to as reasons for why this is a terrible fucking idea, no matter who the love interest is. The LGBTQ plus community is still largely underrepresented, and presentation of homosexual relationships as every bit as normal, valid, and fulfilling as heterosexual ones in vital in combating bigotry and homophobia. A much-loved icon such as Sonic could do great things for the community, which sadly still faces persecution and bullying. I guarantee you, if you made Sonic gay, that the hate crimes would increase tenfold.
And the IP and the value of the IP will drop tenfold.
Hey,
Woo!
I'm sure that there's a much larger representation of LGBTQ than the 6'5" people representation in movies. Come on. Like,
Well,
Come
I
on.
think the problem with the 6'5" people is that they pretend that normal, like 5'2" people are 6'5" in movies. There's a whole thing about making actors look taller by having them stand on soapboxes and shit. You know, like
that's right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that like those 6'5" people are even more of a minority. So where's their representation? Like, why isn't there a 6'5" Sonic?
Well,
Like,
I'm sorry. I don't know how tall The Rock is, but apparently he's going to be in the next movie, and maybe you'll get your 6'5" representation.
I want my
Okay.
4'10" representation.
I just want to
damn
see
it.
The Rock in a Sonic suit, like just playing Sonic.
No, so the thing is that I'm hoping that The Rock is president in the next movie, because there's a line where Sonic says, "What year is it? Is The Rock president?" Right? Anyway. Also, from another viewpoint, it would also make some incredible headlines. Sega is surely missing out on free publicity by not following a path so clearly laid out for it.
They say that because they believe it's going to be good publicity for their own
Right.
site currently.
So, I want to acknowledge how out of touch these people are. What is the name of Zach Birchie of Anime News Network?
Mhm.
Editor at large or whatever. He tweeted out saying something like, "I'm placing bets now," or something like that, that a bunch of anti-SJW YouTubers are going to make videos claiming that Call of the Wild is some feminist propaganda or something, because Call of the Wild is apparently catching up to Sonic the Hedgehog in sales. And I'm like, dude, you have completely missed why they made all those videos regarding Birds of Prey. You have completely missed the point. Completely missed it. This article they're living in La La Land. They've completely missed the point. I lost my mouse again. Hold on.
Yeah, Sonic was so unsuccessful as a not particularly gay or straight Sonic in that movie.
I'm pretty sure there was a Sonic running with a rainbow flag or something put out by the Sega Twitter or something. Sonic for gay rights or some shit like that at one point.
Is there going to be one this month, Sonic for Black History Month?
Oh my god. So this is the TLDR. As Sonic spins into cinemas, everyone wants to know more about him. This has led to ponder his sexuality. Is Amy really his love, or has he friend-zoned her? His actions suggest he cares for her, but he is just not that into her. In
Well,
contrast, his pairing with Tails is far more equal and balanced. I think you're a little biased there.
Tails isn't trying
article
to
writer.
molest him right now. I'll have you know.
Yeah, isn't Tails like fucking 5 or some shit like that?
Oh God, so Sonic's a pedophile now? We gotta have more
Sonic is young, too.
pedophile.
I don't know the canon. Like I said, there's like so many different canons going on.
No. We need pedophile
Wait,
representation.
Oh my God, I just realized something. In the comics, there is a storyline that takes place like distantly in the future where all the characters are older and it talks about their kids. Sonic's not gay.
Ooh.
Sorry, article writer. There's also, didn't we talk about that in the last podcast? Didn't we read that ridiculously long article that was a total waste of time? And we found out about that?
I can't remember. Was I
There's
even
also
there?
a spark of chemistry between him and Knuckles. No, that's called wishful thinking. We think Sonic could and should be gay. I cannot believe that they designed their site around this TLDR that is the disaster. Check out the full article. I love how they use the creepy teeth version of him for this. Terrible.
Looks pretty gay to me.
Yeah. What if they? So okay, I'll just say this. There's a part in the movie. Did I talk about this in the last podcast? I might have. There's a part in the movie where Robotnik lasers scans a footprint, and
I think you
it
talked
shows
that
the
to me
shoe.
before
Yeah.
podcast.
They had
yeah.
such a great opportunity to have him go. We've because he says like I've using this data, we've calculated the spinal curvature and the height of the creature or whatever. It would have been so funny for them to have thrown a mock-up on the screen and had it be the old design. That would have just been so fucking funny.
I don't know what design?
The old design with the teeth.
Oh,
They could have done
This
it.
is what
It
this
would have been
creature
so
is
funny.
supposed to look like. It will look based on this data. This is what the creature looks like.
Yeah, it would have been so funny. Okay, let's go into release news. Come on. Okay. Sentai Filmworks gets rough with Tri Knight's rugby anime license. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. This is a rugby anime starring characters from Detective Conan?
what?
Okay, maybe not. For a second, that looked like one of the characters from the new movies.
I mean, it has the word try in it, so it's rugby, of course.
Okay. Media Blasters to release Aiken, Jungle Day Eco, and Jubei-chan 2 anime on Blu-ray disc.
With an exception of Jubei-chan 2, it's like the Blu-ray releases no one asked for, but I'm happy to buy because I didn't have any.
Funny because Jubei-chan 2 wasn't even something that they had. They had Jubei-chan 1. Right? And I don't think that they're releasing Jubei-chan 1 on Blu-ray disc, right? The thing about Jubei-chan 2, or Jubei-chan...
It's a completely different show.
Well, yeah, it's completely different. The first one's a comedy and the second one's an action, right? Anyway.
I remember you saying that the one time. That's why I said
And
it.
I love how they talk about like, oh, they're gonna come with the English dubs. It's like they were already all three of these dubbed. Like it's not news.
I think they're just ensuring it in case you were worried.
Well, I just think it's funny because it's like when you look at the back of a DVD and they have the special features laid out, it's like interactive DVD menus.
Yeah.
That's fucking standard, you know.
Oh, by the way, did you see James Rolfe's what is
I
it?
did. His Blu-rays are bullshit.
Yeah. 90% of his complaints were all just what? That's not even inherent to Blu-rays. It's like the the Blu-ray menu designs are so uncreative. It's like, okay.
Brady Hartel had a thread about the points he made, and he like talked about like I would, as somebody who works in the production of Blu-rays, I would rather not waste money on the Blu-ray menus and instead invest that money in extra features and right. But the thing is that the argument James Rolfe was making, which is interesting you bring that up because I'm actually going to show one of his movies in a second in our release news. But the arguments that he was making were from the perspective of a consumer, right? These are the things that I like about DVD. Why didn't they transfer over to Blu-ray? Special features. A lot of Blu-rays don't have any, right? Now, in our realm with anime and stuff, we get a lot more of that stuff. But he talked about the really interesting gimmicky menus from old DVDs that he really liked. Not every DVD has that. And a lot of DVDs have the stock standard Blu-ray menu and stuff that he was talking about for the Blu-ray stuff. But he was bringing up a point directly related to other things that was made into a listicle article type top 10. You know how YouTube works, that kind of gains views and stuff. So he was working within that dynamic, and it wasn't perfect. But if you give him the benefit of the doubt and you try to see it from his perspective, you'll understand why the arguments he was making.
I understand each of them, but a lot of them I understand better. So I can say, you're complaining about the menus, but are you gonna bring up how it's great that you can bring up the menu mid watching it and it still plays, and then select the next thing you want to see?
So the other thing he brought up is that he watches his Blu-rays on a PS3 or whatever.
You can do that on a PS3.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I think that dictated a lot of his problems, because I have problems with Blu-rays. One of the problems I talk about with Blu-rays is that when I'm trying to change subtitles, boy, that looks weird having my finger there. When I'm talking about Blu-rays, when I'm watching Blu-rays and I want to change the audio track or whatever to check something, I can't do it. I can't change the subtitle or audio in the middle of playing some Blu-rays, right? So there are things that, depending on the Blu-ray player, depending on the Blu-ray itself, that are going to be problems that DVDs didn't have. Right.
Yeah,
so it's funny. He said that he watches it on the PS3 because it has a Bluetooth remote. When he said that, I'm like, let me look into this. And I bought myself an Air Mouse, which is basically a remote. You can plug it into your PC, your consoles, and I plugged it into my Xbox, and right away it was working. I'm like, whoa, this is cool. And I mainly bought it because I wanted to use it on my PC for the Region B titles I have, so I can use it from the comfort of my remote instead of and it has a keyboard on the back, and so you can do everything from the remote. I just thought that was interesting.
Stupid double click. I did think that was a great point he brought up about the Bluetooth being something nice you can use, and it also. The iPhone has a Bluetooth receiver. Does it transfer Bluetooth?
Well, define that.
Well, back in the day, there was an issue when it came to. I've had numerous TVs in my house that I inherited because my wife's father is a manager of apartments, and you would not believe how often people leave shit in their apartment when they move out. They get a brand new TV. It's like 70 inches, so they leave their 60-inch at home. In the apartment. They don't even take it with them, right? We have inherited so much shit like that. Usually they don't come with remotes or whatever. And in the past, I have wanted, because this was like a new gimmick at the time to get an iPhone, right? I wanted to utilize an app that would let me just program a remote into the app and use that. But the thing is that the way that remotes work, they use like an infrared thing. So you have to have a thing that would plug into the headphone jack in order for it to work. And I figured, I'm just as likely to lose that as I am the remote. So the thing is, I'm pretty sure this Bluetooth, you just need if it works with Bluetooth, it can work with anything else with Bluetooth. You can even transfer files through Bluetooth, as far as I know. But what you'd need to do there is get a Bluetooth receiver, like USB thing, plug it into your TV. Yes.
And that's your best chance at it working, but not one for your phone. Like your phone should already work.
What I was going to say is I would like to be able to have there be an app on my phone that is the remote that connects via Bluetooth to my newer TV, because when I had this problem, it was over 10 years ago, or maybe not 10 years ago, because I've only been married for like 8 years. But it was around that time, right? And now the technology has developed, and that got me thinking, if I could Bluetooth connect to the TV with my phone, then maybe I could actually have an app work, and I don't need the stupid dongle thing. Right.
Well, guess what? So everyone's favorite Blu-ray playing app on your PC, Cyberlink Power DVD, has an app that does exactly that. Except I prefer using a physical remote because I don't know. You have to be on like the same network and stuff like that.
No, I get it. It's not ideal.
I have two networks in my house, so it doesn't work as smoothly for me.
The reason I'm bringing it up is because my wife and I both have a phone. So it would be nice if we both had access to be able to pause and turn off. And if it was connected to the TV itself, because I've used the literal Blu-ray player I use is the one that I got for free from Sentai Filmworks, right? So that remote actually has a volume up and down button on it and stuff, and a separate power button. I could probably program that and just use that for the TV. I just haven't done it yet. But it got me thinking about, because I thought he made a great point about the Bluetooth, about not having to point it at the TV when he was talking about the remote. That was actually probably my favorite part of that video. Anyway, let's get back to that in a minute. So Promare has a release date now, and there's a Best Buy exclusive steelbook, right?
Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. I went to Best Buy and looked for the steelbook so I could pre-order it.
Yeah, they go down to the next couple tweets. They specifically say it's not up for pre-order yet.
Yeah, I'm just saying I looked for it. I just wanted to see it. But I found something else. I bought it. I pre-ordered it, right?
No. This is the foot fetish edition cover.
So I thought this was really funny because I thought, oh God, cringe. They're like, he's so fast he doesn't fail on screen. But it says, you just missed the steelbook artwork coming soon, right? So this is like a temporary thing. I thought that was really funny.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
It is, right? So I pre-ordered this, and I noticed that I got charged right away for the pre-order. Interesting, right?
No, not really.
I prefer that personally.
That's what Steam and a bunch of other places do. So
it's
only like Amazon
that's not something that's leaving the warehouse.
Right? I mean, if it's a pre-order, it immediately charges you. But like the only place that doesn't really do that is Amazon. The thing is, you use Amazon so much that you feel like, oh, this is the norm.
Well, Right Stuff doesn't do that either. They don't charge you until the thing ships from the warehouse.
Yeah, unless you use PayPal.
Unless you use PayPal. Yeah, that's something that I should.
Oh, well, I use PayPal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ever since they added it.
Make a tip video on that, because legitimately, budgeting wise, like that should probably be the next shopping online /budgeting tip.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, the tip videos are like, I'm totally fucked over the fact that YouTube took out annotations, because they should probably just be tips in general and not individual tips for. It's fucking annoying. Anyway, but yeah, that's a good tip, because I have two like $300 and $200 orders on Right Stuff that aren't going to go through until they ship, and because Right Stuff is,
and you're going to get a surprise charge when it
and they might do partial shipments to get partially charged.
Still, at the worst, I just know that at the worst possible time, I'm going to be out $500. You know what I mean? So anyway, so let's well, actually, let me not click away real quick, just so I can make sure hide all adult is on. It is on. Good. All right. Boruto Naruto Next Generation Set 5.
You should just said went with it and just called it Naruto's son.
Naruto's son Set 5.
You mean Boruto's dad or whatever the meaning?
Naruto's son of Boruto's dad.
Yeah, they should just re-release the entirety of Naruto as Boruto's dad. Boruto's Dad Season 1 Part 2.
Okay. Yeah, we got all the new Sentai stuff.
This one's only till episode 66. For some reason, I felt it was beyond
Did Naruto
that.
actually get released on Blu-ray?
Yeah.
No,
they've had Blu-ray for all of them so far.
No, he said Naruto.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Naruto hasn't had any Blu-rays except for the movies.
So I need to like re-buy it in Blu-ray. Fuck Viz. God damn it, Viz. I bought all of Naruto in like the limited edition with like the shiny shit and all that, and I don't like it. I legitimately don't like it because I've got the first 3 for Shippuden. I haven't watched all of Shippuden because I don't want to keep paying for it. You know?
Yeah, you shouldn't. You should just wait till they have the value pack eventually, inevitably. Like Bleach.
Yeah, I should just buy the Blu-ray at some point. Bleach Set 7. So you guys were talking about this. What was the news about this? That they're coming out really quickly now?
Yeah, they're coming out a lot faster now for some reason.
And this is
not till June 30th.
But the next one comes out next month. Set 6.
Set 6 is before even the next set is out. We got a pre-order for the next one.
Yeah, unlike Boruto.
I wonder if they got the check disc back and they're like, "Fuck, this is worse than our Sailor Moon things," and then they like fixed it, and that's why it took so long.
I mean, maybe that particular season, Set 5 or whatever, had like particularly difficult masters to like SD upscale. But look at this one.
It's so hard for me to finish Bleach.
It says till episode 195. That's a bit over halfway, so that's really nice.
It's like
I like it.
366 in total, I think.
Yes.
I spent so much money on the stupid DVDs that I've not even watched of the show. I'm gonna switch AirPods real quick. Hold on. I
really
hungry.
like this artwork because Yoruichi's hair and her knee like counterbalance each other.
Yeah, in her hand.
And just how the blades also have their
It's
own
dynamic.
angle.
Yeah, it's good. It's decent artwork. Okay, continuing. Run with the Wind.
Has a dub and it's gonna get a limited edition, I think.
No, I don't think
No,
so.
Miles Morales?
That's racist.
This guy's got the same expression.
Yeah.
Give him a slightly bigger afro.
Smaller afro.
Give him an afro. Or more hair. Give him more hair, rather. And this guy just looks drunk. Okay.
That's
He looked like
racist.
he came out of.
I want to watch this just for how funny these characters look. They got like the twins.
They look like they came out of Kaiji, some of them.
They all look like a bunch of gay boys, personally, but all right.
No fun. Sorry, Sentai literally said in their email, I forget which one. I feel like it's Run with the Wind. Is going to get a limited edition later.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. It says on their site, limited edition coming soon. Episodes 1 to 23.
Senryu Girl.
That's the
Also
one that
from Sentai.
Hunter recommended to me. So I'm looking forward to it. And it has a dub. I'm pissed off at this, though, because I just got it last Sentai sale.
Do you think that they're going to release Bloodlust or whatever the other one was called on
No, because
Steelbook 2?
Discotheque.
That's Discotheque. I don't think Discotheque
Oh,
is.
did they? I didn't know because
I will say, though, Discotheque's edition had a slipcase or something, so it'll look a lot better next to the Steelbook.
Well, I have the originals. I haven't picked up the originals. Well, the original had a slide case. Or what did you call them? Slip cover versus slip case.
Yeah.
What did you call it?
Case.
Slip case goes in from the side. Slip cover is what the O-ring that goes over it.
So it would be a slip
Okay.
cover.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So the old Urban Vision one or whatever had that. Made some on Blu-ray with dub.
No, it already had a dub on Blu-ray. That's why I'm confused why this exists.
This is a re-release for some reason.
Does it have better masters that I should be aware of and kind of want?
Made Sama
or-
contains episodes 1 to 27 of the day.
I mean, I think the other one had OVA or whatever.
Yeah,
Clean opening animation, clean closing animation. Why don't you tweet at them and ask?
Because they don't respond.
Same episode count, just a lower retail price and a different cover art.
I tweeted to them about Book of Bantora when that was getting re-released. 1 to 27, directed by some guy.
So this one's on 3 discs.
Wait, is the other one on 4 discs?
It's on 3 discs as well.
Oh.
You know what? They probably just really thought this show would sell better than it did.
And this is their essentials version, but they don't
I
have
don't know.
that.
It's bizarre.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say that this artwork is better than the old one. Oh, now you're not going to work. Okay, there you go.
It's weird. I mean, looking at, they're like, oh, why is this a re-release when we look at like 15,000?
Maybe they took out Monica Rial as the lead.
No, there's-
Even
pay for
newer
that.
English dub.
I'm just saying it's like weird that we're complaining about a re-release from Sentai, even though we look at 15,000 re-releases from Funimation.
That's so true. Well, it's just peculiar.
At least with Funimation, they tell you it's the Essentials line. Oh, it's the Classics line. Oh,
This
it's
one is just mystery. That's why we have to bring it up.
Yeah, I'm dying to know what the difference is.
Also, you're missing a release pre-order. I can. Oh no, I
Probably
can't.
not done yet.
I'm not. I am done.
Oh.
What was the other one?
Why the hell are you here, teacher?
Yeah, why the hell are you here, teacher? And I think there's a new Gundam.
Maybe that's in the high doll. Maybe that's part of the adult.
No, it's just down lower because it has a May 5th release date, I guess.
Okay.
It says it's 195 minutes. Is it a
It's
short?
half episodes.
Well, that's a shame.
There's also a Gundam Alter World thing collection
Where
too.
the fuck
Blu-ray.
is it?
There it is.
Right there, next to Premiere.
Left there.
And
Aniplex release? Okay, good. Sentai.
that's
It has a slipcase.
it's just slip cover.
Cover, sure, yes.
And
Completely
underneath the
uncensored.
cover wrap is uncensored.
I like. Oh, okay. That's cool. I'd buy this.
Go back.
I
Why
like
don't
how
they make-
I like how it says completely uncensored. It's like a razor blade.
Hmm.
Like it's
Uncut?
uncut, but you're using a razor blade as your thing.
One, we need Sentai to make explicit covers of every single show they have, even if it's not ecchi, just so we can get
But
slip
I was
covers.
going to say that, of course, this has a slip cover or whatever with an uncensored version underneath, because this is the tamest cover that Sentai has ever released for a show that is clearly not tame. You know,
They should pick up interspecies reviewers.
They
they
really,
really
should.
Media Blasters, I think, would be funnier, but
Not
so
sure if
anyway,
they have the pocket for that.
so I'm sharing this here. This was in that video you were discussing.
It's ironic that he complains about it and is like, why don't you buy some Blu-ray from me?
I thought that was hilarious, and I feel like the entire reason he made that video was as an ad for this, and it was funny, right? But the thing that I like about this is because
He must have gone through and tested it on his player to be like, okay, does it work?
well,
Does
no,
it have
no,
a
what I
creative
mean is that
menu?
he's an enthusiast of collecting media, right? Although he spent an absurdly long portion of that
Saying
video
that it's-
talking about streaming.
Yeah.
Right. But what I thought was neat about this is that it comes with all these discs on Blu-ray for the first time or whatever, some of them. Special features and outtakes, things he said were good that he was really happy to see. Disc 4, also special features and outtakes. Bonus features and what is YKWBS? You know it's bullshit. Okay, I got it. Plus bonus, right? But here's the thing. The big fucking group, all right, the BFG of Blu-rays is every Angry Video Game Nerd disc ever released in one collection. There's 8 discs spanning 15 years and 164 nerd episodes. Included are the bonus episodes, extra features, bloopers, and commentary tracks that varied from disc to disc. There's also 2 empty slots for future releases.
Oh,
This
wow.
is somebody who thinks ahead because they have been burned the way that we've been burned about things, and they said, well, I'm not going to stop making stuff. I don't want to make the definitive collection and have people not be able to put it in their collection.
But it's
So I'm-
going to... I think I see what he might do. I was going to say, so is he planning to retire after 2 more collection releases? But then I realized, wait, no, he'll just make the BFG 2 or something.
Perhaps, yeah. So anyway, I just thought that was neat. I wanted to address it.
I also really love
yeah.
the theme, how it's just Doom parody.
Yeah.
I
This doesn't-
really want to get this, but it's like 79 USD, and I don't know. At the moment, that doesn't seem within budget, I guess, especially for non-anime. I was really scared. Didn't he put all of his episodes on Amazon Prime Video or something at one point? And I was like, oh no.
Yeah, he did, and they were like, you could watch them first.
So it's timed
there.
exclusivity?
Something like that. Yeah, I think he had I think Amazon Prime was sending him, was giving him they're paying him to do that.
I was worried for a second, but okay, that's
So
fine.
I happened to notice that on Pat Contry's site, because again, I literally just bought this Blu-ray, that he has got his stuff. Well, he's got DVDs here. I thought he had Blu-rays too. Maybe he just had DVDs. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. But I thought it was neat. Wait, he has a PAL version of this? What the fuck is the Guide to the SNES Library? What is that? I
PAL
thought these
version,
were
just
books.
imagine it has the PEGI rating or whatever instead of.
I thought these were books, though. I didn't know what these were. I didn't buy them because I don't want to spend $60 on this. Yeah, it's a 450-page book. Why is there a PAL version of that other one? Oh, because the PAL games, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah, that's got to be it. Because this is a different console. This is just
SNES.
Yeah, that's gotta be what this. Anyway, all right. So back to what we're doing here. All right, so let's go to our random merch news real quick. Oh, I'm glad that your internet's working because there's some stuff here that I think you're gonna like.
Okay. I guess I won't leave to take a leak.
Well, we'll get through it quick. It's gonna be like I think
Get a
like
water bottle.
within the next 3.
This is cool as shit.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that figure is cool too, I guess. But look at that cover. Damn.
Overlord's always had great covers.
Look, really? Really?
Who do you think does the art? Maybe we could commission them for some podcast merch.
Let's take a look at Wikipedia.
Do you think that would be too much to do our podcast merch with an artwork this intense?
No,
I mean, if we did
absolutely
posters.
Sobin, the artist, does like those kind of pictures for each chapter of each of the novels.
That's amazing.
There's fantastic stuff.
Who's
All
that guy that does One Punch Man? Who cares? We got this guy. No.
Boot up the new Last Evolution Digivice from Premium Bandai. So this is what I was saying. Kind of looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh inspired Digivice, doesn't it?
Yeah, the gold from the Millennium. It's the Millennium Digivice.
Yeah.
But it's clear
Anyway.
plastic.
All right, if you gotta take a leak, go for it. Attack on Titan statues serve as a grim reminder at the Oyama Dam in Kyushu. That is the weirdest phrasing. Like, what are they reminding them of, other than maybe just the anime itself? So they're planning to put these statues of Eren, Armin, and Mikasa. I almost said Yukasa. In front of this dam that's supposed to represent like the wall or whatever.
Yeah.
The Wall Maria or whatever.
That dam is there. Cool.
Yeah.
It's a thing. It's basically
so
just
anyway.
saying this dam is a thing. Come check it out.
Yeah. Oh, it's a tourist trap, right? But yeah, they also have a Levi statue somewhere that's facing. Like, I don't know where it is. It's not on site, but it's pointed towards that dam. Dark ale made with crickets coming to Shibuya this March. So apparently they're making beer from crickets.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is some sort of like what do you call it? Climate change thing, you know, like, I don't know.
One of my classmates is an entrepreneur selling roasted crickets.
Yeah. You can call yourself an entrepreneur for starting a business, but if it's not successful, does it matter?
She's been doing it for a couple of years now, so apparently it is pretty successful.
Okay. I've been doing YouTube for a couple of years now.
You suck. No.
Hedgehog Carrying House from Japan lets you take your little pets with you wherever you go. So I know of exactly one person who has a pet hedgehog. How many people do you know that has a pet hedgehog? And is it the same person I know of?
I don't know. None. Where do you get a pet hedgehog? Do you get it from the wild, or do you get it from the pet store?
That's a really good question. You know, when I was a kid, I had a show and tell where we brought our pets in like second grade or some shit, and a girl that I was in class with, she brought in weasels. And there was like all this legislation at the time. Like she was like an activist. There was all this legislation about banning the ownership of ferrets, not weasels, ferrets, which are like a form of weasel. And she had her ferrets with her and everything. And like she turned the whole show and tell into this political stance. It was so weird. Anyway.
That
very
sounds
bizarre.
better than the one kid in my kindergarten class who brought a charger snake for show and tell.
You brought a what?
She brought a charger snake for show and tell.
Charger snake?
Trouser snake.
Trouser? I don't know. Like his dick?
An animal. It's a snake. Trouser snake.
Okay, see, when I hear trouser snake, I think the snake in your trousers, right? And I thought you were telling me that you had a classmate who flashed the school his willy.
He did. That was his show and tell one day.
All right then. All right. Japan has a cat real estate agency where every apartment lets you and your kitty live together. I don't even care about these articles. Yomiuri Land Amusement Park to offer collaboration areas with Mamoru hosted as 5 films because he's only made 5 movies. And Digimon Land is not a place apparently.
No.
So he's made Summer Wars, Girl Who Left Her Time, Wolf Children, Boy and the Beast, and Mirai. I've literally only seen Summer Wars and Girl Who Left Her Time.
What?
I haven't seen Wolf Children. I haven't seen The Boy and the Beast. I didn't watch Mirai.
No. I would say you're only missing out on not watching Wolf Children. The other 2 kind of suck.
All right, so I kind of don't even care about this or want to read it. Japanese maid delivery service brings omu rice to your door. She looks like she has like a yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what is it called? An oven, like a convection oven, whatever, a toaster oven.
I don't know.
Anyway, so yeah, they did a commercial where she brings. Is it a microwave or an oven?
It
might be a microwave.
It looks kind of stupid either way.
It is, but a maid brings it to you. So if that's your fetish, she goes through the snow for you, dude. All right. Anyway, going on to
They're just basically bringing prepackaged omelet things they can get at a convenience store.
All right, so we get to talk about some fun stuff. First of all, QB appears in front of students before taking the entrance exam for Kyoto University. So this time of year is very important. Is a very important one for students in Japan wanting to get into their preferred universities with entrance exams happening all over the country. On February 25th, the second highest rated. Blah, 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 here it is. The above. What the fuck? When I moused over this.
Oh, scroll back down for a second. Scroll back down for a second. Yeah. It is the dude from yes.
Okay, so when I moused over this before clicking on it, there was like a little like synopsis thingy, and I wanted to read that, not what I just read here. What was it? Okay, well I guess I'll read this. So they do this. Basically, what they do is they have these. The current students at the university create these encouragement motifs for the people coming for the entrance exams or whatever, right. With the exception of Kyoto University that decided to like do this shit with QB, right? Yeah, this is one of them, right? Where the type of thing I'm talking about.
From how heavy are the dumbbells you lift?
There's probably more. I guess I could click on them. I haven't seen them yet. This is one of the articles I found at the last second, right before bringing it in to podcast. Okay, so there's like Monogatari Girl or whatever from Renai Circulation or whatever it's called. Oh, Uzaki-chan also giving you your.
I like just because of the articles we can pick out these characters.
Yes, I would not have known otherwise. Well, I mean, I knew the Renai Circulation from the remix or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? The remix that has like it starts out with like Space Jam and like it goes through like Down with the Sickness.
I must have missed that one.
Oh fuck, I gotta say that. It's so fucking good. It's called like Renai Circulation Sample Everything or something like that. And it has like it just fucking has every fucking song like from all these different genres that use the same beat, and it has like It's Your Birthday by 50 Cent, just a crazy amount of songs in it that just do not belong together, and they all work in that beat for some reason. Anyway, I'll send it to you. It's a great. It's going to be stuck in your head forever, though. Like you'll never get that out of your head. Pokemon Masters Twitter blocked for mistweeting Attack on Titan content. So I recently found out that. So one of the things that's really annoying about Twitter is that I have like two-factor authentication or whatever turned on. So when I have to log in on my laptop, and I'm like, if I delete the cookie or the cache or whatever, and I'm not actually logged in, I have to go into the app to get to a like special login code that I can never remember where it is in the app in order to find it. And it's such a pain to log out and log back in and all that. I recently found out I can put in 2 separate accounts, and I can switch from Stealth Weeb to my actual main account with a press of a button, right? But the only problem with this is that I actually get notifications for both. And then what happens is you click on the notification, and it opens up, and it tells you logged in as Stealth Weeb at the bottom, right? It's impossible to fuck this up. Well, apparently it's not impossible to fuck it up, because the people behind the Attack on Titan Tactics mobile game and the Pokemon Masters thing did that. So the Twitter account for Pokemon Masters has accidentally tweeted out content for Attack on Titan, for an Attack on Titan mobile game, Attack on Titan Tactics, causing a minor uproar as the mistake was only noticed by the account user an hour later. The tweet in question celebrated the life and death of minor Attack on Titan character Mitabi Yarnak and his sacrifice during one of the franchise's major battles. The mistweeted message followed by a series of mocking from amused Twitter users. So, happy birthday, Matabi from Pokemon Masters. Your bravery in the Battle of Tross will never be forgotten. Right? And then people are like, I dead ass don't know how to respond. Yes, my favorite Pokemon trainer, Matabi. Please don't delete this tweet when you forget to switch accounts. Damn, the new sync pair looking nice. All right. So anyway, I don't even know what this is all about.
It's the legendary of Shield and Sword, but with Blue's Clues. That's it.
Yeah. I caught a legendary Titan, and we are ready to battle. Anyway, so yeah, I'm not even going to bother with these. I just thought it was funny. Man claiming he invented anime gets his court case dismissed.
Good.
He's not.
Copyright troll
Tezuka came to court?
No,
when did that happen?
His name is Terrence Williams. Copyright troll Terrence Williams recently had his case dismissed in a Michigan court when he tried to claim ownership of the, quote, anime art style and, quote, Naruto.
What?
In his attempt to pilfer a significant amount of money, Williams has tried to sue a few major companies, including Patreon, JCPenney, and Tumblr Inc., most of which have almost no relevance to anime and partially revealing his greedy intent. The case filing has Williams claiming that a book he allegedly wrote in the 1980s called Naruto for his master's dissertation is proof of his ownership. He alleges that the style's original name was Renderman. I thought I dropped my drink. No, it's just my bottle of water. So the reason this is funny is because Renderman is literally the name of the renderer that Pixar uses. Like, so he's claiming he's already planning his next move to sue Disney and Pixar, you know? So he alleges that the style's original name was Renderman, but that the Japanese renamed to anime for convenience. In Naruto, Williams said he introduced this art style that shows, quote, round features, big eyes, a particular nature of hair. However, none of these things can be copyrighted. That's because the companies that were sued had to spend time and money on fees fighting the allegation, neither of which they will be getting back. That's a weird sentence in the middle of this. None of these things can be copyrighted. That's because the companies that were sued had to spend time and money on fees fighting the allegations. That doesn't make any sense. That's a non sequitur, this to this. Unlucky for Williams, the judge found that he didn't prove that he was indeed the progenitor of the anime style with the book Naruto. The book featuring the eponymous character was published by the plaintiff in 2018, while Naruto, an anime comic book or manga character, was created by Masashi Kishimoto in 1997. The fully documented dismissal can be found online. Dude, I have to own this book.
The original Naruto?
The 2018 Naruto? I gotta find this. Okay, well, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna keep this up. We're gonna look this up in a minute once we're doing the Watch Club stuff. Sisters hospitalized after sucking up their menstrual fluids with vacuum.
What?
Hi.
I wish I had drank the rest of this drink before I read that. A severe lack of understanding when it comes to bodily processes has been demonstrated with this rather absurd occurrence in Vietnam, as two sisters were rushed to a hospital after trying to use a vacuum cleaner to suck up their menstrual blood to end their period faster.
That's innovation right there.
I feel like we need to have the Mrs. Anime Collector on here for this podcast to read this article for us.
I mean, I could go ask her.
Get her take on it.
You want me to see if she's awake? I'll go ask her.
Do
Hold
it.
on, I'll be right back. Just give me a second.
What have you done, Reese?
Huh?
I said, what have you done, Reese?
I don't know.
I didn't think he'd actually go for it.
My best. I did my best.
You know what they could do? They could just become trans, and then they'd be a guy,
No?
right? Theoretically.
You're in luck, Reese.
Oh my god.
Okay, so hold on. I'm going to. How do I turn off my camera? So my wife doesn't want to be on camera, so temporarily I'm going to just look like Reese for now.
All right.
But she's going to be here while we read this article.
I can't just stand here.
You could, but the mic is over here. Do you want the other?
I distinguished myself from you.
Okay. Can you just swap them like that quickly? That's amazing.
Ah, it's got the
Like,
little
do I
picture.
have-
The little picture right next, the button right next to the mic says "Edit Avatar."
I think that's only for you mod
yeah.
people.
Oh, sweet. So I can just switch it. Okay, cool.
I think the hosts can only do that.
Yeah, maybe that would make sense actually. All right, so we're going back to the article here. Sisters hospitalized. So
She already left.
I didn't leave. Hold on.
Already disgusted.
I think she thinks she hears Chloe, my daughter, awake.
Oh no, you just doxed your own daughter. That's like
Okay,
her
she's-
only identification. Identity fraud.
Do you need me to like lift you up and carry you over the pile of mess?
So tired.
Okay. Sisters hospitalized after sucking up their menstrual fluids with a vacuum. A severe lack of understanding when it comes to bodily processes has been demonstrated with this rather absurd occurrence in Vietnam, as two sisters were rushed to a hospital after trying to use a vacuum cleaner to suck up their menstrual blood to end their periods faster.
Wait, I'm tired. What country?
Vietnam.
Okay.
Alabama.
That's a country, right?
You weren't here for this, but we covered an article about how a woman, a Democrat in Alabama, proposed legislation to force men to have a vasectomy within a month after turning 50 or after they've had their third biological child.
I've already heard that.
Yeah. So we had Augie join because he lives in Alabama. We were hashtag pray for Augie. Hashtag pray for Augie's nuts. Anyway, desperate to have their menstrual agony end faster, two sisters in Vietnam concocted the idea of using a vacuum cleaner to suck up all their menstrual fluids. They were inspired by an incident in the United States where a 23-year-old and 19-year-old woman used vacuums in the same manner, apparently skipping over the part where they were unsuccessful and had to be hospitalized. Okay.
They just, maybe Google Translate just didn't.
I just don't understand.
that.
I don't understand how they're hospitalized from this.
Maybe they lost too much blood too fast.
They stuck too. They
It
stuck.
was too efficient a
their,
method.
They stuck.
I mean, did
too
it cut
much.
them? Like, did the vacuum affect? Oh, maybe there's like a prolapse thing happening. Like we're like
Yeah.
maybe they sucked it
Yeah.
so hard that the what do you call it?
The insides came out.
What do you call it?
Yeah.
Was that Chloe?
Yeah. So she keeps coughing. I think she's
Okay.
waking up.
Where the womb, like it goes inside out and comes out because of the vacuum.
That's prolapse.
Oh no! Oh god, this is horrible.
I mean, I don't know if that's.
Maybe it pulls the bladder through.
They're pretty young. I don't know if that would.
Yeah, but if you're using a vacuum,
They use vacuums for like abortions. Like,
Oh,
so it's like. Sorry, this is getting real weird.
well, that was
This is weird anyway.
that was a topic of discussion with the vasectomy thing. Anyway,
But I mean, those are tiny little vacuums. I mean,
right? They're not using this vacuum.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
pretty
That's
sure
a picture
that
from
she's
on the
humping
scene.
the baby from Death Stranding.
Please.
Anyway, the older sister was under the notion that there was only a fixed amount of menstrual blood in the uterus and that the process would end if it were extracted. Convinced by her heavily flawed reasoning, the younger sister agreed to try the idea alongside her trustworthy One-chan. Rather.
But One-chan. She's Vietnamese.
It's Sankaku Complex.
Okay.
They like to use Japanese words as much as possible.
Remember that article you did where they had like the English? Oh no, it wasn't. Was it an article? Remember, like it was like English and Japanese mix of things.
Oh god, that was so funny. What was that?
I don't remember.
Oh, did we cover that? Oh, that was
You did cover
so
that.
funny.
Because I was laughing for days after
Oh
that.
gosh, do you guys remember that? It was
Which
like
one?
an article where they split the English and Japanese phrasing. Oh, that was so fun. I vaguely remember that. I'm gonna have to look for that. That was too funny.
The
All right.
article, or was that about the character in like Fate Grand Order?
I don't remember. But
Sorry?
it was so funny.
Yes.
What was it?
Wait,
Yeah. No, you're right.
Sorry?
You're right. It was a Fate Grand Order. thing.
Gomenasari.
Gomenasari, yeah. Thank you, FDDNM. All right. So a large quantity of their blood was abruptly drained, causing the girls to go into shock from the blood loss and leading to them being escorted to a medical center. That's really anticlimactic. I thought they were going to like suck out their
My
uterus. or their
theory is
bladder.
correct. It sucked too efficiently and they lost too much blood.
It sucked too much. They didn't have enough time or stillness to coagulate.
You know, it's
I
pretty
don't know.
tender down there. I'm sure they probably hurt themselves in some way.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
A doctor criticized the two, saying, "What a preposterous method to think up," he said while thinking, "I can't believe it didn't work." They were lacking consideration and comprehension of their bodies. The short-sighted sisters are now resting at the hospital after being treated and regret the horrible deed they committed. I'm legitimately surprised it wasn't worse. Oh yeah, blood loss. That's it. Okay.
blood loss is the thing.
Yeah, just stick a vacuum. Like next time you're in a car accident, yeah, we're gonna just use the vacuum to get the blood away. Do you have any feminine wisdom to share about this article?
I've never done this, so no.
Okay.
Never tried.
Never even thought about it. BuzzFeed has a lot of things on periods. You guys can watch that.
No, I don't want to. Do you want to be here for the next article about 3 Scotsmen arrested for horse rape? She hasn't left yet.
I can't get over the box.
She can't not.
The boxes.
That's one hell of a segue, JC.
Trapped me over here. You asked me.
Oh yeah, I like lifted her up over the crap on the ground so that she can't leave now. 3 men in northeastern Scotland have been arrested for having sexual intercourse with horses as part of an investigation into a nationwide bestiality ring. A nationwide bestiality ring.
Oh God.
I'm pretty sure that this is, the real crime here is the cultural appropriation of Middle Eastern culture. That was a joke.
Oh my God.
Law enforcement officers in the frigid Celtic country launched an undercover investigation into the nationwide bestiality ring. Really?
Nation.
How
wide.
did they
Investigation
go?
after pictures of men violating horses and ponies was. You
How
guys
did
just
they-
know these are fucking bronies.
Were the law enforcement furries?
How did
or-
they go undercover? Did they get in a horse like Ace Ventura and just wait?
That's what I was talking about.
Caught you red-handed.
Got you red cocks.
Oh. Whew.
Sorry.
Okay. An undercover investigation after pictures of men violating horses and ponies were sent to the
Went
police.
viral.
Were sent to the police and the Scottish Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Local media are reporting that the perverted trio, 19-year-old Josh Peterson.
90?
Patterson.
I'm sorry.
19.
Did I say? Okay. So two
Josh
things.
Patterson.
Yes, 19-year-old. So
Oh,
I
I
read
think
that as
it's
Josh
90.
Peterson because I know a Josh Peterson. Do you guys remember when I sent our friend Sarah from the anime collecting groups to join that podcast? What's their name of their podcast? I'm not gonna remember off the top of my head. It's a
Already know.
pop culture podcast. It's something like that. Anyway, Josh Peterson is the guy's name who runs it. Anyway, that was weird for me. I pictured him and I said that. So 19-year-old Josh Peterson, 27-year-old Jordan Turnbull, and 32-year-old Mark Findlater. You guys have some really terrible names.
I know.
Are set
He's
to
gonna go for
It's
dolphins next to the
later.
fin later.
Oof,
yeah, maybe it is Findlater.
that's that's
Are
That's
set
dessert.
to appear at Aberdeen Crown Court next week. Their offences are believed to have taken place in both Aberdeenshire and the nearby county of Angus. Okay, I was going to say Agnes. Okay, so I think it's weird. Number one, that three young guys. Well, I guess 32 is not that young, but that these three guys were able to find each other.
You're young.
I'm not 32.
You're close.
birds of a feather flock together. Or
Yeah, it's
Well,
like
no,
I was
sorry,
gonna
I
say,
said that wrong. Birds of a feather fuck together.
I'm just equating this to the online offline meetups that gamers have and stuff, and this is just like the horse rapist offline
okay,
meetup.
yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. That I found this weird at first that they were able to find each other, but the thing is that it's probably just like a My Little Pony forum that they just found each other on. Right? It's probably a lot easier than I'm making it out to be. So, Findlater had previously been in legal trouble due to his predilection for animals, earning a 3-year ban on keeping them after work colleagues found bestiality images featuring humans with dogs, cows, pigs, and horses on his computer. The animal lover was jailed for 7 months in September last year. My wife walked out of the room just to come back to this part of the thing,
Oh my God.
Got my phone just in case.
just in case you got a phone call from the FBI.
Yes.
Just in case I had to be like, oh, I gotta take this. And
The animal lover was jailed for 7 months in September last year for breaching his court order, raising questions about whether he engaged in horse rape after being released early. Well, dude, when you rape a horse on parole, they've really thrown the book at you. Several animals have been taken away by welfare chiefs after
Oh my
searches
God.
of farms and stables. Oh my God! They had to look around the local farms and stables and investigate. Like, well, they've been violated. We should take them away for their safety.
is there like a rape kit for animals?
I don't know. Do you have to ask them? Like, do you have to like get the show me on the horse doll where he touched you?
Just watch. There's actually secretly another horse rapist running the horse preservation area where they take the horses,
This
the
was their
victim
big
horses.
scheme. Their big scheme was to get caught so that their higher up buddy who runs the ring could confiscate all the horses for their sexual deviancy on their private ranch now.
Have they
The horse
said
orgies?
have they said anywhere whether they were exclusively giving or receiving?
Okay,
You're
I
suggesting
guess
if any of them were male?
no, I guarantee you that they were giving, because I know for a fact that
You would die.
no, I know for a fact that there are furry My Little Pony fandom people who have like ruptured their insides receiving from horses. Like there's like a whole thing in the furry community warning you not to actually try to do this for that exact reason.
My stomach just.
I'm starving. Is there any food other than M&Ms?
M&M equals food.
Well, she brought me M&Ms earlier when you weren't here.
11 o'clock. You want me to cook?
Actually,
need
I
to put
was
the
here for the
food.
M&Ms. I'll have you know. That was the 2 minutes I was here.
Okay, all right. So anyway, there's the horse orgy article.
I'm sure how they. Oh my! I was gonna say I'm sure how they met up is that their group was actually like 50 bronies, but those are the 3 that happen to be located close enough to meet up.
Or brave enough to actually go out.
They're like, hey, dude, what if we now hear me out? What if we raped a bunch of horses and then he like gauges the reaction? I think they might. Are we doing this? You know, like
the joke just goes so far they have to do it.
yeah.
Oh god!
I totally dare you to fuck that horse. Okay, all right. So a childlike sex doll owner arrested also had, quote, child abuse material. This is a quick read. Now, I will say this about the image here. Well, obviously it's creepy. I want to know what's going on with her hand and this weird stain right here. Because I was thinking, like, does this show... Like, if he's tying the dolls up for his fetish, like legitimately, you worry about actual real children, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I just noticed this weird mark on the hand, and I was curious, but I clearly I think it might be a hair or something. I don't know. There's something weird here. I don't know why they blurred out this other thing over here. What the fuck is going on?
That's the real
They're
child.
protecting the identity of this other doll. Anyway. Okay, so anyway, let me.
They don't want to dox her.
Maybe it's a non-sexual doll next to that one.
I don't know. I'm weirded out by the fact that it's blurred. In fact, I might want to click on this article. I'm gonna click away real quick.
Don't do it. Don't do it. You're gonna get
so I can
arrested.
check this. I don't know what. I have no idea what it could possibly have that would make me. I want to know if there's a okay. The sex doll and the one pictured above were described as anatomically correct, but you're just not even going to address the fact that there's a big blurred thing on the image. Okay, maybe I'll look at this later. All right, put that there. Put this here. Okay, back to.
I feel bad for old man. I didn't answer his question.
Australia has continued to crack down on males importing childlike sex dolls into the country, as a Brisbane resident was the next to be seized by the authorities. The culprit also being in possession of, quote, child abuse material. The 44-year-old Terry John Dunnett had his home raided by police on January 25th, with officers finding 2, quote, anatomically correct dolls, which means that they have hoo-has, right? As in they're not just a doll, like a from the American Girl store, whatever the fuck that is.
They have a hoo-ha.
They have a hoo-ha. You got it. Finding 2 anatomically correct dolls, along with one from a Chinese shipment. That's probably what tipped them off, is when the shipment came in and they did the x-ray. They're like, wait, hold on. Melfina is in here or whatever. Anyway, they also discovered child abuse material, again, not indicating whether or not it was art or content involving real children. Oh, you brought me popcorn. You're so kind to me. Thank you so much for that. Wow.
Thank you for my second meal of the day. First M&Ms, second popcorn.
Third meal is supposed to be popcorn with M&Ms, so that the M&Ms are like all warm and gooey inside.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Have you guys tried the M&Ms with caramel in them?
No.
I've tried the ones with Nutella in them.
Ooh.
What? That sounds amazing.
It honestly isn't. You're better off getting anything else with Nutella in it.
You're better off just getting Nutella and eating
Like
that.
Ferrero Rocher.
It's because the the Nutella, like the M&M chocolate, like interrupts the Nutella experience.
Yeah, I was
because
gonna
it's
say
both chocolatey.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I'd just go for Ferrero Rocher for that kind of
Yeah, but that's much more expensive.
thing. Yeah.
So anyway, now that I'm burning hot oil and leaking it all over my floor, from the popcorn bag. It's so fucking oily. My pants are ruined. Anyway.
Now it's gonna be all over your keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, I'm trying to wipe it on my pants to avoid that. Oh, thank you. You found the bowl that I put it in yesterday when I made popcorn.
You should get some chopsticks just for popcorn.
Yep, exactly.
Reese says I should be eating these with chopsticks to get away from the oil. Can you toss that for me in the recycle bin right out there? Thank you. Oh, and now she's taking it and eating it with her. Okay. All right. So, do you want the AirPod back?
In just a sec.
Okay. Anyway, so they discovered child abuse material, again, not indicating whether or not it was art or content involving real children, stashed away on his laptop, on his tablet and laptop. Released on bail, Dunnett is set to appear in Brisbane Magistrates Court come April 3rd. Dunnett was charged with 2 counts possessing a childlike sex doll, 1 count of attempting to possess a childlike sex doll, and 1 count of possessing child exploitation material. The childlike sex doll charges have a max punishment of 15 years incarceration each, while 14 years is the minimum for exploitive material. The doll's confiscated from Dunnett. These are their stories. Dun, dun. All right. Anyway, the cucked nation of Australia outlawed the possession of childlike sex dolls back in September. Lisa Gale, Australian Federal Police Assistant Commissioner, was yet another convinced that the harmless inanimate objects were capable of turning people into heartless child rapists. I mean, I'm not saying that they're going to turn you into a child rapist, but I think that people do buy these because they're interested in children. But I would still rather them have sex with this than an actual kid. That's kind of the point we always come back to. So this is what this wonderful boy. How did the Australian government make their police look so like
dumb?
I think the outfit just doesn't scream authority to me.
That looks. I'm not going to be.
It looks like they're a cosplayer.
Yeah, they just look like this is like the least like. This is like a funny hat. You know, you're not going to take her seriously because
it doesn't conform to her head. It just kind of like goes off.
All right. So child sex dolls are not harmless and do not prevent people from offending in the future. I mean,
cite your source, please.
Yes, I mean, so I think it's possible that somebody with a child sex doll may offend in the future on an actual child, but if you prevent the sex doll well, if you don't have the sex doll, I think that person is more likely to actually attack a child, because if they just aren't into adults, then the doll's their only option, you know, the only safe outlet for them. And I'm just like, again, I don't have any, like, I'm not trying to defend pedophilia. I'm just acknowledging the reality of the situation that if you are a pedophile and people take away your outlet, you don't disappear and cease to be a pedophile. That doesn't happen. That's wishful thinking. Again, and this also goes back to lolicon content is the same thing to me as incest porn. People who are into incest porn probably don't actually want to bang their relatives. You know, it's a kink. Now, this, I will agree that this, the people who go this far, that's probably, I think you're much more likely to
worrisome.
Actually in an actual child when you go this far as to actually get the child sex dolls and stuff. But I still think children are safer when you don't outlaw this, versus pretending that getting rid of these in your country is going to also get rid of the pedophiles. I mean, it might. I mean, it might get rid of some of them who are going to move to another country where it is legal. But I just think that most of them are just like, I don't think people are that pragmatic about the situation at hand, you know? Anyway, the Australian Federal Police will pursue any form of child exploitation or activity that reinforces sexualization of children. Okay, go after MTV then. This includes sexual acts using items depicting children, such as child sex dolls, which are legally considered child exploitation material. Here's Lessa Gale, or however you pronounce her name. The Australian Institute of Criminology conducted research that somehow ascertained that the utilization of child sex dolls could lead to the person committing crimes towards actual children, which was not proven. Chris Waters, an Australian Border Force regional commander from Queensland, shared similar sentiments on the matter. Child sexual abuse is a rapidly evolving global issue, and the ABF actively cooperates with our law enforcement partners to further investigate these matters domestically and internationally to prevent any harm to children here or overseas. So I hate to just constantly bring this up all the time, but I do think it's disheartening how few of these articles actually cover whether or not you volunteer as tribute to go over there and be with the kids. Thank you. Sorry, my wife is giving me a goodbye kiss in the form of the Hunger Games. All right, so I totally lost track of what I was saying, but she's closing the door real slowly so it makes noise. All right, see you, babe. I love you. All right.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you for joining us. I lost track of what I was talking about. It doesn't matter anymore. So yeah, I do think it's a little bit disheartening how few of these articles are willing to actually disclose the abuse materials, what they are, you know, because if it's straight up child porn, I want to know, because I want to know that these people exist in my neighborhood or in my country or whatever. But if it's lolicon, that's important to know too. You know what I mean? For the reason I laid out before about my understanding of my opinion that lolicon has enthusiasts behind it. No, as I said before, and I'll just wrap this up quickly. I do think that pedophiles who are aware that lolicon is a thing are into lolicon. Don't get me wrong. But I think that for most people who are into lolicon or shotacon or whatever, it's a kink.
Incest.
It's a kink the same way that incest is a kink, that they're not actually interested in banging kids, right? Not like because lolicon, like the depictions in lolicon, those aren't kids. You know what I mean? Like those are the sex kitten CIA Project Monarch type stuff, like where it's not actually, it's like an adult in a kid's body kind of thing. You know, like a way over sexualized adult in a kid's body type of thing. Not like this. This is obviously much more worrying. Anyway, continuing here, let's talk about whether or not anime needs to start being more politically correct for overseas audiences. Our old friend Sore News 24. I've seen this get shared on Twitter about 40 times this last week. So super click to win. What are you doing over there?
I may or may not be making a really stupid deck briefly on Magic on my computer.
Japanese animation has long had a reputation for pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable. But is it pushing too far these days? Anime used to be conceived, produced, and consumed pretty much all within the confines of Japan. Sure, the occasional series would get licensed for overseas distribution, but with its story and characters so thoroughly rewritten, and its visuals so extensively recut, as to have little to no relation to the original version. That started to change in the first major overseas anime boom of the 1990s. But even then, a series getting officially released outside of Japan was still the exception, not the rule. Nowadays, though, things have flipped entirely. It's now practically a given that any anime, but the most obscure or prohibitively expensive to license ones, will stream online internationally. And most of those will get overseas home video releases too. But as access to anime gets easier and easier, its overseas audience is continually expanding beyond people who grew up with or have an interest in / affinity for the set of Japanese societal values reflected in the medium. Because of that, there's been increased debate as to whether or not anime needs to be more concerned with the idea of political correctness. And Japanese Twitter user at Poepota, I don't know. this Twitter user recently weighed in with this opinion. This is what they had to say. Many people are under the mistaken impression that Japan's manga and anime have earned their popularity overseas simply because of the artist's high level of technical skill. Japan's manga and anime are interesting because compared to other countries, they are made under wild, limitless freedom of expression without any restrictions. Saying, quote, if anime isn't more conscious about being politically correct, it won't expand its overseas market, end quote, is totally off the mark. The majority of the direct reactions to this Twitter user's tweet have been in support of his analysis and stance. Really just going to assume his gender there, aren't you? With comments such as, totally right. I think this is why Chinese-made anime-style animation hasn't caught on internationally. By the way, where's that Karl Marx anime that's coming out? It's like how late-night comedy shows are really fun. In fact, that might be the number one blessing of the coronavirus is that show's going to get canceled. No, I still want to see it. Anyway, it's like how late-night comedy shows are really funny, but then they lose their edge when the performers try to transition to more mainstream primetime programs. I can't imagine another country where artists would be able to make a manga about Buddha and Jesus sharing an apartment. I mean, yes, right? Japanese culture has traditionally been a closed-off one, where otaku-like communities come together to push an artistic field forward. And while the inner circle is amusing itself, the art becomes so polished that eventually outsiders notice and are impressed by the quality. People who like anime support each other, and people who don't like it don't watch it. I mean, have you seen hashtag, what do they call it? My Hero Insania? What is it? My Hero Academia? Have you seen that hashtag? I think Nux Otaku made it. Or sorry,
My Hero Academia.
My Hero Academia. Yeah, have you seen those people? Thank you.
No.
My Hero Academia. That last bit of reasoning, though, is something one could argue has new wrinkles in it to the current anime industry. With international distribution now easier than ever before, brand new anime content is just a few clicks away for anyone with an internet connection. Setting aside the question of whether or not anime has become more mainstream in overseas markets, access to it has definitely gotten much easier for non-Japanese media consumers, and an anime with content they find objectionable now risks leaving money on the table. Money that could be used to help secure a long-term money that could be used to help secure the long-term stability of a franchise and bankroll the continuing content production. I think I can honestly say that I would rather a series end and not get an extra season rather than turn into woke bullshit fest, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
Where all the characters turn gay.
I mean, that could be funny in certain cases, right? It definitely wasn't funny in Promare. It was grown annoying in Promare, but because it never actually happened. Also, but just all that stuff. But I just think it could be funny if you had like a reverse harem or something like that, where like the girl has all these guys, and then by the end of it, they aren't even interested in her anymore, and they're all just having a gay orgy. That would be fucking hilarious. Right? God, it just becomes a full-fledged, like it literally starts out as like a shoujo reverse harem, and ends out a full-on hardcore yaoi. You know, the art style starts to change. The characters mutate and get their yaoi hands. You know,
they get their yaoi hands like in episode 4, and then like,
Oh my God.
like each episode they're evolving.
oh god,
They get their yaoi hands. They have to like obtain them.
I'm picturing in Zelda Link holding up the item. You know, when you get out of the chest, it's the yaoi hand spinning around.
And like in the opening scene, in the opening sequence, you know, where they show all the characters, they each, like, as each episode progresses, they each start making a gayer pose.
No, it's like that shit they do in yaoi. You ever notice they have that weird thing they do where they draw the pants line, and then there's that little dip to indicate that the pants are for some reason unbuttoned but still zipped up. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't watch
But
yaoi.
still zipped up.
No, like, okay. So here's your character. Here's the pants line. It's just like a line across, right? But in the yaoi ones, they'll do this thing where they have like that little V that indicates that the pants where they come together, the button is unbuttoned, right? So it's like a little separation.
Okay.
There's like an artistic thing there, but it's just like his pants are about to come down. Yeah.
Those two guys are gonna fuck. No, by the end of the series.
I think that would be really funny, actually. Media Blasters, if you ever want to get on to making money again, let's do our magical. I'm going to pitch this to your office, right? If we get the production committee down there, Magical Girl, Anime Works Girl, turns into the Kitty Media Girl, has all during her like school life, she's like the idol. They got all the guys who are constantly after her. And then we'll just splice in scenes from all the yaoi that you guys have licensed, right? I think this could work. All right. So
this is a money-making strategy. Send me $10 million.
I mean, I clearly haven't ever failed at making money doing anything else in my life, right? YouTube channel. So, while not as numerous as the responses of agreement, the Twitter users' assertion that anime shouldn't be concerned with political correctness also produced a few that disagreed. You're totally wrong. I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, thank you for presenting your counter argument by just saying that they're wrong. Looking at the staff credits for anime, I feel like you can say that it isn't made only by teams that are 100% Japanese anymore, and I think that that's going to be the case more and more. Yeah, that still doesn't disprove the argument about the freedom of expression and all that. The Twitter user, though, went on to offer a different idea of how the internationalization of anime could play out in a follow-up tweet, saying that he hopes Japan becomes a bastion of free expression. Good luck. That will welcome artists from overseas who feel like their creative efforts are being stifled by regulations in their home country. Yeah, let me in to make my Media Blasters masterpiece.
Okay.
In a purely mathematical sense, all else equal, it stands to reason that reducing the amount of potentially offensive content in an anime broadens its potential market. On the other hand, anime's distinct style and atmosphere, which grew out of its by Japan for Japan nature, has established a fan base outside of its original country of origin that's really only surpassed by Disney in
that
the
sounded a bit redundant. Original country of origin.
Yes. If the goal is to maximize anime's popularity overseas, ostensibly there's a sweet spot between aligned so poorly with overseas societal expectations as to anger and alienate viewers, and overlap so much with the tone of overseas media that it can't stand out as unique. The question of whether or not Japanese anime creators want to try to find that sweet spot, or if they fail trying to do so, would put too much of a damper on enthusiasm from Japanese audiences, though, is something they still seem to be sorting out. So here's the great thing about production is that you can make more stuff and you can try that and fail constantly with your woke bullshit. Why don't we just wait till High Guardian Spice comes out and then we can determine this answer.
When is that actually coming out? Come on.
2020. We covered this article or this podcast.
He was trying to get on and off,
Yeah.
and on and off and on.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull this out of here real quick. Actually, I should probably get up my tweets for the Twitter moment, which I actually made.
Ooh, congratulations!
I'm gonna quickly add Otakuso's response to it, though. I'm certain we're demonetized by now, but it would have been nice to have known if it was the title that did it. Here we go. Moments. Open my virgin tape. Here we go. Okay. So I called it the catnip tweets. Yep. Yeah, I put in the Blu-ray for Cat Planet Cuties, and it literally starts with a trailer for Panty and Stocking. For fuck's sake, I just can't escape that shit.
I made sure to skip the trailer when I put in the disc because I'm like, oh no, he warned me.
So yeah, I don't know why A&W apparently
Got a
sponsored the
sponsorship.
anime. Was that weird?
That whole segment, like, it just had cutaways of the product.
Yeah, it was very bizarre. I said, I never thought Shaggy would turn to a life of crime. And then I already have a hard time getting into harem shows because the protagonists aren't exactly desirable. So how am I supposed to believe that the girls are choosing this twerp when his uncle is fucking Magnum PI? So in this episode, do you guys remember this episode with the catnip?
Yes.
Stuff? So in the dub, they called it catnip, but it's actually something else called silvervine, which is a cat treat in Asia that has a euphoric effect. It's basically catnip on crack. So it's an okay translation because nobody else would know what silvervine is, but it was just an interesting thing. And then this is the breaking point for me in the anime. She dropped the magazine. She says,
Which one?
How did you know I was empty? You dropped your last full clip. Supposed gun enthusiast Manami just called the magazine a clip. Immersion completely lost, into the trash can with you.
I mean, to be fair, there's a clip in the magazine she dropped.
No. No. They aren't the same thing. This is literally what gets inserted into the gun.
Yeah.
A magazine is just the bullets going. I could just show you, actually.
The problem is they didn't have a gun enthusiast writing the script.
Yeah, well, they did a pretty decent job convincing me that somebody knew what they were talking about for a while.
With the catnip?
No. No, with the bit where they were talking about the speed loaders for the revolver.
Oh. Well, what if they called them the fast loaders? Then would have you just been like, no.
No. That thing, well, yeah. I don't know. You can call it whatever you want, but
but
so anyway,
clips we can't call. That's the one thing we can't call it a clip.
So in case anybody is confused about this, a magazine has bullets that load in. They aren't attached to the clip in the magazine. It's literally its own thing. They just go in here. There's a spring that gets pushed down the more bullets you put in. And then when it fires, this bullet goes out and the next one comes up, and then that one gets fired out. This is called a semi-automatic. That's what that's all about. All right. And then Otakuso said, playing devil's advocate, as I always am pleased with people to do because I think it's worth it to challenge ideas. He said, maybe because, quote, you dropped your last full magazine didn't fit within the mouth movement, to which I said, it's literally not even what the Japanese script said. It said, I counted your shots or whatever, which I thought was actually a terrible thing because if she counted her shots, the fact that she is shown dropping the magazine shows that she's like, that's clearly why she's out. And if you counted the shots, then she didn't fire all the ones that she dropped, you know? Also, it was such a weird scene where they're shooting each other with bullets that disintegrate
clothing,
non-organic life forms or whatever.
Yeah, it's their peaceful bullets that.
Yeah, they're like, I'm going to shoot you till you're naked. Anyway, so that's it for the for the Twitter moments. I don't think you guys had any tweets, right?
No. I just finished it yesterday. I was like thinking, oh no, I might not finish it in time. So, but
you weren't like finishing it right before I started the podcast, like me.
Yeah, when I saw you were doing that, I'm like, oh, I guess I'm ahead of schedule then.
I explained why at the beginning of the podcast, but
right.
Yeah, so I've got it here.
It's all good. I have 2 of those limited editions, by the way. One for sale. Is one for sale? I can't remember.
You want to know when I finished this?
2011.
Like several years ago, yeah.
May 9th, 2012. That was the last time I played.
Is that your My Anime list?
Yeah.
That's exact. Yeah. After like 2013 or something, I started date stamping all my shows, and I love it.
I'm glad you brought that up because you just reminded me to actually go to Anime Planet and update this as watched, which is something I.
It's funny. There's a statistic that's like days that it took to complete the show. So, like, say I started it last year and finished it today, it would be like, okay, a year. Now, granted, this was years ago. It said Inuyasha like 1,600 days or something like that. And I'm like, oh, that's bad. And I still haven't finished it. I wonder what's at now. But yeah, so
I haven't finished it either.
This show I watched so long ago that I didn't date stamp it. So it was before 2013 or 2014 whenever I started date stamping it, which is like
mine was 2012. So
which is like the cloudier area in my mind of like, you know, I'm probably going to forget a lot of things in the show, and who knows, maybe my taste has developed differently since that time period. Now watching it again, it was still really fun. It was just like all this random weird stuff is going on, this espionage alien, peaceful cat alien thing, and then these dog aliens. It's just like, whoa, what?
So real quick, I just want to address. Do you remember the episode where they said our motto is "We've come to stay"?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's not what they said in the Japanese version, because the name of the show is literally
Let's Go Play.
Ikuyo.
Let's go play.
Let's go play. Yeah, not we've come to play, not we've come to stay. Anyway.
I mean, I don't see any explicit reason why they changed that, but whatever. I mean, it's still the same sentiment, whatever. It's that there are these playful cat aliens. It's funny that the only male cat alien you see is the main character. But back to that. Did you expect this espionage military stuff when entering into a show called Cat Plant Cuties?
Okay. So I gave the show 2.5 stars. That means that it held my attention usually. Like I didn't suffer through it, right?
Okay.
But the show itself had so much absurdity in it that it should have had a higher rating because I should have liked it more. But remember we talked about the technology bullshit?
Yes.
When he started fucking creating a rocket out of his mind, and then used the fucking bell to become a cat boy, that's where I'm like, yeah, this isn't 3 stars. But yes, I did enjoy the survival game aspect of it. So we saw a lot of nipples.
No. Hold on.
He did the count.
The official count for the TV series is 6. That's actually kind of low compared to the previous entries we've seen. However, the OVA is 4 on its own. The OVA.
What up, Strobe?
So it's roughly 10 if you...
Even though the character's not underage, and again, I don't care about Lolicon. I don't care about it. It's not an actual child, whatever. It was a weird seeing Monica Rial's character naked so often.
Okay, her character looked so weird. Like,
yes.
She had no definition to the chest at all. She looked like not even like a female. I don't even know how to describe it.
It was a little... Seeing her nipples was really off-putting to me. Not because she looked like a child. Like, again, I don't care about that. But something about how she was drawn, I'm like, kind of feel like Boku no Pico is happening in front of me.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, there's zero definition. I'm pretty sure even if you were flat as a board, you'd have like some sort of humps there. How do I put it?
Something about the way they drew it.
It was literally as flat as a desert, or as flat as a desert. Is that a thing?
As flat as the plains?
Yeah, it was flat as the plains. Like it just
Like,
continuously.
Tornadoes started forming on her chest. They were so flat.
I don't know that. Like I agree with what you're saying. It felt weird, like the way she was designed. But yeah. So
Flat as a board. That's what Otaku Show says.
yes. By the
Flat as a
way,
board.
I'd like to quickly address that. What is it? Old man made a comment earlier that I did not get to reply to. Is that Girls Bravo manga above Footnum's head? Yes. All 10 of them. I got for $60, and it's probably more than $60 for just the last 2 on their own.
That's funny. I inherited that manga from somebody. I have to ask my wife what the story was of that. I think a friend of hers in high school gave her the whole manga, and now I own it. Some guy that was into her in high school gave her the whole manga, and now it's mine.
Oh my god.
Life goals.
Anyway. Yep.
Um.
That's how we do.
Yeah. So Caplan Q's, I think altogether, I think its strengths is in just having fun with what the show does, because the characters, I think, they're constantly like somehow in all this espionage, whatever. Plot moving forward, that they surprisingly don't get a lot of time to develop themselves. You get these characters that have an archetype. Okay, Awie's character, while I have in my head, she's all like, I'm a cold-blooded killer and whatever on all this stuff. It's like, I haven't seen you kill a single person.
Yeah, seriously.
I don't believe it.
Yeah.
And it's like that's.
Did they ever explain? Because again, I was compiling articles while I
They
was watching
explained
the
that
show.
when she was a child, she had these powers to like apport stuff or whatever. So they essentially, I guess, used her as a tool.
No, my question is, did they ever explain why she had those powers? Where they fucking came from?
Well, no, because I'm assuming this is a world with magic and science. I don't know.
Okay.
On the one hand, I'm okay with you not explaining things, kind of thing. But on the other hand, it's like when you have this ridiculous like cat alien shit coming in here, and yet you can't fucking. You just have this character who, by the way, can teleport shit. Like she's an X-Man, right? Or whatever,
You could have probably cut her out of the story and like not missed a whole lot.
Yes, especially considering that the other girl was like a mirror image of her, except had tits, right?
Wow, that caption. The other girl, I don't know, I don't remember his name already.
Mommy.
She at least had more spunk, but the thing is, she was so heavily focused on getting Aoi together with guy
the most
voice.
obvious fucking thing ever, where they're like, "You're projecting," and like you like him too, and then at the end it was just like, "Oh yay, Twerp gets a bunch of naked girls in space,"
I mean, to be fair,
Bang!
that is a really good solution as far as it comes to harems.
Holy
Problem is, it wasn't with the right harem, I guess.
Well, that may be a great solution in terms of harems, but in terms of life, that ain't gonna last more than a month,
Well, I was actually pondering. I'm like, so what happens when he realizes that Awie's like the weakest link, and then he's like, okay, so I'm gonna divorce her, and then the other girls are like, no, we love her too. You're gonna have to divorce all of us. That would be very interesting.
None of
Just
them
like-
were attached. He's gonna go be with the cat enthusiast girl at the end
The cat
from the
enthusiast.
cat cult.
What's that? That girl who had those like seals or whatever. For some reason, I really liked her, even though she was in like 2 seconds of the show. I don't know. There's something about her. She just came in and was like all knowing, but it's like out of nowhere. You're like, what? But so as far as Aries goes, she like, I wouldn't say there's a whole lot of depth, but it's like what you get in the moment, her like attitude and like positivity and whatever. Like she has good waifu qualities, so she's likable. I mean, she doesn't have depth, but like for what the show gives you, you're like, yeah, I like this girl. Even though she doesn't have all that much, she's likable, and that's why you're happy. Even though it's like really 3 girls at the end, it's like cool. You've pleased all 3 of the fandoms at once.
What about this guy?
Is that the movie director? Yeah. Was that not just the most like, whoa, what? They were just thrust into this movie where they had to wear bikinis, and then they just boat right off, and it's like, hey, we're not doing that scene, and then they just go in and start recording anyway. It's like, whoa, man, what's going on?
I'm just liking that flamboyant facial hair directors, circlets, bald adults are, and like, yep, these are the characters closest to him. Archbishop Costum.
Oh, there's the girl I was talking about, Ichika. It's funny.
Yeah, she was a nice character.
There was an OVA called Ichika Special. It was literally just her looking at all the individual. Okay, so first of all, on the disc, there's 12 plus the 13th end, like 17 seconds long clips that are the specials. They're 17 seconds long each, and they're like the end clip, like right before the episode ends. Mm-hmm. And the Ichika special is she watches all of them and like voiceovers them with just like stupid commentary that's not the actual like things that the characters are saying and stuff. I'm like, why does this exist? It was dubbed. But I just thought that was a huge waste of time, all those specials. Yeah. And you know what I hated?
They're only a minute. It says DVD special 1 episode times 1 minute, according to this.
It was like 4 minutes altogether. Like, the listings are so confusing with the specials. But the thing is, the thing I hated about how the show was put together is they had like a preview at the end of the episode, and then they had a preview before the start of the episode. It's like, why do you have 2 previews? I'm watching this on disc. I'm forwarding past the first preview to get another preview.
So, Otakuso says that this is based on a light novel?
Yes.
And we're discovering that it's 20 long?
Yep.
20 volumes? I'm sorry, I just inhaled part of a...
Fun facts, Digital Manga Publishing licensed the manga, which is called Let's Go Play. I don't know how many volumes they've actually translated, but yeah. I'm kind of interested in seeing where it goes after that, but I mean, you know, Digital Manga Publishing. I don't want exclusively digital. They did the hentai prints and are the reason the hentai prints doesn't have more than 3 volumes over here. Yeah. What's after this?
After this, we are watching JoJo. Is that correct, Reese? Or are we doing No
Yes.
Game Away?
I didn't necessarily mean that. I meant like what's after this section. Like, is there anything else to talk about with it?
I mean, I can find out about Naruto author Terrence Williams.
Did you see all the references in the show? There was Familiar of Zero. There was Camp for
Star Trek.
I mean, sure, but that's not anime. It's weird though. I thought for some reason this was JC staff. I'm like, oh, it must be JC staff because Familiar of Zero. I remember there being a reference to it.
Oh fuck! I found it. Naruto Book 1.
Audible.
We have to own this. No, out of print, limited availability. Naruto Book 1. It's literally a picture from the anime.
Oh my god. So wait, he made the book after the fact, I'm assuming.
Wait, hold on. Paperback May 8th, 2019. I mean,
I've never seen Amazon say out of print limited availability. Is that because it's a Amazon creation, whatever?
Print on demand?
No, it's not because it doesn't have the same
Special
barcode they
barcode.
normally would. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's special for DVDs. A long time ago, a powerful demon fox appeared with 9 tails. With its powerful tails, it could smash mountains and create tidal waves. A band of ninjas rose, plural on its own, you don't need that, rose to defend their village from attack. One great ninja was able to imprison the monster but died in the process. This ninja was known as the 4th Hokage. Wow.
I would have liked it if he did a Cowboy Bebop as computer description of it.
Oh, God. I need to own this book. Wait, he also wrote this book.
Alita
Oh my
Rusty Angel?
Oh my God.
You can get it still.
I'm buying it. I'm buying it.
Oh my god.
It's
We
only
need to do a
$4
book club
free
on
shipping.
these. Book club on these.
Add to cart.
Just watch. He writes a more competent Naruto than the actual Naruto. He
Well,
just
I'm gonna
kills
check- I'm gonna
Sasuke
check
once he
eBay real
becomes a little bitch, and then things go up from there. No.
I'm gonna check eBay real quick.
See if it's on eBay for cheaper.
For the Naruto one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he
Is
just
it-
needs to
is-
get it at all.
Because that one wasn't in stock.
Right. Naruto. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Naruto?
The thing is that Terrence Williams is also a football player, and of course that's what's going to come up when I search this on eBay. A bunch of collectible
Oh, I hate it
cards.
when there's things like that. Like particularly the anime called Air is hard to find because you get like Fresh Prince of Bel Air and stuff like that. Air gear.
Air in a
So if you
jar.
put Air anime, you get Air gear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay, I can't-
luckily, I got the art box for 1 cent on eBay.
Nice.
So is there something else? Because if I get if I spend more than 20, I need to for free shipping. I need to add $21 worth of eligible items. Is there another show that I'm supposed to pick up that's out right now? Maybe Slime.
That's 2-parter.
What's the name of that show again? So I got reincarnated as a slime.
Yeah, just put like reincarnated as slime,
Oh,
as a slime.
that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Yeah.
Right, that's what it is.
We're gonna get the
That's the thing.
limited edition.
That's the thing that
Is it
sucks
cheaper
about.
on Amazon or Right Stuff?
That's the thing that sucks about isekai titles is that you have to type in a paragraph to actually search for the
Yeah.
thing.
I want to say this is actually the longest titled anime that I own. Oh wait, no, maybe Anohana the flower we saw that day is.
Well, technically, I have both of them handy.
No,
Anohana is actually one word less.
I got my handy dandy list here. I'm just gonna see how much space it actually takes.
Yeah, just like scroll down. If
Yeah.
I wanted to do that, I would go to my
Yeah, I've got a list here on the stuff that I own.
so I guess I'll
Speaking-
just type in.
Speaking of word counting, I remembered a couple weeks ago there's a Mother's Basement tweet that's like, oh, writing up the script for whatever such and such video, and it's already 5,000 words or something like that. Or it's 5,000. I don't remember what it was, and I'm like, that's like less than half of my Higurashi review.
Yeah, I'm irritated at when you pre-write that's not a lot of words. Like, oh, your 10-minute video,
I
So
don't know. I
I've-
just find
I've
weird flexes that some people make.
Okay,
It-
so I'm not buying That Time I Got It Reincarnated as Slime because for some reason the limited edition is not on Amazon, and the one they do have is $195 because it's the Japanese one.
That's weird. It should be on there.
Hold on.
Let me
I'll-
look
I'll-
for it.
I'll find it for you. I have my ways.
Okay, well I think all I have to do is click on the actual show, not the limited edition one, and then they'll have the limited edition in the same listing.
That
Oh,
that
that's
should be
weird.
the case.
Oh, no, it's part 2. Part 2 has a limited edition.
Part 2 and part 1.
Yep, part 2's got it. $72.
Should I just buy another JoJo and send back the other one?
I would just
So I
buy
can
the
have the
standard
sticker.
edition because we're gonna have a season 2 next year.
Yeah, but they'll have a season 2 art box.
Yeah, that's true. But that's a lot of shelf space you're gonna take up.
I mean, I
Yeah,
guess-
there's no limited edition with part 1. Is that because part 1 goes in the part 2
Yeah.
art
Yes.
box? Okay.
Yep,
Yes.
yep.
Fuck, it's expensive. How much is it on Right Stuff?
It's like $60 on our stuff.
Yeah, I'm not doing this right now. Okay, I'm gonna look through my All this to get free shipping on this stupid Alita Rush Angel
Stupid
by
book.
Terrence Williams.
That's dedication. Slime, blue.
Blue.
Yeah, $63 on Right Stuff, and that's not logged in for the goddamn discount.
I'm actually pretty looking forward to watching JoJo. I didn't realize it was next.
Yep.
Oh,
Speaking of JoJo's, we're watching the live action movie as well. Do you have that?
We including you guys, because I don't care for live action anime.
It's actually pretty good. I've seen it before.
Well, actually, it's probably good then, because I think you're not going to be here for the next podcast because I'm seeing My Hero Academia next Tuesday. So maybe it's good.
Were you able to get time off for that? Or switch
what?
your?
I thought that was this week.
Were you able to
next week.
switch your shift?
Next week?
Yeah.
I mean, technically no, but
Because we'd be having the podcast on Wednesday.
Oh, here. Why the hell are you here, teacher? I can do that.
that's a pre-order.
Yeah.
But it'll still get me the free shipping, right?
It's
Sure,
also
but
it's also
Amazon-
fairly cheap.
Amazon likes to be stupid and like wait 7 months before they ship it with something.
So I searched why the hell are you here, teacher? And the top things are all very lewd wall scrolls. Like very lewd. And then there's a mug that says I before E, except when your foreign neighbor Keith receives 8 counterfeit beige sleighs from feisty caffeinated weightlifters. Weird.
Okay, so
Those are
regarding
all instances where the I is after E.
regarding next week, I thought we came to the conclusion that like we could do it late at night or whatever.
No.
No, we can't.
No, because I'm seeing the movie at 7.
What,
I mean,
what
we could
day-
do it Wednesday later at night. if
What
that's
day are you
we-
going to see the movie?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. So it'd have to be on Wednesday then.
Yeah, Wednesday late at night. I think that's what we discussed.
Yeah, it was something like that. But I thought you. Oh wait, no, that was if you canceled the podcast tonight. That you said that we would
No, we can
do
do
like
that.
2 week.
No,
2 week.
I think we can still do that. The Wednesday one. I'm sorry. When I search why the hell are you here, teacher, a bunch of books come up. Must have worksheets and tools for CBT. CBT textbook. CBT toolbox. CBT for anxiety. Okay, cognitive behavioral therapy. See, because I know CBT from another acronym. Cock and ball torture.
Wow.
For anxiety.
Arrival.
That's a book I would buy with the Terrence Williams Alita book, because that would be really funny to read. Cock and ball torture for anxiety. That would be really
I
funny.
can just imagine this like anxious, depressed kid like looking at what's some good cock and ball torture.
He has anxiety over not punishing
Oh,
himself.
I don't
There
think
is no the fucking why the hell are you here, teacher? Is
I
not
don't think
on,
they have the July slate up yet, or June
No,
slate.
it's too early.
Whatever. Because or May, whatever it is. Because all I'm seeing is up to April.
I'm gonna search Terrence Williams and see what else he's made. What if it's an entirely different Terrence Williams? Oh, I made movies and TV now. I'm like, why did Rurouni Kenshin come up?
Oh, before we end the podcast, AC, I want to see your reaction to that thing I posted on the Discord.
Do I need to be full screen for it?
Probably shouldn't just screen share it.
Oh yeah, but I mean, should I be full screen for my reaction?
Mhm.
Okay, 1 second. I'm just looking up Terrence Williams books real quick.
Give us a close-up shot.
The Bathroom Game. Okay. Scriptural bondage. Understanding how God meet us where we are.
All right.
Terrence Williams has written a lot of books here, guys. Okay. I haven't opened up your I just opened up Discord. It hasn't come up yet. Car Tires, Your Quick Start Guide by Terrence Williams. The thing is, I'm pretty sure this is by the same guy based on the cover of this.
Did you click on Terrence Williams, like the highlighted name?
Oh, I didn't
On the
think about
listing?
doing that. It's just a bunch of... There's no way he wrote all of these books. Scooby-Doo, the comic book.
It's a shame that Amazon doesn't have a better bootleg system.
I mean, Amazon.com seems to be way worse than .ca for bootlegs.
Well, I'm in the Kindle store now. What the fuck? Books. I clicked on books before.
Where is it? The Velvet Room?
Yeah, it's in the Velvet Room.
Oh, and Discord never opened. I accidentally opened up Dropbox instead. Naruto, How to Draw by Matt Yoshida. How am I unable to find it now? Is it not considered a book?
Why don't you add it to your wish list?
Seriously, it's not. It just doesn't exist. It's like we are.
You brought it to light and then Amazon removed it because they realized, oh no.
Oh, can't show this. It's out of print and not even published until next month. I think I searched it on Google and that's how I found it. Yeah. Okay.
It said 2019.
Proof. Naruto. Terrence Williams Amazon books. All right, I gotta see this. Okay, Discord finally opened. Here you go. It's still loading. Okay, it's in the OCA Podcast group.
In the Velvet Room.
All right, I'm going to the
You
Velvet Room.
You have to click on the blue. I don't remember this episode.
Oh, okay.
God,
You
the
have to click
Velvet
on that
Room's
thing.
such a good title for it.
The blue one.
To go to Discord and then turn on the sound.
Okay, well, it's opening on the StreamYard thing. Sensitive contents. Click to view this post. Hey there. I have to log in on Facebook or Google. That's annoying. I guess I'm logging in through Google to see this dumb post.
I don't know who's still here, but Versus Seed, I think Brad already owns All You Need Is Kill.
I do. That's a great movie.
Satan is also here.
The manga he meant.
I do own the movie too. That's terrifying. This mouth. Oh God. Okay, and then it just ends abruptly before anything I didn't want to say happens. All right. I kind of wish that the audience got to see that too, because it wasn't even that bad. Whew, all right then. Okay. Out of print. Currently
Nice to
unavailable.
see that you're still around, Satan.
Yeah, we're about to go to bed. Sorry, Satan.
Sorry, Satan. So sorry, Satan.
Tennessee Williams. I clicked on Terrence Williams and it gives me these Tennessee Williams books. Yeah, this thing is Dora the Explorer Activities book. Okay, so I found the Alita Rusty Angel one again.
Doesn't it show you the recently viewed or more like it?
I've got it.
Just go to your history, yeah.
Oh no, I found it. I just had to search it through Google instead of. I found the Google book version of it. I could buy like the
Ebook?
Oh wait, what the fuck? No, this is it. Naruto is a prequel world.
Prequel?
Naruto is a prequel to the world of Avatar: The Last Airbender, and was intended to show how, in much earlier epic, the Fire Nation was originally 3 fire villages that banded together amidst a troubled and turmoiled world that also included many other nations.
Good luck,
some
Satan.
of who were intended to represent other kinds of elements such as water, earth, and air. This book is dedicated towards keeping my idea out of the hands of those who would use it for the wrong reasons and make me look like a fool through making use of my ideas for the wrong purposes that I have in mind for this franchise. See what people are saying. Oh, there no reviews yet.
Darn.
Independently published, 33 pages.
What? You're gonna get ripped off, Brad. No wonder there's a secondary market for the Alita.
Right? I'm so intrigued about this. He literally published these books just to claim that he wrote them first. Like, no ebook available. Amazon, BarnesandNoble.com, Books a Million, IndieBo. Let me find it.
Quick,
Something gotta happen.
you
No
just
results.
reminded me. I found out the other day, to my dismay, that there is a steelbook version of Avatar: The Last Airbender now.
Yeah,
It's on Best Buy. I saw it. It's really expensive. It's over $100, isn't it?
Yeah,
$80 in store.
it's like $96 on Amazon.ca, and it's like $30 for the one I have. I'm just like, oh, I kind of need it.
It looks really
That's a-
nice.
That's a lot for a rebuy.
I
But,
looked at it in store when I was at Best Buy yesterday. It looked really nice.
Is it like a thick one? Because it's like
No, it's
9
got-
or something. 10
it's got-
discs?
It's got 3 steel books for each book, I guess.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it's all in an art box, and it got like little individual separators, so they're not like sitting together meshed.
Oh, that's
Yeah, like-
so good. I want it. I really wanted it even more.
I can't
Oh, but-
believe it's so hard for me to find a fucking thing to buy.
I don't have Korra though. So I'm gonna wait for the inevitable steelbook for Korra. It's gonna
I'll be
cost
right
like $1,000.
How much is Slime Part 1 on Amazon?
Which one? .ca or
Part one.
.com?
.com. Shit, Slime.
Blu-ray. Part 1 is 27 Great British pounds.
I got $35 on.
It's
on-
27 pounds on Amazon.com.
Yeah.
You know why it's 27 pounds? Because Amazon's currency converter turned my .com currency to pounds. I can't give you the proper price. I don't even know how much that's worth.
I got it for $35 on Amazon.com.
Do you guys know how to change the currency back to normal?
No.
That's good to know.
Suffer.
Let's see if Brad knows once he comes back.
Where'd he go?
He went to just go kill himself on stream.
Oh.
It's a pretty innovative move, if you ask me.
Get the subs.
That means it's a perpetual stream if no one can shut it off.
Well, it goes for 8 hours, so we only got 2 hours left.
Oh, darn. So much for that plan.
Or does StreamYard do that? Or
No, I
does-
don't think
Oh, I guess Brad heard it all.
I asked my wife what I should get, and she said $25 worth of Oreos.
Oh, God. Yeah, there's being efficient, getting...
Oh,
You're
I
gonna
know
get-
what I'm gonna get.
And then there's getting Oreos, where you're really efficient.
I'm gonna buy that book. Remember, I showed you that excerpt from the book that I'm reading that said that nobody liked Cardcaptor Sakura.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy that book.
Oh, no way.
I don't know what the fuck Versus Seed is going on about with this comic, but what the hell?
Is that what was that book?
Oh, it's a
There's a
new
book
book.
called
$10.99. That's a steal, I guess.
there's a book called Something in My Butt by My Own Butt. What is that book?
I don't know.
I don't have a.
Are you asking that us, expecting us to have read it?
Oh, it's like a romance novel that's really like. It's a joke. It's slammed in my butt. By my own butt was the like this guy wrote a book. He has a whole series. This one, Kissed on the Wiener by My Own Wiener. I'm not gonna buy it. Slammed in the butt by my smartphone's missing headphone jack.
This sounds like a light novel isekai.
Yeah, the guy's name is Chuck Tingle. He has all these books. Space Raptor Butt Trilogy. Handsome Sentient Food Pound. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one versus CSR. Handsome Sentient Food pounds my butt and turns me gay. 8 tales of hot food and beverage love. Buttception, a butt within a butt within a butt. Pounded in my butt by this hangover. Oh my God, I'm never drinking again except for maybe on Rick's birthday and then on that trip this weekend. But other than that, I'm probably never drinking again. That's the long isekai title. Dr. Chuck Tingle's adult coloring activity book for true buckaroos. So, not pounded by romance wranglers of America because their new leadership is from the depths of the endless cosmic void. He has a whole series titled Pounded in My Butt or Slammed in My Butt by My Own Butt. And then there's like the sequel to that is Slammed in My Butt by my book, Slammed in My Butt by My Own butt. And like it's like it just keeps going.
This is a great way to end the podcast.
Not pounded by anything.
Not pounded by anything.
My ass is haunted by the handsome ghost of my unsaved data after a computer crash. Oh, the places you'll blow.
We don't need to see that. Come on, turn that off.
Fake news, real boners.
A biography by FDDNM.
Okay.
Pounds my butt and covers my pancakes with real maple syrup in an erotic way.
Okay, Otaku. So, I opened the link you sent me. The thing is, that doesn't change the currency. I think it just changed the website that I was on. If it was Amazon.com or .ca.
Guys, anal lesbian pterodactyl rodeo.
Okay.
I want to know how lesbians have anal. I'm just curious. Planes, trains, and automobiles. 7 hot living vehicle tales for traveling buckaroos. How is there so many? There's 18 pages of this.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay. I found it. Pounded in my butt by my own butt. Let me see if the sequel is listed here.
You should buy one of those just for the hell of it and put it in your bathroom. For when the in-laws are
His
over.
own butt is like a sentient butt with wings.
It's like Ask Miggy.
It's out like a okay. Customers who bought this also bought Space Raptor Butt Invasion. Yeah, here it is. Pounded in my butt by my book. Pounded in my butt by my own butt. And then there's another one. Pounded in my butt by my book. Pounded in my butt by my book. My own. It just keeps going. Like
It's a paradox.
right. And then there's this one. There's this one. I'm gonna end it here. Pounded in the butt by my book, pounded in the butt by my book, pounded in the butt by my book. And it's just like they have to keep switching the type of quotation there.
Are these actual books or?
Yes.
It's on
I'm
Kindle.
pretty sure I've seen this. I'm pretty sure I've seen at least the original one for sale at Barnes & Noble.
Okay, Brad, important question. Do you know how to change the currency on Amazon.com to not be pounds?
No, why would you not want pounds?
My head. You're gonna get pounded in your butt, dude.
No, I get Great British GBP.
Because I'm in the Kindle store again. Sorry, that's why it's the Kindle version. Okay, I'm gonna go back to
God.
the book I was gonna get. So the thing is that I found the book that I want to buy on eBay for like way cheaper. $28.
But you're not gonna get free shipping.
Yeah. So maybe it's worth it. Plus Ultra Bakugo lined journal diary notebook. I don't need that. Thank you for your interest in my needs. Okay. Well, because I clicked on all that shit, I type in Anime Explosion, which is the name of the book that I was supposed to get because it's the one that the citation on why nobody liked Cardcaptor Sakura on Saturday morning cartoons.
We went on this miracle journey of pounding an asses.
So here's a book titled Fuda Explosion, 4 Hot Fuda Stories.
Oh my
You
god.
should buy that too.
It's 99 cents on Kindle.
Do you have a Kindle?
I do not.
My mom
I
I
does.
once
You should buy a Kindle
Wait,
just to
whoa,
read that
whoa.
on podcast.
No. Reese, you can get a Kindle app. You don't need an actual Kindle.
Oh.
yeah.
You should buy that just to read it for an excerpt for like a Saturday night podcast.
We should just make
Like
a
a-
cult.
Like Tales from the Crypt style, just sitting there by the fire.
I mean, I'm
reading
not
through the
saying
story.
I'm not willing to buy it. It's
Okay.
only going to get me $1 closer.
Guys, we need to start a cult and have an excerpt of the Bible every single podcast of from the butt, in the butt, pounded by whatever it is.
I have
Time
no
for
desire
more.
to actually read that. Fully equipped. There's more. Fully equipped Fuda's Gone Wild. Ultimate Gender Bender Collection. 25 books. First time. This is just weird.
Those won't go towards free shipping though,
Oh, yeah.
if they're Kindle.
Kissed by the Goddess. A freaky Fuda story. Yeah, these girls are definitely not. Well, maybe that one is a. She got a billboard brow head. Okay. Anime Explosion: The What, Why, and Wow of Japanese Animation. What a terrible title. Revised and updated edition. The paperback, $28. Then this other listing for it, $49. Also paperback. This is the one that Terrence Williams wrote, though, right? All right, I think I'm gonna end. There's a notebook designed to look like the one that apparently Midoriya dropped in the.
Oh yeah, that Bakugo burned up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Should I just buy Death Note and be done with it? Okay. All right. Anyway, guys, I will figure this out on my own time. Let us wrap up the podcast. So
Yeah,
the
we
next
say that after like an hour.
That wasn't an hour. It was definitely long. So the next thing we will be watching for the next podcast. How many episodes in are we getting into this? Oh, actually,
19.
not even this one.
Oh no, yeah, 13. First 13,
This
and then the movie.
Okay,
The live action movie covers the first 5 episodes.
Yes. So
So
we're
I
gonna
would
watch.
recommend watching that afterward. After you've watched the first 5 episodes, at least, so you're not spoiled.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably do that. So we're gonna watch the first 13 episodes of this Diamond is Unbreakable arc part 1, including the movie, which covers the first 5 episodes that we just said. So that's what we're going to be doing for the next podcast. We are all in on JoJo for the next couple podcasts, though, just so you guys know.
We're going balls deep, you would say.
In its butt, yes. So that's what we're going to be doing. Thank you guys for joining us again tonight. I really appreciate it. Make sure you like the video and go watch some of my other videos because we're needing some more watch time. Thank you so much for that. And we'll see you guys next week, probably on Wednesday. Take it easy. Oh, and don't
See
forget
ya.
that My Hero Academia is in theaters right now. You guys should go see it.
It starts in theaters tonight.
Tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, today,
Wednesday.
whatever.
Yeah.
But
All right,
it's
so
on
go see it. Talk to you later.
Bye.